everyone. How are you all doing today? Welcome in. As you can see, Trooper is slightly delayed, but he should be joining us soon-ish. So I figured we could get started. Haven't chatted, haven't had one of our little talks in a while. Hello all, you know me. I'm at Deirdre on Twitter, or Prax as you see me around here on Twitch. I am your friendly neighborhood Prax. And I love how the closed captionings can't get that right. But how are you all this morning? How are we feeling? Good, good. I see you, boys. Enters the chat. Although Steve Buscemi, how do you feel, fellow intellectuals? I'm feeling pretty good. This is a break day for me. I don't have any classes, which means I can hang out with you guys this morning for a big chunk of the day. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Did not get anywhere near correct this time on the closed captions, but we are trying. It is a learning curve. It is a learning process. So you may notice a thing above me on the overlay. A very nice little header sitting up there. I am running a fundraiser this month for to support World Central Kitchen, and we are supporting World Central Kitchen, which is Chef Jose Andres' charity that goes into disaster areas and helps provide food and get people up and running and water. They do a lot of really great work, first line responders, and working with local people in the area, local people, to make sure that what's needed happens. And I cannot comment about whether or not Trooper overslept. I have no knowledge. Yeah, he never sleeps. It's fine. But that just means that I get some time to talk to you all. We get to chat. Get to have all of these fun times. So I've been running... So like we said, we're running this fundraiser. It is up if you click the link in chat, or there's a panel down below underneath your Twitch, handy dandy Twitch stream. In the panel it says Games to Feed the World. It makes life a little bit easier. We are running this charity for both during today, but also for all of the game streams every Wednesday and Sunday this month, and also for all the we will be having, haha, spoiler alert for those of you who are here to join us, a charity fundraiser 12-hour stream. And that stream I'm put together, it's with a bunch of people that I know in the TTRPG sphere, and not people I get to play with every week, intentionally, a bunch of people I don't usually get to play with, and we are going to be focusing on the games that are, wholesome, I guess is the word for it. We're doing, soothing games. If you think of that entire genre of anime known as like healing anime, that are designed to provide, just good vibrations, right? Yes, I run wholesome games. Why is this a surprise, Sven? It is not Ryutama. Actually, none of the games I am running are Ryutama. We're doing 3 games. Gonzo, I don't know how to say it in Japanese. I'm very upfront about this. I have a learning disability, and my learning disability is sound symbol relationships. and auditory processing. So I cannot connect written symbols to the auditory sounds that they make unless somebody stands next to me and says it like 6 or 7 times. So if I ever see something in writing, I have to really, really hard for me, particularly in languages I don't know, where I haven't necessarily heard any of the sounds before, to make any connection between the written word and the way it's supposed to said. So the term in Japanese, I don't know how to say it, but I do know the genre is called healing anime. There are things like mushishi, which if you've never seen, it is just about this guy who goes around in quasi-historical fantasy Japan interacting with humans and mushi, which are like little various spirits who are just, and you know, doing positive things. It's also very soothing. The music is kind of chill. It's not like you're not having big epic fights with anything. It's all very small. Some slice of life anime can fall into that, but it's also like not just a topic of the it's not just the topic of slice of life, it's the whole thing is designed to just be like chill. Yes, mushishi is wonderful. Hello, Lynn, nice to see you around. So we are going to do a bunch of those. I'm going to be announcing the cast list for those probably in the next couple days. I have to make it all pretty and fancy. All of those things. But we are, you know, sometimes you need a little bit of wholesome to counteract my intentional field sniping of my players. So since Trooper isn't here yet, and he's late, we're now officially just going to call him late, I have a question for those of you who are caught up on last week's Witcher. How we think we doing? What do you think their odds are for tomorrow? Because we're going to start with a fight tomorrow. It will be interesting, to say the least. And, I think... yeah, Gonzo, they, werewolves, possibly, maybe, definitely bandits sneaking up in the middle of the night on the house, and somebody decided to not sleep inside, so they're outside. But I guess, you know, Yanto sleeping outside had a benefit of warning people. Also, apparently, whole-ass caltrops will be an ongoing thing. Forever and ever. Yeah, Sven, I think looking grim is a term. Yeah, so... if you haven't seen it, go watch the VOD. There is things that I learned that were learned last week that I will never be able to unlearn. Yeah, they kind of, like, the farm they went to, the farmers, quote-unquote farmers, had invested in caltrops about, like, 10-12 inches in diameter, and spread those around their property. So, you know, there's that. which led to an entire discussion of things that are just, wow, I would never have thought of them. But Gonzo, they may not be they may not be for humans. You're asking, wait, how are those even effective against humans? Those are like knee-high? Yeah. Yeah. Well, a little bit smaller, depending on how tall you are. But, you know, this is the world of The Witcher. There are a lot scarier things than humans out there, particularly in the golden age of Witcher. If you have not seen, all of the VODs are up on YouTube. They're right there, easy to find. A couple of people have tripped over them. So, we shall see what happens, but there is a Witcher inside. There's a healer inside. 2 farmers inside, and a criminal riding away on a horse who may or may not have, you know, done some serious damage to one of the guys that showed up in the middle of the night looking to sneak across this property. No bard in this group. Witcher criminal healer. Also no humans. Elf, technically half-elf, and dwarf. I mean, every Witcher needs their emotional support bard, I agree. But that just doesn't mean they haven't met them yet. It's just not in the party. That doesn't mean that there isn't a bard waiting out there for this particular Witcher to experience more things. Also, lots of drama coming from it. Although, you know, why would a show or a game that I run on my channel have any drama? Right? No such thing as drama in my games? There are some been very interesting dice rolls in these last couple games. Very interesting dice rolls. Just throwing that out there. The dice are always fair and infallible. And you know, no, all of Prax's games are like, dude, where's my car? An American Pie. I mean, it's not really a genre of comedy that I enjoy, but I do appreciate the comparison as the sarcasm there. Thanks, Anino. One of the short stories. Yeah, Faye, if you read one of the short stories, you'll probably deep dive into the whole series. It is very, very good. Hello, Petra, how are you? Like I was saying, the Witcher series is a very good series of books. They are very interesting in what they do, and the world in which they exist is very... the concept of the world is interesting. So you have the... you know, the convergence and all of these things that bring about all of these monsters, but the very opening to the first book and the first story shows you how this world is not the same. It's not what you're expecting. And then the game that we're running is set in the golden age of Witchers, which is 220, well, it's set in 220 years, give or take, before the books. Well, before the main plot of the books, I should say. 220 years before Witcher 1, the game, which is about the time of the main plot of the books. it has been an interesting development for my players as they attempt to survive their own drama. It's like, I didn't do any of this. They all about them and the choices that they choose to make, and then there are other people making other choices around that may have consequences for them. That's all. That's all it is, right? It's personal choice. But yeah, I like running games in worlds which are really well built from a world building standpoint. Like I love running Witcher. It's beautifully done, and the mechanics make sense within the world and how the world facilitates the development of those mechanics. And Gonzo, it's the same thing with Cyberpunk Red. It's one of the things I love about Cyberpunk Red is that there are mechanics that inform the world and how the world is doing. And it's like when I was over on, if you caught it, I was over on Cyberpunk Uncensored and did a deep dive with Trins, the mechanic that I play on Fridays over on Wandering DM for some Cyberpunk Red. Because she's cool. And I automatically do that voice when I start talking about her. But the way the mechanics, particularly life path and various other mechanics in the world, give you little hints into the world building itself, right? It gives you little ways in which the world is thought out and how the game itself kind of plays into those things. Oh yeah, I remember, Gonzo, you're Coupler. Yeah, it's... Yes, Sven, my players are very much like the meme of the dude shooting someone then demanding to know who shot them. Uh-huh. Oh, look, it's Hawkeye! Hello, Hawkeye. Welcome in. So, I like... basically like all the Tellstorian games because I think about these things and how mechanics and world intertwine. Cyberpunk Red does it, Witcher does it, Mechton does it, Castle Falkenstein is a beautiful way in which the world and the mechanics and the story and the way character creation is done just kind of facilitates everything and gets you ready for it all. It's why I love Blue Rose so much, particularly in the age system. I know that there is a Blue Rose setting that's being released for D&D 5e, and I'm not sure about it, just based on the way the story and the concept and the world is created. Those... like, D&D is so designed at its core for certain things that I don't think it's going to facilitate the kind of story that the age system was running with the particular story I'm running with Blue Rose. Yeah, Gonzo, I agree that Tellstorian built or adapted these worlds and then built the system to complement them. Oh, Sven, Blue Rose is a... Here, I have commands for these things. Ha! Blue Rose is a TTRPG by Green Ronin Press. It uses the Age system, which is a 3d6 system with modifiers based on skill and abilities and focuses and things like that. And because of that, you have the different mechanics. It's what we call a romantic fantasy game. Yeah, Green Ronin does Dragon Age, Modern Age, Fantasy Age, and Blue Rose are all run on the age system mechanics, and then Sword Chronicle / A Song of Ice and Fire is a different mechanics system, but they are both published by Green Ronin. So the Song of Ice and Fire RPG is pools of d6s, based on your skills and abilities and how much you buy in. Green Ronin is 3d6 plus a modifier. So mechanically speaking, they're similar, but they're not quite the same. It also has different mechanics for, you know, the ways things are done and how things work. Mechanically speaking, they're both very interesting to me. I like A Song of Ice and Fire. I particularly like the game I've been a part of in A Song of Ice and Fire, because I got to play over on Now Weave a Tale for the North, and I got to guest in in their Crownlands campaign, which is also tied to which is part of the same universe. So they're all part of the same universe as the Follow Black Cats After the Fire campaign, which are I like the way A Song of Ice and Fire and Witcher and all of these things facilitate the world in which they're playing the game in. Like, you as a player can get information about this world that you're playing in based on the mechanics that you based on the mechanics that are in the game. So for example, hello Anna. So for example, you have in A Song of Ice and Fire or Sword Chronicle mechanics for both physical combat, but also intrigue combat, verbal combat, right? That tells you that the world is the games and the world are going to be focused on, there's going to be a lot of political discussion, there's a lot of political maneuvering, how manipulation, certain, perhaps, various members of, you know, certain houses in the South, hi Susie, might be not so great at some of those political maneuverings. I love you, Susie. Or, you know, so that manipulates and facilitates all of the things that we're doing. Exactly, Gonzo. All of those verbal spats, political intrigues, there's actual mechanics for how that works. It's actual combat. You think about it, there's ways in which that happens. There's also verbal combat in Witcher, which is a very interesting system, and we might get to see this season. I don't know if we'll get to see it this season in Witcher Road's Home. We'll probably, depending, you know, they're trying to get to a wedding. We'll see if they end up at a wedding. Hey Conti, welcome in. It's so good to see you. How are you? You will all notice that Trooper is late. But that's okay. We're having fun without him. He'll join us when he can. But you are indeed awake, Conti. So am I. Maybe. I think. Possibly. I'm doing okay. I'm doing okay. But yeah, so Blue Rose is similar in that the world itself is very, very detailed, very, very gorgeous. It's what we call romantic fantasy. Which is shared dreams are dangerous territory? Frequently.
as may be experienced by certain players that I have had. My games have had very interesting things.
Trooper will be joining us momentarily, shortly, not momentarily, shortly. I just got a message from him, so he'll be here soon. But I love Blue Rose because it's billed and designed as what we call romantic fantasy, and romantic fantasy is not the same as high fantasy. And it uses some of the things, but the comparison is more to, it's less Tolkien and more Valdemar series by Mercedes Lackey, the Tamora Pierce books for the Tortall series. It's about working together to overcome something, darkness within and with ourselves. Magic is special and unique, but also part of the world. And relationships, both of all sorts, both romantic and platonic, are an integral part in how the story is told. It's not about one lone hero, it's about the story of the group of people and how their relationships intertwine. Yeah, Gonzo, the rep system is very nice in Red. It's kind of like a simplified version of Witcher verbal combat mechanics. Okay, Sven, if you have not... Okay. Serious note here. I am of a certain age. And there was a path in the 80s and 90s in fantasy fiction of people of my age group, age demographic and slightly younger. There was the D&D tie-in novels of Dragonlance and there's all things. Oh, Sven, thank you so much for that wonderful guess. I appreciate it. So there were those who went down the path of Dragonlance and Ravenloft, which had some good novels. Don't get me wrong. There was that path, and then there were those of us who found Tamora Pierce's Song of the Lioness, Immortals, Circle of Magic, all of the Tamora Pierce novels. And before there was Harry Potter, there was Tamora Pierce, and she is an infinitely better writer. The worlds are better, and if you want to have a look at how people of varying demographics, diverse populations, backgrounds, characterizations, can all be in this book, and you can have a strong female protagonist who can be, yeah, Anna, there we go. So the first three quartets of the Tortall universe are Song of the Lioness, Immortals, and Protector of the Small. Song of the Lioness starts with Alana. She is so cool, and it's all about how, spoiler alert, because it's the first chapter of the first book, and it's not really a spoiler, it's in the first couple pages. She and her twin brother decide that she is going to disguise herself as her twin brother because she wants to learn to be a knight, and he wants to learn to be a mage. So she was supposed to be sent off to a convent boarding school, and she's like, nope, I'm gonna go be a knight. And it's all about her story to become the champion of the king and all of the things that she gets to do in that. Then you get the next generation is Immortals. So we start with a strong female protagonist who has who fights both as a badass mage and as a badass knight. Then you have Dane, who is wild magic, horse girl, wolf girl, feminine in a way, in showing the fact that femininity isn't necessarily a bad thing and is not contrary to being a strong protagonist and a leader in her own right. And then you have Kel, who's also part of the second generation, who is the first girl, Keladri of Mendelin, who is the first girl after Alana has been, this is generations, and so after she has come out and is being a woman and not just the knight, and she has been knighted, so Kel is the first one to go, okay, now that Alana has broken the barrier, broken that glass ceiling, she is the first one to come in and be like, I'm going to do this publicly as myself. And it's in all of her books are so unique in looking at both gender and ethnicity and social strata and how all of these things interwork to be unique characters. Like, by the way, hashtag not sponsored, but you can follow Tamora Pierce on Twitter, and all of the Immortals series and this first series of the Circle of Magic books are on Spotify as full cast audiobooks for just on Spotify. They're really, really well done. They're great. I also love so those are her, like, what we call young adult novels, maybe. They weren't really young adult didn't exist really in the 80s the way we define it today, so kind of probably would fall into it now. Then there's the Circle of Magic series. Oh yeah, there are some things that hold up and some haven't really aged as well, but she writes really great. There are things that have changed from the 80s when she first started these series to, now. It's these things don't happen in a vacuum. They don't, so yeah, there's some things you're like, oh, now that I'm older, that's kind of but overall the story and plot and over things are going well, and so that works. They also are the first series of books I ever came across which were for children or for young adults that actually address sex and sexuality in a way that's relatively realistic. Yeah, Dragon Riders of Pern were great, and Wayfarer's Redemption is also great. But yes, find Tamora Pierce. So she wrote all the Tortall books are, like, quote-unquote young adult, and then she had the second universe called the Circle of Magic, which is focused on quote-unquote middle grade, which I don't always agree with. You learned what birth control was from Tamora Pierce's books. Yes. You did. And that's the other great thing. She has a fantasy series. She has multiple fantasy series where most of the main characters are femme or female presenting and identifying, who have a uterus and engage in active sexuality, and she addresses the issue of pregnancy in a way that's responsible. Now, is it magical birth control? Yes. Do we all wish it worked that way? God, yes. But the Circle of Magic series is also one of my favorites because I think it does a really great thing of showcasing different perspectives on how what we call hedge magics or simple magics, not the great sorcerer in D&D who's going to stand there and cast fireball and destroy the world, but, the main characters in that books are four, you know, kids who will eventually grow up in the series of the books. Yes, magical birth control, please. Yeah, I mean, you have to understand, Ice Bunny, that in the 80s and 90s, sex ed in the United States was not... You only could really get it when you got to high school, and depending on the school you were in, it might be abstinence only, which means a lot of problems. So the fact that it was a thing. But this is also books that were targeted to people who are much younger than high school, you know, middle school, maybe early high school. Yeah, abstinence only. If you have sex, you will die. Complicated. But the Circle of Magic series focused on these four kids, whose names I'm blanking on, but that's okay because I can pull them up right away because I am... Alright, there's Sandry, Lady Sandrine Fatoren, who is a young noble girl who does thread magic and embroidery and weaving and spellcasting through thread magic. There's Tristana Chandler. She's a merchant girl, and I always liked her. It's like, I looked at her and went, this is the better Hermione. Because if you read the way Hermione is actually written in the Harry Potter books, you're like, I understand, like, I want to like her and want to support her because I think that she does a lot of things. Oh, now, but I've been in class with that person who never shuts up and has a problem and you just don't want their issues. Triss Chandler in the Circle of Magic series is a merchant class girl, nerdy academic who has weather magics. And then there's Daja, who is a black character from a nomadic tribe. Specifically, well, they're kind of both, they're kind of more, not necessarily black, maybe North African, it gets kind of fuzzy, but they're not, she's a person of color who does metal crafting magics. And you find out in the second series that she's gay. You don't find out in the first series because she's like 10. You know, I'm sorry, but... And then the last character is called Briar Moss, and he is a street thief, you know, gutter rat kid who is saved from, you know, enforced, you know, indentured servitude because he has magic with plants and making things grow. And if that isn't, you know, contrary to gender norms, you know, it's great. It is a really great series. It's really well done. They are focused... All of her books, yes, this is me shilling for Tamora Pierce. Go read her books. No, not a farmer druid, Hawkeye, but like, actual, I mean, like, he can do farming, but he doesn't choose to for the most part. He's a street gang thief, right? he's not thinking agriculture, he's thinking his experience with, like, literally he chooses his name Briar. When you first meet him in the books, there's a whole explanation about how he chooses the name Briar and what it means and what happens. Yeah, the last time you saw a male gardener, his name was Sam and he ended up finishing his friend's book. Exactly. There's not a lot of those kind of characters that show up in, in fantasy fiction. At least not for children, definitely. And Percy Jackson, yeah, Nico D'Angelo in the Percy Jackson series is a very interesting kind of book character as well, who's also discovering himself throughout the series of the books and doesn't just come out and have a revelations like, oh, by the way, I'm 10 years old and I'm gay. It's actually, I think, might be slightly better for it because of that. Representation is important and should be addressed, you know, understanding, but also understanding that not everyone's got it figured out at 10. In fact, most people don't have it figured out at 10. Hi, puberty hasn't happened yet. So, you know, letting things happen as they do makes sense. But yes, this is me shilling for Tamora Pierce. I totally think that she deserves more love. But that's the kind of genre... yeah. Most of us don't have it figured out at 20, let alone 10. But that's the genre that Blue Rose is set in. It's a romantic fantasy where the things, all things are kind of intertwined, and it's romantic in the sense of the genre, not romance novels. Although romance is a possibility in the books, there are mechanics for flirting and romance, and complex, messy relationships are a thing, and if you have caught any of the VODs, if you need to check up on them, they're on YouTube, you will see that the complex, messy romances in my Romance of the Blue Rose is getting juicy. Yep. But yes. Oh, there's a new book. Okay. Well, good luck on figuring out your aspects and how you feel about things. That is important, you know? Figuring things out, no one should be expected to have, like, we're not expected to have things figured out, and I think more people just saying, dude, I don't know, we'll figure it out when we get there, kind of, I think would be beneficial. I know that, yeah, a lifelong journey seems about right. It is a journey.
Into the woods.
My players in Blue Rose just went into the woods, and I may have spent like, oh, wait, oh, this will gonna be fun. And I may have spent a significant portion of the prep for last session just listening to the original cast recording of Into the Woods on repeat with occasional intermingling of songs from the movie, but like, I'm sorry, Meryl Streep, you will never be Bernadette Peters. you try real hard, but no. And I think that was, you know, like, I feel bad that nobody just thought, hey, maybe we should ask Bernadette Peters to play this role, because I'm pretty sure she just has the entire thing on memorization. It's like, ooh, look, we want you to do a Sondheim number, Bernadette. Although that leads to a question. I will ask chat. How many of you have actually listened to Into the Woods, or know Into the Woods? As we, you know, figure things out, I guess. Because Boyce is giving me agony, which, to be honest, oh, Conti, Into the Woods is a, oof, sorry, Sven. Into the Woods, is a musical by Stephen Sondheim, and in classic Stephen Sondheim fashion, it is a subversion of expectations, particularly around fairy tales, and a whole bunch of fairy tales. And the point of the fairy tales is that they, you know, the fairy tales are the framework, and the main character is actually the witch. And it's like the witch in all of these certain fairy tales is also the fairy godmother aspect in things. And it's how all of these fairy tales are actually interconnected and not always good, I guess is the right way to say it. You know, spoiler, one of the most important lines ever I have ever heard, and I saw the show, I saw the show, I saw the Tony Productions and stuff, and then I listened to the cast recording, and then I read the script. It is not for kids. Into the Woods is not for children. Oh look, hold on. Give me 2 seconds. I have to do a thing, and then we will have Trooper, who will agree with me that Into the Woods is not for children. And
no, but then again, a lot of fairy tales are questionable for children. Some of them are. Some of them aren't.
But I'm not talking about fairy tales. I'm talking about Into the Woods itself.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Like, I'm sorry. The anthropomorphically, physically correct Big Bad Wolf.
But, you know, what I think about, though, is about certain media that people have certain sort of, that there's larger societal baked-in ideas about, right? And one of them is that musicals, also known as the musical comedy, are light, fun, family fare for everyone. And that is, like...
No.
I mean, okay, sure, in the Golden Age, a lot of musicals were sort of framed that way, but
I don't think even in the Golden Age they were light family fare. I think they were billed as, you know, because you were dealing with the Hays Code, not the rating system and things. Mm-hmm. So, hi, by the way, here's Trooper. He came to join us. I told you he would show up.
No, but what I was thinking was that, like, when you had like that sort of like that newer generation, like near the, let's say, if you have the first wave of musicals being pre Golden Age, before you get the book musical, right? So people will say everything before Showboat,
right?
Then if you have the Golden Age, I feel like clearly that third phase of the musicals happens when you get all of those that sort of break. So Hair, but then like Sondheim, that whole sort of generation who were like Fosse, who were like just making musicals that weren't that funny. You know what I mean? And sometimes they were also a little bit mean-spirited.
The Downer musical.
There were a bunch of Downer musicals, and
I will point you to things like Cabaret and Chorus Line. Which,
yes,
you know.
Yeah, and then I suppose you get I think of that as being like late 60s, 70s, right? And then you get the mega musical, right? The era of Lloyd Webber and like all the big, huge spectacles.
Sweeney Todd is another portion.
Yeah.
That's kind of part of it.
Right. But of course, those were clearly not meant for everyone, for children. And I feel like they were also, okay, you know how you have a medium, and that medium is thought of as either for children, even if it's not necessarily, or more comedic, even if it's not necessarily. Like, because I mean, for example, like Oklahoma's clearly has shifts in it from other musicals. But the point is that people often will then not give it as much quote unquote respect, because we'd like to give our Oscars to like historical dramas with costumes where people like, I don't know, die of a wasting disease. And I kind of feel like those downer musicals were in some ways this kind of move towards trying to be taken more seriously, as to sort of separate themselves from like a Damn Yankees or the things that came before. But
at the same time, it's like you look at things like Damn Yankees or Annie Get Your Gun, or I'm leaving aside Rodgers and Hammerstein because I think they belong in a separate kind of genre by themselves.
I would agree.
They are the golden age of musicals, but they are not really typical of what, even if they're using the typical medium.
Yeah. They're sort of moving within and without, and it's kind of like they're like alongside and that kind of. Anyway, go on. Yes.
Yeah. They're kind of the art house of the golden age. It's weird.
Yeah. Yeah.
And you know, Annie Get Your Gun or Kismet or Seven Brides for Seven Brothers.
Yep.
If you look at the way those shows, the shows before we get to the movie, right? We're talking about the Broadway show. They were a trip for adults of an equal opportunity to go to the show, right? Like you weren't expecting to take small children to the theater in the 30s, 40s, and 50s.
Yeah.
In the 60s, you were definitely not taking small children to the theater.
Yeah, and part of that has to do with move towards suburbs, right? So if you're with the move towards suburbia, people are less centrally located, so people would have to travel into the city to go and see their shows, and they're probably not taking their kids.
Well, there's that, but also like the genre has changed a little bit.
Yeah.
And it's so, but then it becomes in the 80s with the mega musicals. It's like the targeted ads of bring your kids to see Cats.
Yeah.
Which. The real answer should be bring your kids to see Cats for the matinee, not for the evening performance.
I got to see Cats as a kid. I found it super boring. Like, I liked the first 15 minutes and I was like, ooh, I'm okay. When I was a kid, I wasn't like 5. I was maybe 12, 13. I was already doing theater. And I went in, I was like, oh, this set, like they turned the theater into the junkyard. That was cool. The Cats came on stage, like, oh, their costume is cool. Oh, their movement is really cool. And then like after like 20 minutes, I was like, and then I started getting irritated. 13-year-old me. I was irritated that Weber had Grisabella come in and sing like the first third of Cats of Memories and then just stop. And then in the middle, she sang the second third and then she left again. And then in the end, she finished. And I was like, wait, I'm supposed to be really impressed, right? Because she finished the song. Now I'm just irritated because I feel like you're trying to manipulate me because I'm 12 or 13 and you think I'm going to fall for it. And I didn't. And then I just got irritated. And then I saw some other Weber and he does the same thing. And I was like, no, I'm mad again. I'm like,
yep, I mean, can I introduce you to a little thing? We call it Starlight Express.
Yeah. And look, I want to be...
I have to be bluntly honest. There are things that you need to be in a certain psychological state or physiological state to experience. Yellow Submarine is one of them. Starlight Express is another.
I will just say, I don't want to be that person who rags on Andrew Lloyd Webber, because there are people who rag on Andrew Lloyd Webber in sexist and gross ways because they're like, oh, right? And I'm not doing that. It's just that I find his manipulation to be not subtle. Like, if you're going to manipulate me and make me cry because that's what art does or whatever it is, I would like you to do it well. And for me, Webber is the equivalent of when you go see a movie and all of a sudden the string section comes on really loud out of nowhere because they want you to cry right now. And you're like, cry. And I was like, no. Now you lost me because you weren't subtle. Like, you just brought the hammer and I see what you're doing.
As opposed to, like, so the reason this came up is because we were talking about we were talking about preparation. I get to talk about a lot of things because you weren't here yet. So, things like Blue Rose and how my prep for Blue Rose this week was basically listening to the original cast recording of Into the Woods on repeat. Nice. And I was like, Meryl Streep, you're okay, but could somebody not pick up the phone and call Bernadette Peters? I'm sure she could have done it. It's like she has that thing memorized, right? It's Sondheim. It's like,
and she doesn't age, so
no, she doesn't. And I've seen her do things live, and that woman is phenomenal. Also, by the way, you can also follow Bernadette Peters on Twitter. Oh, and she does a bunch of she supports about the Broadway animals drives and stuff, and also does she talks about a lot of the individual pop-up shows that she's done. So the woman still performs and she still sings, and I've seen her recently do stuff. You could have, I guarantee you, it would have cost you less.
She was she performed at my university recently, and a couple of years ago. Brilliant, really nice person. So I was sorry, because we're talking about musicals and I'm very excited. By the way, hello everybody. My alarm is my phone, and my phone died in the middle of the night, so I did not wake up because my alarm didn't go off. But I'm here. So hi everybody. I'm here.
I do like this line from Gonzo. Is Andrew Lloyd Webber the Michael Bay of musicals? Yes.
Yeah, and the thing is,
in both the personality and the desire for spectacle,
and his weird relationship to his female muses. Where you're like, I don't know what you're doing right now. And look,
if he could figure out a way to have something explode on stage, he probably would. Yeah.
And and the thing is that people do rag on Weber in ways that make me feel uncomfortable. It's like one of those things where you don't have to like something. There are people who will oh, this thing is bad, and they'll just say these things about it. And I was like, oh, that's not a good way to critique that, because actually that's just gross, right? And so I don't like Weber very much, and I try, I really do, but he just keeps doing certain things in terms of his orchestration that upset me. And I don't mean to be that person, but he'll have a completely traditional orchestra and then throw in a synthesizer that comes out of nowhere and doesn't really work. I liked Joseph though. I feel like some of his earlier stuff is actually more interesting, but
I'm very picky about which of my Weber I enjoy. Mm-hmm. Yes, Anna, because Phantom needs more explosions.
Which I think is true. I mean, clearly.
I mean, if you could have got... So, full disclosure, I am obsessed with Phantom. I acknowledge my Phantom fangirl stage. Also, the fact that I have the West End cast recording, the original Broadway cast recording, and the revival cast recording. Hi. And Michael Crawford is, perfect in that role. But more explosions but less Gerard Butler. I mean, he wasn't bad for the role. I think they changed a lot of things, and they did a lot of bad things with the film that just are not good. But I got to see it. My dad hates that show. My mother was like, okay, fine, whatever. So eventually I got to go see it, and we got lucky because one of her clients had extra tickets that she got, so we were 4th row in the orchestra. Yes, I still have the frickin' champagne cork. It sits on my shelf over there.
Wow.
That you get because they used to do it. Saber open of the champagne bottles. And when you're there and they drop the chandelier, and you're in the orchestra, you feel it, and you feel that emotion and all of those, you feel all of that, and it works for Phantom. It doesn't work for a lot of his other shows, and then he also should have just stopped with Phantom. And we don't need to discuss the thing that came after that pretended to be a sequel to that.
So Petra said this thing, so by the way, because Phantom was so important to so many people, I don't want to rag on it too much. I mean, it's not my personal thing, but
it's not perfect. I acknowledge its flaws.
But I know that it's been important to people. Do you know what I mean? And I think that's important to acknowledge as well. You know what I mean? Like,
I mean, you have to acknowledge that it's important to a lot of people. It did a lot of very interesting things.
And it helped re-democratize musical theaters in ways that, like, musical theater was very democratized, and then it kind of sort of moved away from that, and then it kind of came back in. And I think that it's important to be to recognize. You know what I mean?
You also need to acknowledge the fact that he literally, that show, unless it's reworked, only works for one female lead, because he wrote it for her.
Yeah. So Petra's like, I'm going to out myself and admit that my interest in musicals is marginal. I love the music of many of them, but aside from Hamilton, there hasn't been a show that made me want to go see it live. So the thing that I wanted to say, Petra, is that one of the things that I study music, and I study a lot of music from like the interwar period, but also a little bit earlier. And one of the things I did a lot of work, let's say, transatlantic, transpacific music from the 1880s to the present, popular music. And I was really interested because of my work and also just because of my life, in the weird genre anxieties that people have. And musical theater is related to this in the sense that I remember thinking, because I saw Sweeney Todd when I was pretty young, and I remember hearing people say, oh, Sweeney Todd's not a musical, it's really an opera. And when they said that, they meant to say that it's better. And I was like, well, hold on a second, what do you mean by that? Well, because clearly opera is better than musicals. And I was like, okay, well, what makes this an opera? And like all the ones that they wanted to say were really operas were things that had like a lot of prestige. And I was like, well, what makes these things opera really rather than musicals, right? I was like, let's talk about this. And they were like, well, I mean, musicals have talking and opera doesn't. I was like, well, actually, that's not true. Carmen has talking, and actually quite a lot of that's just not true. I'm like, well, and I was like, well, hold on. And I started thinking about these genres of opera, operetta, music hall, right, from the UK, musicals from the US, cabaret and cabaret revues from, let's say, continental Europe. There are all these sort of related genres of music and story, like, music and story. And there are different operettas, another one, right? There are different prestige levels attached. And it's interesting to me to see when someone's going to decide when they're going to decide, well, that, oh, no, this one's a this, not a this. And I was like, well, why are you making this distinction? What is going on there? Like, why do you want to argue that West Side Story is really an opera? Why are you doing that? Like, right? Or that these things have to be musicals because they're commercial, as if going to the Met is not a commercial organization. Like, there are these kind of really odd covert values that are tied into wanting to separate some of these sort of music, story, speech things, and I question them.
I mean, there's a lot of that. I mean, the last academic paper I wrote, because now I get to do law school stuff instead, was I presented at CAMWIS, which is the Classical Association of the Middle West and the South. Yeah, it's the second largest classical organization in the United States. The only thing bigger is the national one. It is, but it's also one of the oldest. It's a great, anyways, it's a lot of fun. But what I presented on was, one of the things that I did when I was teaching was focus on teaching my students that there is a difference between translation and transliteration. And transliteration is what most people learn in their first years of learning a language. It's this word equals this thing, and it's just one-for-one transposition. Translation is about figuring out that sometimes those words, you have to figure out similes and translating various other metaphors, or maybe this word has a different meaning in this particular context that you want to consider. What would be a better choice for meaning versus, just word-for-word transliteration. So what I would do is I would give my Latin 3 students a public domain translation of a classical Greek drama and say, here, contemporize this, make this relevant for you all, and we will perform it with the lower grades, and it will be the Honors Society's project, charity project, whatever. and they were really this particular year they were really struggling with understanding the strophe, antistrophe in a Greek chorus and how it goes back and forth and what it is. And I'm like, look, you sit here and sing the cabinet battle from Hamilton every day. It's literally that. They're like, oh, well, can we make this a musical? I'm like, yeah, most of these were. This is what Greek theater was. You had accompaniment. It wasn't quite singing the way we were, but there's an entire passage in Aristotle about what the definition of tragedy actually comes from, and how the term word for tragedy actually has to do because of who the name of the young boys chorus has to do, and how they sound like goats because their balls haven't dropped yet. Which is an important point, because it actually goes on to the reasoning why according to Aristotle, men's voices deepen is because their scrotum pull on their vocal cords and pull it down further into their chest cavity. Thanks, Aristotle.
There's a lot of exciting biology back then, you know?
But it's like, you sit there and you go, it's wrong, but it's not illogical. Like, if you didn't know, it's not illogical. So we're like, okay, well, this is all things of how tragedy works. Let's make this a musical. And they're like, can we use Hamilton? I'm like, sure. Would be like making it what is known as a parody song. And so they took music, relevant mood songs from Hamilton, transformed all the strophe, antistrophe, and a couple other sections into song, reworked them into words and songs, modernized them, and turned it into a musical, and then performed it. Went really well, actually. I then took that and was like, okay, so this is a discussion about how theater is more easily... The paper actually ended up being about how popular genre music, and specifically American theater musicals, actually aid in the transition and transmission of understanding for the audience, and how this is a means of pedagogy. So it becomes a system of learning as well. Now, it worked. I thought it was a lot of fun. It was a great paper. It was well received. I should actually eventually figure out how it's going to get published, but whatever. But I think the thing is that musical theater in New York, not outside of New York, but in the city of New York, there is the dividing line, there is a sharp dividing line between what is considered a critical darling and a musical. Sometimes those things overlap. Hamilton is an instance where those things overlap. But if the critics don't like something, and it gets panned by the critics, but the audience enjoys it and goes to see it, it's considered popular and accepted, and outside of musical theater, outside of the city, becomes like, oh, this is what musical theater is. It ties into the whole, post 9/11, come see a show in New York, bring your kids, see a show, which is why there's a lot of Disney and all of these other things. But you also have always had shows that are like popular but not critical darlings, and are too lowbrow. How to phrase this in perspective? Lowbrow, I guess.
Yeah, that's the term that I think that's the term that would be the appropriate term. But of course, we have to acknowledge that term is a creation of middle class culture when they created middlebrow culture. Like there's there are biases in it. We're not you can use the term without endorsing the term, right? That's what we're saying, I think.
We're using this term without endorsing it because it's what other people use. And it's things like, you look at certain creators who have become considered quote unquote very highbrow in the musical theater genre, like Sondheim. And you're like, Sondheim, I don't think ever thought, I the gentleman is still with us. I don't think he ever thought of himself as highbrow, as more as he wanted to experiment with the genre.
Mm-hmm.
And you see that in ways in which he's like, he embraces topics and genres and what he writes about, like assassins, for example.
Well, so I just want to say that this is making me think of something sort of slightly.
Okay, go off topic. Now we're here for the digressions.
No, this is actually, this is not technically a digression. I mean, it is, but it isn't. But this is making me think about, again, I'm thinking about the history of musical theater. I'm thinking about genre, and I'm thinking about all these other genres that were happening. Let's say if you go back to the teens, 20s, right? So yes, you have musical theater, but what musical theater was like? What do you mean by that? Well, I mean, there is Broadway, although still that's gonna be complicated. But you also had a bunch of musical theater that were not in major Broadway houses. Again, this is still pretty early, right?
But like what is the oldest running operational theater in the city of New York?
Ooh, I don't know.
It's one of the Yiddish theaters.
Right. So I was going to mention like Yiddish theater, Italian theater. There was a lot of immigrant theater that was clearly meant for working class folks who were new immigrants, and it was in their own language. There's a bunch of that. Burlesque, vaudeville. There are a bunch of sort of these genres that were going back even, that were music hall, all these things that were for the masses. That's what they were, just like Shakespeare was for the masses. And there were forms of opera, not all forms, some forms were clearly not for the masses, that were also for the masses. And those forms that were for the masses, like
Italian revenge opera.
Yeah, like Italian revenge opera, or things that are based in commedia dell'arte. Right? There's a whole bunch of these, and those were also opera, but they were also clearly meant for the masses. They were sort of performed in sort of open squares. But the thing about opera is that Wagner decided that he was a genius and helped shift what people thought opera was, right? You know what I mean? By I mean, he was not the only one, of course, but he really was part of that.
So I returned to my to a
yes, also Ziegfeld Follies. Yeah, Ziegfeld Follies are
also the Ziegfeld Follies.
Follies reviews. All these things are also part of that stuff, right? And there was just a way in which these things shifted, and then now our current understanding, we basically have believed the propaganda of people who said that these things are not for us because they wanted to only be for them, but that wasn't always how it was, right? That these things also involved like fart jokes and people throwing tomatoes and laughing, and you know what I mean? Like these were much more open things, and now they are less so.
Faye and Hawkeye are talking about the Fiddler adaptation. Ooh. That unfortunately Joel Grey and Harvey Fierstein did in Yiddish.
Mm-hmm.
And it is a beautiful piece, and unfortunately COVID means that you can't see it right now.
Yeah.
But if you look on either Broadway HD or Broadway Direct, I believe they still have the rights for the streaming production. There was one that was done as a Fathom event. Hi, by the way, I am not a sponsored, but if you have ever want to see theater or opera or any of these things, look into something called Fathom events. And the Met every season, now admittedly this is in the before times, before COVID, and COVID will change things, but whatever. The Met every season has Met Live in HD. Their Saturday matinees performances are all live streamed to various theaters around the world that will host Fathom events. Any AMC theater, a lot of the Regal theaters, all of them host these Fathom Live events. And for those of us who love opera, but can't afford the $120 family circle nosebleed seats at the Met, $27, between $20 and $27 to see in a theater, in a movie theater, where you're basically the same distance as you would be, because it's like they put the camera like right up close and personal. Now, the difference is that there are multiple cameras, so it's live, so but sometimes they'll focus in on the main performer and then pull back so you can see the whole thing, but it's a lot closer, and they still have all the subtitles and all these things. It's how I got to see what's his name? Unfortunately, you know, not currently happening. Ice Bunny, the Family Circle is technically the 5th ring balcony in the Met. The Metropolitan Museum, the Metropolitan Opera House has the orchestra seats, the box seats, and then 4 more balconies above it.
And standing room only.
Mm-hmm. It is a huge opera house. Who's the 3rd tenor? Not Pavarotti, not Placido. No, Placido Domingo. It was Placido Domingo.
Yeah, like Domingo Pavarotti and
I was thinking of Domingo, but it's Jose. No, Carreras. No.
Yeah. No. Hold on.
We'll figure this out. But we'll figure this out.
Go on. I'm gonna look it up.
But that's how Met Live in HD is how I got to see Placido Domingo in
It was Carreras. It was Carreras.
Oh God, what's the opera? Big biblical opera, starts with an N. Nebuchadnezzar.
Is it Verdi?
Nabucco. Nabucco. Yeah, it's about Nebuchadnezzar, but the name of the opera is Nabucco. And the Chorus of the Hebrew Slaves is the big chorus opera piece that literally I will look this up. Nabucco, it's it's a huge set piece that was designed for the Met. It's literally all around the wall. They built these steps of walls. It's like 4 stories high. They have members of the chorus on 3 different stories. It's one of the most moving pieces of, it's supposed to literally be, it's the chorus's big performance in the middle, right at the end of Act 3. The beginning of Act 4, so like right after one of the intermissions, and it's supposed to basically be a, within the musical, within the production of the opera, is a break for the leads so that they can be off stage for like 10 minutes. But it's always considered one of the big set pieces of the opera when it's performed. But it's a huge deal, and like it's but you can go find Met Live HD, and Fathom Events also does things from the National Theatre Company in England, from the Royal Ballet Company. They do things. They also do things from the Bolshoi Ballet, and so it's a great way to get. I've found it to be a great equalizer for different.
Democratizer.
Thank you.
When I was a kid, I grew up in San Francisco, and we had our theaters had this program where they would give basically free tickets to like the dress rehearsal to middle school kids for like the opera, the musical theater, the symphony. And so like, you could be a middle school kid and I got to see Dreamgirls, I got to see La Traviata, and I got to see the symphony. And like, that was really great. But I was thinking about the ways in which also melodrama is another genre that's like related but I was thinking about how performance is like a community thing, right? We can think about Broadway, but musical theater or any of these other forms are not just Broadway. They're also like your local high school, your community theater. Like these are are community festivals, depending on like how far back you want to go, right? That these are parts of sort of community storytelling. They're parts of sort of community building through sound, movement, music, and it's interesting to me the ways in which we are currently in a space that has alienated ourselves from particular kind of fantastical things. And what I mean by that is, and you can be like, well, but we have fantastical things all the time. But when you look at, say, a Marvel movie, it's not actually fantastical. Like they're fantastical. Like when you like the acting is done as if it's realistic. The special effects are like, we judge special effects to see how realistic, like there's a kind of and by realistic, we mean a certain idea of realism, right? When I've talked to people who are like, oh yeah, I don't like musicals because it's not realistic that people sing. And I was like, well, first off, I actually do sing all the time out loud. I do. But that's not the point of what it's doing. It's not trying to be realism. And actually lots of media is not trying to be realism. Like film noir is not trying to be realistic or expressionism. Like there are all sorts of things that aren't not to be quote unquote whatever realism is, which is, by the way, made up. But it's trying to get access to something that might be like, you can get into the hyperreal or the sort of like, it's about getting access to different kinds of realities. Do you know what I mean? Like the idea that with a lot of these sort of musical drama things, what ends up happening is that there are things that people cannot express just in words, and so they sing them, right? Or they dance them, right? That gives us access to feelings, emotions, and thoughts that may not be able to be expressed in a mundane space. And so you're able to get into a kind of it's like a lot of what's happening with musicals, operas, a lot of musical drama things is that the songs are the interior space of the people we're talking about who cannot express them in words. And so they express them through some other kind of heightened emotional form, dance, song, whatever. And so like when Tony is singing Maria in West Side Story, he's not like literally singing the song when he's walking down the street, and that's why it's not realistic. It's an access to what is his inner thoughts and feelings that we normally cannot get access to, right? So it's about ways to be expressive. And I think it's also not coincidental that as we have moved into quote unquote realism, there is expressiveness is seen as a less positive, right? Like I think about the ways in which expressivity, like emotional displays, are sort of like, looked down upon as we're moving into this kind of moving away from these heightened realities and heightened expressions of reality, but people, and I think there's something about like a narrowing of what kind of expressions are acceptable in terms of how much emotionality you're allowed to express. And I think that the kind of the moving away from these heightened emotional media, which could be any number of things, right, is part of that. And I think that's not healthy. That's all.
No, I agree with that. And I also think it ties back into things like the way in which things would be expressed. I mean, like when we were talking, I mean, we've had this conversation with multiple people online in various forums, that a lot of people who embrace the form of the school of acting known as method, particularly in the United States, are creepy.
Yeah.
Not all of them, but a large chunk of them. And you look at something like, say, DiCaprio in Wolf of Wall Street, or Daniel Day-Lewis in,
Hi, Shinobi.
Hey, Shinobi. Hey, everyone.
And Wild.
Hey, Wild. I look at Daniel Day-Lewis in a lot of things that he does, and or particularly like DiCaprio in Wolf of Wall Street, and I'm like, I am not as emotionally impacted in those kind of performances as I am in something as simple as, like, I will acknowledge it now. I will always tear up at the end of Casablanca. like there is an emotionality, an expression of emotion, admittedly not at the point that most people think, but it happens. I also, you know, I also feel much more, you know, when Rick says, of all the gin joints in all the world, why did she have to walk into mine? Like, you know, he's also drunk off his ass when he says it, so.
Yeah, but I was thinking, like, on this sort of moment, I was thinking about, so you mentioned DiCaprio, and I was thinking about DiCaprio's problem, right? DiCaprio's problem being that no one gave him any kind of acting respect because his main audience was perceived to be women, and he was...
More importantly, his main audience, before he eventually gets the Oscar, was teenage girls.
Yes, yes. And also... we're gonna have to get into a little bit of like gender theory for a moment.
Wait, stop. Sven, you have never seen Casablanca? I don't usually judge you, but I'm judging you now.
Just watch it later. Just watch it.
How can you go watch it and experience the best movie ever made? Fight me. AFI.
I'm not going to fight you, but look, so, all right, there was a scholar, Laura Mulvey, who wrote this really famous article, which was about the male gaze, right? So she's doing film theory, psychoanalytic film theory. She was very, very important historically. She wrote this article that sort of defined what the male gaze was, and it was about the idea that when you're making a film, there is a person who's controlling the camera, and that camera historically has been controlled by men because there are very few women directors, still to this day, actually. And so that when a film is being made, the framing eye is presumed to be a man, right? So she's like, and so this is why you see very often in films will be like a slow pan up of a woman's body, but yet it doesn't happen to men, right? So she's sort of thinking about the ways in which cameras are assumed that there's like a male viewer. And so that women are in those films are often viewed as objects, not as subjects. And men are not often objectified in film. Now, of course, it's 2021, so it's a little bit different. She's talking sort of classic and earlier films, but then she actually does, you can then think about what this means. So the point being that within this setup, men are not often used to being looked at as objects. And women have to often deal with the fact that they are recognizing that they are both objects as well as subjects. And the best example I can think of as a way to sort of demonstrate this is if you're on a college campus on a Friday night and you see couples walking, like heterosexual couples walking towards a frat party, and the woman has clearly spent 2 or 3 hours making herself look really nice. Her hair's done, her makeup's done, she's in a dress. It's also probably 20 degrees out and she's not wearing a jacket, so I worry about her getting hypothermia. And the fellow who's by her side is wearing a pair of sweats, right? This idea that he does not have to worry about what he's looking like, right? And the thing is that there are, of course, and there always have been, women who look, or men who look at men, like there are men who are looked at. But the problem is that if you are a man who is aware that you are looked at and makes yourself available to being looked at, and we can go right back to Rudolph Valentino, they are seen as suspect, right? If it is perceived that you are a man who's being looked at as an object, that makes other men feel uncomfortable, and they tend to then find ways to dismiss you. So actors who are seen as too pretty, who are seen to be as objects of a gaze, usually a teenage girl audience or just any kind of woman audience. So from Valentino onward, and Brad Pitt got this, of course, also Leo DiCaprio. Many of them end up being blonde, which is interesting, but those men are often seen as not being real actors or good actors. Same thing with a lot of musicians. They're not taken seriously because of who their audience is. And if they want to be taken seriously, they tend to have to do something to get rid of, to sort of place them back, to sort of remove them from that female perceived audience, and then sort of place them back. So like DiCaprio does the bear movie.
Yeah, the really creepy one where he almost
The
dies.
Revenant.
The Revenant.
Yeah. Right. And so like, and in that one, there's all this discussion about how like, and it's so fascinating because DiCaprio's like, I'm a vegan, but like for this movie, which makes him less manly, right? But for this movie, I actually ate real meat because my character was really eating raw bear meat. And actually I was out and the director had me stay in the forest and I almost actually died in real life. And everyone's like, oh, you were in an unsafe work environment? Yeah, that's great. That shows that you're a real actor, that you were in an unsafe work environment. It was being bullied by your director, as opposed to, well, that's messed up, right? And so this becomes a way for him to sort of gain masculinity, and then he gets the Oscar for it. And so there's a lot of weirdness about male actors who are seen as too much heartthrobs for women audiences, right? And like this is like the sort of denigration of the chick flick, right? All these things are sort of part of that.
Hawkeye asks if Rock Hudson would fall into that category, and I don't think so. And I think the difference is that those 70s women heartthrobs, Rock Hudson, Burt Reynolds, they kind of embraced it, but they also were doing a large number of films that were very action-oriented films.
I think with Rock Hudson, it would depend on when, right? Because I think early Rock Hudson, definitely, because early Rock Hudson, right, is doing all the sort of Douglas Sirk women's weepies. So he was in that category as being like a handsome dude for gals. And they can try to transition out of that. It sort of depends. But
it's
I think
also, I also think it's a little bit different because we're talking about actors who
pre-method
and who are very much like, okay, so let's talk about, you know, Humphrey Bogart. Famous actor, very focused from a female. A lot of people want to watch Humphrey Bogart. And he's a brilliant actor. Does a lot of these noir films, so he's a very masculine oriented.
He can be a tough guy.
He can be a tough guy, but he also does a lot of these very I mean, like Casablanca is a love story, and he hits one person in that film.
Yeah, but this thing, it's often about the perception of a thing rather than the thing, right?
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
Like when people say, oh, you know, boy bands, only teenage girls like boy bands. And I was like, you don't sell millions and millions and millions of copies of your album if only teenage girls are buying it. That's actually just clearly not true. But it's the perception of truth, right? And that becomes this really weird thing. Like, so for example, Gonzo's like, Robert Pattinson is a fantastic actor. But do you remember when they cast him as Batman, a bunch of like nerd boys were like, how dare they? Because he can't act, because he was in Twilight, because he has a female fan. Like, it was the same thing when Twilight came out, which I'm not going to talk about Twilight, but I'm going to talk about how when all these women and their moms went to San Diego Comic-Con because they're really excited about getting in their genre fiction, a bunch of gatekeepers were like, oh, that's not real. What is this doing here? This is so terrible. This is the worst thing ever. And I was like, what do you think San Diego Comic-Con's been doing for the last decade? Like, this has been a, like, there's
to be fair, on the other side of it, from those of us who are like not actually gatekeeping, just got really pissed at them.
Sure.
One of the big things that came out of both Dragon Con and Comic Con when they started doing Twilight things at those events is that the Twilight fans would go to the halls 4 panels in advance and stay there.
Yeah.
And you're like, okay, we don't want to gatekeep you, but there are social contract norms that you are not obeying because you want to treat it like just going outside to standing outside and waiting at the stage door for the band to come out. Yeah. Which is not the same,
Yeah, that's right.
Like, yes, there were people who were assholes to Twilight fans.
And I don't like Twilight, but that's not the point. Do you know what I mean? Like,
exactly.
It's like, I cannot like Twilight. Well, I can think that Twilight has got some problems while also being irritated by the way that a bunch of people are talking about Twilight, right? Like, if you want to say like, hey, Twilight has got some problems here and here, I was like, that's cool. But if you're like, whatever, vampires aren't supposed to be hot. Vampires are supposed to be ugly creatures who are undead and evil. It's like, I don't know if you've been paying attention to vampire literature forever. Like, vampires have always had a sexual undercurrent to them.
It's all about sexuality and various other things, and there's a whole lot about it, but the sparkly thing is weird.
But I don't care. Do you know what I mean? I was like, it's weird, but I don't care.
I have more problems with the inherent abusive relationships that both sides are abusing, multiple people are being abusive, and the appropriation of an actual Native American tribe in the Pacific Northwest and making them really, really, really creepy pedos.
Yeah, I was like, those are things that I have the problem with. I'm not mad that that he's a sexy vampire. Like, I just, come on, I don't care about that.
I'm not mad that he's a sexy vampire. I'm not mad that it's a self-insert design story. I think they're just, there are a lot of things. Oh, have fun, Petra. I will put the VOD up on YouTube, as I put all the VODs of all of these things up, for anyone who wants to check them out. Or Twitch is being twitchy upon.
Twitch said the YouTube Cinema Therapy did a great video on those subjects, and I will tell you, Gonzo, I watch perhaps more than I should video essays on YouTube because I find the concept very interesting, and some of them are very good, some of them are less good, but I'm very fascinated by them. But I don't know that one, and I'm going to just pull up a new tab.
YouTube Cinema Therapy did one. Cinema Therapy did one, and really, I feel for him so much. Dom Noble, who does adaptation. What is it? He literally focuses on you know how when you have this YouTuber who you have in your subscriptions and you're like, why don't I remember
and then you can't find them because you have 100.
Dominic Noble, and he Lost in Adaptation. He does Lost in
Oh,
Adaptation.
he's very good. I like him.
So he did an entire series on Twilight and the books and the movies and how they work and some of the problems that are in them, and they're really, really good. Yeah, hashtag nuts. Yeah, he is really good. I also, think that there's... Wow! Thank you, your anonymous gifter, for all of those gift subs. I appreciate them all. I'm going to mute the alerts because they're going to go off for a little bit. Or actually, I did mute the alert box. Well, whatever, I guess. Oh, my sound's low? Okay, I can bring it up a little bit. I was trying to... Thank you, anonymous donor. I appreciate all of those gift subs. I really, really do. I actually, yes, really do appreciate all of those gift subs. Kind gifts are always appreciated. As you say, Gonzo. But also, I feel like this is an appropriate point, because we've done this, we're at this break for the last of the alerts to go off. We are, as you can see above us, on our head, there's a little ticker thingy. It's going. It's going. It started. I am raising money for World Central Kitchen, which is the charity run by Chef Andres, focused on getting into disaster areas and providing food and water and working with local people to get what's needed there. Right now, they're operating in a bunch of different places, but right now the big places that they are currently operating in is in Mississippi. If you follow his Twitter, Texas may have been in the news a lot, but you know what else? A bunch of other states got hit by that storm, and Mississippi still doesn't have water back yet for big chunks of it, at least in Jackson. Oh, Trooper, are you going to Jackson?
I'm not leaving my apartment ever.
I give you that layup. And
I know. It's just the pandemic, and I just am like, why? Like, I don't even,
You're not even gonna. I give you that soft, subtle set.
I know. But what? Okay, look. What happened is you did that, and doesn't make any sense at all. But this is what happened in my brain. My brain went to Midnight in Montgomery by Alan Jackson.
Also a good song.
It is. And I just was like, and all of a sudden I was like, I know I've got to get the other thing, but I was like, it's Midnight in Montgomery. And I was like, no, hear that whippoorwill. And I was like, no. And it just filled my entire brain.
But that's an entirely different state, y'all.
I know. But his name is Alan Jackson. Anyway, the point is that was in my brain and I couldn't let it go. And I was like, I cannot spike it right now because Alan Jackson's in my mind. And
so fine, are you going to Jackson? No. I can't. It's still.
I can't. It's in my brain. And it's lodged.
Yes,
I need to get
it's
Reba.
okay. We can get it out. I can get it out of your brain.
Can you?
I can indeed. Would you like me to get it out of your brain?
Go ahead. I want to see if it'll work because right now Alan Jackson's like in my brain.
Wait, hold on. I have to make sure I have it in the right key. I have, you know me. I have to make sure that these are appropriate. Apologies in advance for what you will never get out of your mind. Nights when the wind was so cold, my body froze in bed if I just listened to it right outside the window. And that guarantees to get anything else out of your brain.
But you stopped.
Yes, I had to. I do not need the DM. I mean,
It's fair. That's fair. Fine.
I mean, like, Queen Celine is not going to be horrible, but
So when I first introduced, when I first encountered Celine Dion, what the song was, my first Celine Dion song.
What was your first Celine Dion song?
I was in Europe, so
Yes.
yeah.
So
I lived in
one of the French albums.
No, actually, it was because I was in Germany, so it was.
We'll come back to that, Gunzo. I'll make we'll come back to that.
Think Twice, from her The Color of Love album.
Ooh, very nice.
And it's a great song. Like, and I will say this is just like a side note, which is, Gonzo, I have thoughts about that too. There are thoughts about music biopics. Oh yeah. One of the things that was like a very strange thing for me is that I spent like basically the 90s, right, in Europe, and then I came back to the States. And what's interesting to me is that there are things that are taken seriously in Europe that are thought of as jokes in the United States. That like there are things that people will like critique or like laugh at or talk smack about that are just normal things. So when I came to the United States, I came back like at the end of 97, 98. And I was like, oh, I want to go dancing. And I was like, oh yeah, dancing. Oh, go to the clubs. I was in undergrad. I was not doing clubbing. I was boring. But I was like, oh yeah, I love that song. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no more. And everyone was like laughing and they just thought that was hilarious. I was like, I don't know what you're laughing about. That's a great song, right? And I was like, I didn't get it. And because I did not realize that it was made into a joke in the United States, and actually so was all of Eurodisco was made into a joke, and I didn't know that because I wasn't here then. I was just in Europe going to the disco, having a great time.
But to be fair, we made our own disco into a joke as well.
We did, but I didn't know that at the time. Do you know what I mean? Like, and I didn't know that people were like, oh, Celine Dion, what? And I was like, what? She was like, or the Backstreet Boys. The Backstreet Boys broke in Europe first. They brought the Backstreet Boys to Germany. They broke them in Germany first, and then they brought them to the United States. And so I was in Germany when the Backstreet Boys broke. It was like Quit Playing Games With My Heart, and they were being played in the club alongside like Daft Punk or whatever. And so I was just like, oh, that's cool. I come back to the States and there's this whole other conversation about them that I had. It's just weird. It's just weird when all of a sudden your context is so different. Yeah.
Ice Bunny, they kind of had techno in the 90s in the States, but it was a very different genre and a very different scene.
Yeah.
Particularly because it was, the things you have to remember is that in the 90s in the United States, it's the height of the AIDS epidemic. Most of the club scene, particularly the music club scene in the United States, is very tied to dance clubs, is very tied to gay clubs.
Mm-hmm. And that's like a post disco remnant as well, because there's a big backlash.
A big backlash, so a lot of the dance clubs are very focused in the gay clubs. There's a lot. It's the height of the AIDS epidemic. there is some serious conversations going on that are important to be having, but techno music isn't getting played on the radio the same way it was in other countries.
I always upset Ice Bunny when I say this because she doesn't want to believe this, but it's true. Techno was invented in the United States, and she always wants techno to be like German. I was like, techno was invented by Derek May, by these 3 black teenagers in the suburbs of Detroit. Like
it's a Detroit sound
from the 80s.
From the 80s, that really got its height and then crashed and burned because the clubs are not really a place that people want to be. There's a lot of discussion about the AIDS epidemic and how that ties into the music scene, but it also ties into a lot of things like so it very much becomes like there's then at the same time, at the height of what would have been techno Eurovision in the 90s, you get
grunge.
Well, you get grunge and all of that stuff, but more importantly, you have the Club Kid Killers event in the 90s, which basically kills any music that they would have enjoyed. For those of you who don't know, the Club Kids were a how many of you have seen what's it? Is it called Prom on Netflix? What's the? It's the story about the black
Pose.
Pose. Thank you. Pose, not Prom. Pose. Thank you. So if you've seen Pose, it's a similar concept except much more racially integrated events for the club kids. Very, very, very flamboyantly gay, very, very activistic. Not activist, but activistic, which I think is an important distinction here. Production and called the club, or were a bunch of people called the Club Kids, and Party Monster, and the movie Party Monster is about it. And it leads to so aside from the gay connection, which didn't make it really popular for a lot of people in the first place, the really, really gruesome murder discussions and large amounts of drug overdose use means that genre of music was really looked down upon by outsiders as and this is right after Tipper Gore has pushed her, we must think of who will think of the children. Yeah. And Dee Snider is
amazing.
Amazing. But it was an event, and because of it, it meant that a lot of these music wasn't being played on the radio, and it wasn't.
But it never was, though, right? I mean, and I think
But,
disco got there in the late era, but the thing is that this is mostly dance music, and our radio networks were.
I don't know how it was on the West Coast, but on the East Coast, you would have the evening shows on the East Coast were all dance shows.
Yeah.
Because you would have because clubs on the East Coast, and I don't know how it is on the West Coast, but clubs on the East Coast meant the way it worked was you had to sell alcohol to get the permissions to do it, so that you couldn't be under you couldn't be under the drinking age and go to the dance club. But you wanted something to do, so that they would have these dance club shows like Danny Dan Daniels, a bunch of these great DJs would have these late night dance shows, and you would go to like somebody's house or like a church hall or something, and you would have the dance club scene playing the music. But after a lot of that happened, for the kids who weren't, who weren't under 20, who couldn't go at 21, right? It's in the 80s and 90s. The drinking age is 21. If you were in high school, or underage in college, you would go to, rather than try and get an illegal ID, there were a bunch of these dance late night dance shows on the radio.
Mm-hmm.
And even they stopped playing a bunch of this shit because of what happened.
Yeah, it's interesting because
I'm not saying shit as in if it was bad. I was just
yeah. But I think it's like very complicated because our like U.S. society changed in some ways that European societies didn't, right? When it comes to relationships to the body and music, right? In the sense that a lot of our culture was dance music for a long time. So people went dancing. That is a thing that you would do. You would go, like, jazz was dance music is what it was. It was dance music. And then post-war, a lot of things changed, right? So you get jazz becomes bebop, which becomes not dance music, becomes like sitting and thinking music. Like you still have early rock and roll in the 50s, which is still dance music. But once we get to rock, right? So the rock is a big break, that rock becomes not a space for social dancing anymore. And it becomes less of a dance space, right? So dance spaces become, I mean, there's like there's still dance spaces and like ethnic spaces, but dance becomes seen as like not the.
Well, I mean, like you've always had like the pop dance musics, bubblegum and.
Yes. But the thing is that dance as a thing becomes less central. Like once we get to like the rock break in like the mid '60s, and
like,
we just
like you're not dancing to Creedence.
No, or the Rolling Stones, right? That's not. Right. And there were all these like big dance crazes, like, but in the 50s, like it was mambo, right? There's all these dance crazes, and all these dance crazes become not what the cool thing is. And that's not necessarily the case in Europe. And we get disco, right, as a dance space. And there's this huge anti-disco backlash. And so a lot of the dance things basically go and kind of stay underground versus like the kind of the central rock spaces, right, which become not dance spaces. And so there's like a real weird relationship to dance. And if it's, and like, but people do like to dance. And so you get this like, I mean, like you do get the underground raves, and because people do want to dance, but there's always a weird relationship to dance in that people find it not as intellectual dance music. And like somebody was mentioning pop, right? That there's this weird thing that it's called rockism, right? So, and like, look, all you got to do to know this is a thing that is in operation in the United States is go and find Rolling Stone magazine's list of the greatest X whatever of all time, the greatest X of all time, the greatest songs of all time, the greatest artists of all time, the greatest singers of all time. And you will note that for the most part, like they came out with a list of the greatest albums of all time, which is already gonna be a problem because the long playing album is actually not from all time. It's actually fairly recent. Like it's, but fine, go on. But you look at their list, this is like maybe a decade ago. So they made the list of the greatest albums of all time, and 70% of them were released between 1964 and 1975, which was when they were all in college, which is interesting. So like the best music of all time were the things they listened to. There was very little, almost nothing before then, and very little after then. And the top 10 were all boomer music. It was like the top 10 was, there was like 3 Beatles albums, like 2 or 3 Bob Dylan albums, Beach Boys' Pet Sounds on there, which was like 7. There was a Stones album for 8. And then of course they had like we should probably have something that's not What's Going On by Marvin Gaye. And I was just like, yeah, I see what, and like when it comes to like in those lists of the greatest songs of all time, singers of all time, you're not going to get like Bing Crosby on there. You're not going to get, you generally don't get pop. You get very few women. They're very low on that list anyway. You get very few things that are contemporary, because what these people who are kind of framing what is great, what they value is limited, right? And part of the idea is that if it's pop, it's bad and it's not smart because it's for girls, right? So like early Beatles are bad, but later, like, because when girls like them, but later Beatles, when they liked them, they were good. And so there's all these weird ways, like early Frank Sinatra is bad because girls like Frank Sinatra, later Frank Sinatra is good, right? So there's these ways in which all these values are sort of played out, and the people who are telling us what is important, people who run Rolling Stone, VH1, MTV, like they are like Jan Venner, they're a bunch of boomers who have centralized their experience, and then we often think those things are true, right? And we sort of internalize those ideas that of course those things are better, right? Certainly no Tapestry, right? No Carole King. That becomes like really like, why is Tapestry not on there? Why is Joni Mitchell not placed high on the list of greatest guitarists ever? Why is that? Like, and we can see the ways in which these biases filter through in these ways, and the ways in which, if you want to be taken seriously, you have to somehow frame yourself as not really pop. And what ends up happening is you get somebody like Nirvana, who's in the top 20 on the pop charts, but they're not pop somehow, right? So there are these clearly weird.
So just out of curiosity, because I'm that person, I went and pulled it up, right?
Hey, Lydia.
Some interesting things are very... Well, it's because it was in Spanish. Okay, look, I'm sorry. I object inherently to their list. It is... makes me want to
Are you mad? Because I get mad all the time.
I mean, like, all of their things. Bonnie Raitt's Nick of Time is 492.
Yeah. But like, Curse, they're just not to put a lot of, they're not gonna like,
Look,
they're not
I'm
gonna.
sorry, Harry Styles is above Bonnie Raitt. I'm not that Harry Styles is inherently a bad performer, but I think there's some interesting things.
And it's just so irritating, right? Because clearly, if you are not a boomer, your music is not going to be represented very well. If you like women, if you like, and the thing that gets me is that if they look, this is about language, and I imagine that Prax is going to appreciate what I'm going to say right now. Don't say of all time, if what you mean is the top albums liked by baby boomers, then just say that. You can just say that, or like baby boomer dudes, like be like me more specific in your language, but you don't get to say the greatest albums of all time and have basically only rock on there and mostly from the 70s. Like, you just don't get to do that because come on, like just be like, come on.
Dude, the Isley Brothers 3+3 is only 464.
So this is what's currently on the Rolling Stone magazine's top 500 greatest albums of all time.
I started at the bottom. Let's go further up. Okay, so.
Oh, yeah. Okay, let me get to number one.
Yeah.
Okay, wait. I haven't got there. I'm gonna bet it's the
1.
Beatles. I'm gonna bet it's the Beatles.
Okay, let's go from 50. We'll start at 50 and we'll go forward.
No, we have to go start with number one.
No, we have to start. We have to work our way up to number one because we have to. Then bitch about why
that's fair.
Things are in the wrong place.
No, I'm going to note that this particular list is the one that is currently on the Rolling Stone website, which means they have clearly alternate because they got a lot of flack. They got a lot of flack for their last list, and Spin Magazine came out with their alternate list, which was like a bunch of Gen X stuff and like early millennial stuff or older millennial stuff as like a FU to Rolling Stone Magazine. So this is clearly now an updated version of it. So note that I think they're going to be trying to be better, but go ahead.
Jay-Z. Okay, number 50. Jay-Z is the Blueprint. Okay.
Which is clearly like a shift. I would like this as one big list. That's what I would like.
Yeah,
but go on.
I'm just going through. Outcast, Equimini. Okay. Bob Marley and the Wailers, the Legend album. Great album. Was 48. The Ramones is 47. Paul Simon's Graceland album is 46. I have feelings about Paul Simon writing by himself. Prince's
Well, he didn't really write those songs by himself, did he?
No, he didn't. He just doesn't like to talk about.
I mean, he has full writer's credit, but go ahead.
Exactly. But he performs all of them by himself, which isn't really a good thing. 45 is Prince's Sign of the Times. Okay. 44 is Nas, Illmatic. Ooh.
This is very interesting. I'm going to try for this old list. Go on, keep going. I'm going to do my research for you.
43, A Tribe Called Quest, The Low End Theory. Okay. Radiohead, 42, Radiohead, OK Computer. 41, Top 50 First Introduction of the Stones, Let It Bleed. There we go. Here, we should just keep a count of how many Stones albums are on here.
Yeah, and I'm looking for...
David Bowie, The Rise and Fall of Ziggy Stardust and the Spiders from Mars. Interesting. Because I don't think that because it's truly a concept album, I would expect less concept albums to be on this list. You know what I mean?
Wait.
What?
we have to pause because I'm trying to do a thing for you right now, because if I can do it, then it'll be really interesting because, wait, it's important.
I'm not doing anything. I'm waiting.
Okay, wait. I've got, you're looking at the 2020 revision. I've got the 2003 up is what I've got. I would like to go back and forth with you. Yes.
We're going to go backwards and we're going to compare.
Yes, please.
Because the data, we must compare the data.
Yes, we must compare the data. This is important. So you've got the 2020.
Yes, I have the 2020. I have the 2020 starting at number 50, 500 greatest albums of all time.
I've got the 2003 with a slight update in 2012. So this is the 2003/2012 version of the greatest albums of all time.
Yeah, and what I have is the current edition.
Yes.
So for the current edition, number 50 is Jay-Z's The Blueprint.
For the 2003/2012 version, it's Little Richard. Here's Little Richard from 1957.
Did they bump Little Richard?
It's a question, isn't it?
It is a question.
Okay.
49 is Outcast, Equimini.
49 is the Allman Brothers Band at Fillmore East, 1971.
Kind of. Okay. I almost would have preferred the Allman Brothers Band here.
I want the whole overview.
We want the whole
all
overview
in one
to
list.
see.
Yeah. Go.
48 is Bob Marley and the Wailers, the legend.
48 is Public Enemy. It takes a nation of millions to hold us back. 88.
47 is the Ramones.
47 is John Coltrane of Love Supreme. 64.
46 is Paul Simon's Graceland from 1986.
46 is Bob Marley and the Wailers Legend from 84.
Okay, so Bob Marley fell 2 places, according to this new list. 45, Prince, Sign of the Times from 1987.
45, The Band by The Band from 69.
44, Nas, Illmatic. I'm betting that's not on their list.
44, and by the way, I'm going to note that this list is from 2003. It's not from like 1973.
No, it's 2003.
Yeah. Patti Smith Horses, 75, which is the first time we have a woman so far in this top 50.
In either list.
On either list. And it's Patti Smith, which makes a lot of sense because Patti Smith, boomers would think of as being like edgy enough. I like Patti Smith, but I'm just noting that it's her and not like Olivia Newton-John.
We'll see who else comes up. So far on the 2020 list, we have not had any women. We had 1 woman on the 2003/updated list at 44. So 43 is A Tribe Called Quest.
You'll have way more hip hop than I do. I only have so far. I only have one.
I have a whole lot of hip hop on here.
Yeah, and I only have one so far, and it's Public Enemy, which of course it would be because Public Enemy was inducted into like the Library of Congress important album thing. So like Public Enemy is the one that you like if you were this group of people who are making this list. But
42 is Radiohead, OK Computer, 1997.
My 43 is Pink Floyd, Dark Side of the Moon, 73. Of course it is.
Which I'm very intrigued. Like, I don't think that I think the Dark Side of the Moon is a great album. I'm intrigued that it. We'll see if it ever.
My 42 is The Doors from 67, and I just want to point out a thing that I've always found intriguing by the boomer lists. The Doors album, The Doors, is number 42, and I have never understood why, like, that core central boomer thing, they don't like the Doors more, because like you would think they would love the Doors. They love the Stones, they love the Beatles, they love Dylan, they love all of these things, and I'm like, why do you always place the Doors so low? Like, the Doors are like, they would totally be in your like wheelhouse, boomers, but they don't. And I never really got why that particular group don't like the Doors more.
Not all of them. A lot of them really do, actually. It also has to do with.
I think it's the Doors are not as guitar based as what I think.
Partially, but I also think it's like a lot more psychedelic.
But they love Janis Joplin. Love.
Janis is part of the psychedelic group, but she's not really. Her sound isn't psychedelic.
Some of it is, yeah, but they also really love Jefferson Airplane. It's just weird to me that like they love
more Starship.
Well, no, the Rolling Stone people don't like Starship. They want White Rabbit.
Pretentious.
Well, yeah, right. So this is why I think it's weird they don't like the Doors more. I was like, why don't you like the Doors more? That's so weird to me because you would think that they'd be into them more. But all right, go ahead. 41.
Okay, so 41 is the first instance I get of Rolling Stones' "Let It Bleed."
Interesting.
It's okay, Sven. So do I.
So here's the thing. Here's what I would say. The problem is there's a lot of music that would count of music that boomers would like, many of them by women. But apparently, the boomers who make this list, they don't like women. There's also country music. There's also soul. There's a lot of things that were happening in the 1960s and 70s, almost none of which is on this list. I just like, where's Dolly Parton? Dolly Parton had some great albums in the 70s. Is she going to be on this list? I doubt it.
We will find out, but I still haven't gotten a woman on my list.
Yeah.
In 2020.
Yeah. I've got the Sex Pistols. Never mind the Bollocks, here's the Sex Pistols as 41, which makes sense because they also like punk, because that has cred.
40 is David Bowie, The Rise and Fall of Ziggy Stardust and the Spiders from Mars, which... Ziggy Stardust.
I have got Love, the album Forever Changes from 1967 at 40.
39, Talking Heads, Remain in the Light.
That makes sense. I have seen it, but I've seen American Pop, but a long time ago when I was very young, and I should need to see it again. I've got The Beatles, Please Please Me.
Ooh.
From 63.
38, my first introduction to Dylan, Blonde on Blonde.
I've got Muddy Waters, the anthology, at 38, which makes sense because Muddy Waters is an influence on like all the boomer dudes, like, you know, etc. So of course he's there.
37, I get Dr. Dre, The Chronic.
Okay, I've got the Eagles, Hotel California from 76.
Ooh. 36, Michael Jackson's Off the Wall from 1979. Not his best album.
Except, okay, I'm not gonna, this is not my opinion, but I'm gonna tell you, the people who are into this kind of thing, who want like, this is serious, good music that's versus not good music, they like Off the Wall. They will say that Off the Wall is his best album because it's the least pop, is what they would say. And I've heard people say it. I'm just saying it. I'm like, that's interesting.
I understand, but God, there's still whatever.
I've got my second woman, by the way, at 36.
Who?
Carole King's Tapestry at 36.
36. Still no women in the from the top 50 so far. I don't know what's below that, but
yeah, I'm just going to note that Tapestry was such a massive and important album. It's interesting that it's only 36, but go on, Rolling Stone.
Let's see if it still ends up on my list. 35 is my first encounter with the Beatles, Rubber Soul.
35 is where I get David Bowie, Ziggy Stardust, 1972. Okay. I just want to point out that I'm just going to note that the album Forever Changes by the band Love is the 40th greatest album of all time, according to the 2003 list. How many of you know that album? I'm just going to go on.
Yes. 34. Wait, so for who did you have for 35?
That's where I have David Bowie, Ziggy Stardust.
34, Stevie Wonder, Inversions from 1973.
Yep. My 34 is The Band, music from Big Pink, and I think this is my second The Band album on this list so far.
It is the second The Band album. Ooh. I have a woman's album.
Oh, who do you have?
Amy Winehouse's Back to Black.
What year?
2006.
Yeah, that won't be on my list.
But
here's the thing. But of course it's Amy Winehouse because she's doing this kind of retro throwback to the sound that they like, right? So that's gonna note it. Gonzo's like, a lot of these albums are out of my wheelhouse, which, by the way, was part of the reason why a bunch of people were really irritated. They're like, wait, these are the greatest albums of all time, and do millennials not count? Do like Gen Z not? Do like Gen X not count? All right, so
or anything else that other people were listening to in the 60s and 70s, other than this particular type of rock and roll,
because there was other music.
Yeah, like my parents listened to a lot of other music. Motown
existed. Motown existed. Sergio Mendes in Brazil 66 has this amazing album that came out in 1966, which was this amazing sort of like bossa nova kind of album that was super cool, very big, but again, not with this crowd, right? So like there's a bunch of really interesting stuff. Anyway, what's your 33?
My 33 is Amy Winehouse, Back to Black.
I've got the Ramones 76.
Okay.
Again, yeah.
My second woman, also the reason is not going to be on your list. I have Beyonce's Lemonade from 2016.
That's so interesting. Okay.
For 32.
Look.
I don't.
Yeah.
I don't agree with that.
I can understand why it's on there, right? Because it's a visual album.
I can understand why it's on there, but I don't agree with its placement.
Yeah. I mean, I get it, right? But I just want to note that a lot of my stuff is from the 60s. It's fine. Whatever. I've got the Rolling Stones' Let It Bleed in 69. Oh, sorry. By the way, one of their top people is probably women. It's tricky because when they do songs of all time, Aretha's always up there in the top 10. I don't know if she'll be in there in the top 10 for albums, but
we'll find out.
She might. We'll find out.
Oh, here we go. So who did you have for 32? I'm sorry, I forgot.
My 32 was the Rolling Stones.
The Rolling Stones, Let It Bleed.
You're gonna get Joni Mitchell, by the way. You're gonna get Joni Mitchell in there somewhere in the top 25,
We'll find out. We'll find out.
Probably.
31. Miles Davis's Kind of Blue.
Oh yeah, that's gonna be one of the so when it comes to people that are not in that rock center, they're gonna have Johnny Cash, and they're gonna have Miles Davis. Those two people will be there as like their country and their jazz. That's a thing that will happen. Yep. Gon's like, my kids are going to grow up knowing Celtic Women, The Who, The Antwoord, and Unleash the Archers. Yeah, they're not going to be on the list of the greatest albums of all time, because you know how this list is, Rolling Stone magazine.
I mean, like, I grew up in a house where, like, I grew up in a very ethnic house, so please, I have the Chieftains, all of the Chieftains albums downstairs. I have entire collection. My parents lived in Hawaii, so they have, but again, I am not a normal child. I was never a normal child. I did not grow up. I want to remind people at home, I lived within the borders of the United States, but I did not grow up in a culture of the United States in the 80s and 90s. I grew up on military bases, which is an entirely separate culture than civilian society.
Also, do you know who was really big in the 60s and had really important albums? Like, okay, we're talking about like, okay, of course, part of the question is, what do you mean by album, right? So clearly we'd need certain like concept albums I think would be important, like historically important albums. Like there are a lot of things we can think about. There are some albums that are from this era that would be important historically. I doubt will ever be on this list. Specifically, some capital years Frank Sinatra would be actually quite important to be on this list. And I bet they're not going to be here. I bet Frank Sinatra will not be on this list.
Or Elvis at least not in this top 50.
No, certainly not in this top 50, if at all. Elvis, if Elvis is going to be there, Elvis, one of the most important people for rock and roll, like, is not going to be on this list because these people who are making this list were too young, right? Like, they are 60s rock onwards. They're not really as invested in 50s rock and roll.
They're also a very particular type of 60s rock onwards.
Yes, 100%. So I've got Bob Dylan at 31, Bringing It All Back Home from 65.
Okay. Which is interesting because it's not the same Dylan album I had.
Yeah.
30. Another album which you really should require certain state of being to experience in its best way. Jimi Hendrix, Are You Experienced?
Hawkeye's like, I doubt artists such as George Jones, Loretta Lynn, Conway Twitty, or Tammy Wynette will show up on these lists. Nope. The only country artist you're going to get on this list, at least in my 2003 list, is going to be Johnny Cash, and it's going to be Live from Folsom Prison. And now where it's going to be on the list, I'm not certain. It kind of will vary, but that's like the only one they're going to really like, because they got a certain kind of like token other genre ones, you know what I mean? And it's going to be that particular. It's not going to be Loretta Lynn. It's not going to be like some of her work. Patsy Cline is not going to be on that list, which is, again, if we're thinking about like important and significant people.
No. You might get Loretta Lynn because you might get Coal Miner's Daughter as a token.
Nah. Their token's going to be Johnny Cash. They're not going to have Loretta Lynn. They should, but they're not going to. I bet, because they don't want to have women on the list anyway. So it's going to be.
Yeah, like I said, this particular group of. I would like to remind that we do not discriminate against certain people because, like, my parents are downstairs and their record collection is dope. But there are a certain type of. The people who write for Rolling Stone, particularly.
Right. And and the thing is, they're just very blinkered. Like, I'm not saying I always say this about, like, I really enjoy the Beatles, but I hate how people talk about the Beatles. Those are two different things, right? Like, I don't like how people talk about the Beatles, but I like the Beatles. You know what I mean? And those are different. Who's your 30?
Oh wait, so who did you have for 31?
Bob Dylan, bringing it back home.
No, so 30, I had Jimi Hendrix. Are You Experienced?
Joni Mitchell, Blue.
Ooh, there we go.
So that's my third woman, by the way.
I've only had 2.
And I think all of my women are basically 60s, 70s. They're all 70s, actually.
Mine are back to back. Ooh, look, I have another Beatles album.
Of course you do.
29. The White Album from 1968.
So here's my question. Historically, the Beatles albums that hit the top 10 are going to be Sgt. Pepper's, Revolver, and those two are often really up there. The White Album doesn't tend to hit that high, but those two, and Let It Be, right? Those three, and like which one is the number one kind of alternate. So I'm interested to see what they're going to do there. But my 29 is Led Zeppelin from 69.
Interesting. Also a very good album, by the way.
Like, I'm not saying these albums are bad. I'm just noting that they're not representative.
I'm just intrigued. 28, I have D'Angelo's Voodoo from 2000.
I've got The Who. Who's Next from 71. Y'all can tell the difference between our lists, by the way. Go on.
You can definitely tell the difference between my lists, because I'm going to go from D'Angelo's Voodoo album to 27, Wu-Tang Clan, Enter the Wu-Tang. 1993.
The D'Angelo Voodoo album is actually quite significant. That's cool, but it's not going to be on my list. I've got U2, The Joshua Tree at 27, which also makes sense.
Which also very important album.
It is, but it's also one of the ones that boomers would accept as an important album, right? Because they don't accept everything as an important album, but that one they would.
So yeah, I have Wu-Tang. So you have U2, I have Wu-Tang Clan, which is an interesting, like, if you think about that, if you just compare that particular 27 to 27, you're looking at similar time period. So this Wu-Tang Clan Enter the Wu-Tang is 1993.
And I'm 87.
Joshua Tree is 87. So 6 years in between. Also, for lack of a better term, a very both very political albums.
Hawkeye's surprised the U2 album is that low, and I would say I can understand your surprise, but the reason why I get it is because it's from the 80s, and my list is going to really favor late 60s, mid to late 60s to mid 70s. And so anything else is going to be just basically going to get deducted some points.
And mine seems to be very heavily favored towards hip-hop at the moment.
And I think it's because they got critiqued for having almost no people of color on their earlier list. And they're like, and also hip-hop has changed its status from 2003 to, to 2020. Gonzo says, Trooper, your list sounds like a journalism college student's album collection who moved to the West Coast from the Midwest. Yeah.
Probably. I mean, that's fair.
So I'm going to say we're probably not going to get Mellencamp on my list, but we will probably get Springsteen. That's my guess on that one. We'll see.
But which Springsteen? Ooh, I have another woman.
Ooh, because I have 3 now, right? And you don't have, you only have...
This will be my third, because I had 2, because I had 2 back-to-back. I had Amy Winehouse and then Beyonce. And then for 26, I get Patti Smith's Horses.
Okay, my Patti Smith was much further back.
Yeah.
Much lower. I've got Fleetwood Mac Rumors for my 26.
Ooh.
I've got some Fleetwood Mac.
Ooh, I have another woman's album.
Oh, I think that, well, if I get to count Fleetwood Mac as having prominent women, then we're tied 4-4.
Well, now I get Carole King's Tapestry at 25.
Oh, okay. So your Tapestry is higher than my Tapestry.
Yes. She moved up the world for Tapestry.
For my 25, I get James Brown Live at the Apollo, which is a very important album, but again, 63, so it's not really leaving its wheelhouse. I would say that hip hop itself has not changed, but its perception has changed.
Well, no, the
perception of it.
Hip hop.
Yes.
Because there is that very strong delineation, I would say, between political-minded hip hop and the kind of hip hop that I refuse to listen to because it's all just it's denigrating and horrible to women and just creepy as fuck.
Well, it's tricky, right? Because in the 90s, starting in the late 80s, you get the sort of the split between the two major factions: socially politically conscious hip hop, which tends to use jazz samples, and then gangster rap, which tends to use more funk samples. But gangster rap is also political. It's just in a different way.
No,
And then there's like
about the difference between socially conscious and gangster rap. I'm talking about the difference between.
Yes.
I'm talking about the difference between something like Soldier Boy and you know, Wu-Tang Clan and Soldier Boy are not the same thing.
Yeah.
Like
no.
You know, Dr. Dre and party hip hop. Let's go with that. Party hip hop.
Well, no, but wait. I actually would say that party hip hop's a third genre. If we're gonna go with
party hip hop is a third genre, but I really really hate, like, and some of it falls into party hip hop, but I really hate the ones that are all that it's literally only about the denigration of women. Yeah,
totally. But I was thinking about this because
that's what's become so much popular, and I'm like, can I just turn you off and I will go listen to Coolio and have that be like Gangster's Paradise is a formational album for a reason. People go listen to it.
And Gonzo's like, I'd say regional culture has played a large influence. Certainly, like Miami sound is different. But what I would note is that when it comes to like we want to be seen as serious, right? Because a lot of artists want to be seen as serious by people who make these lists. There's a genre of party hip hop, let's say from like, so in the 90s, early 90s, when people were like, you know, the most important hip hop in the 90s, and they're going to debate what it is, and they're going to say it's like, you know, Biggie or Tupac, or it's going to be Public Enemy, or it might be the Native Tongues Collective, it's going to be like Queen Latifah. It's all these things they're going to make these arguments for. But you know who was like the super biggest hip hop artist in the early 90s? It was MC Hammer. And MC Hammer is never going to be on these lists, right? Because they're not going to think of these that as being serious enough.
Yeah, like I think although MC Hammer apparently went off on some people on Twitter yesterday, which is great. It was hilarious.
Ooh. But MC Hammer was important. Do you know what I mean? It's just that they don't. But it's like who gets to count as important is going to be really interesting, right? So, and I think that's like the thing that that's the thing I think is, you know, we're thinking about this in terms of this list.
Okay. So
80s into the early 90s, but it's like 87 to like 93, 94, 95, around then.
Yeah.
It's like that transition moment.
Yeah. So 24, I get my third Beatles album.
Of course.
Now we're at Sgt. Pepper's.
Oh, interesting. By the way, I've had one Beatles album, and it's Please Please Me, which is the one that Rolling Stone folks don't tend to like as much because it's early Beatles. So I'm going to get all my Beatles albums coming up soon, I think. I've got Stevie Wonder Inner Visions from 73.
That was much lower on my list, but it was there.
Oh, Kid and Play's another one of those bands that counts as like too happy hip hop from that era that they also are not going to get put high on the list. Yeah, see, Crit, which is like, I wouldn't have thought about MC Hammer. MC Hammer, first hip hop artist on the cover of Rolling Stone magazine. Like MC Hammer was such a massive presence, but he's not the kind of people that people who make these lists want to think about, right? So you're not going to get, you might get the Beastie Boys maybe because they're connected to punk. So then that will get them a little bit higher on that list. But it's amazing the kind of people who were big, who don't get to be put on these lists because of whatever weird. So Gonzo says MC Hammer brought hip hop to white suburban kids, but here's the thing: you want to know what white suburban kids really liked? NWA. White suburban kids actually really like gangster rap. Like they're the number one demographic for gangster rap in terms of like buyers. And we can just think about that. Who's not on this list? I bet is going to be somebody like En Vogue. I bet Boyz II Men will not be on this list. Like a bunch of things that were like super popular at the time as well.
Boyz II Men made my list at 498. Boyz II Men 2 made 498.
Okay, well, all right.
That was my anger inducement.
Go ahead. But of course they're not going to put Boyz II Men on the list. Do you know what I mean?
No, they're not going to make the top 50. No.
Yeah. All right.
So 23, I have Velvet Underground.
That's interesting. I know I'm going to have it, but okay. I've got John Lennon, the Plastic Ono Band album from 1970 for my 23. And my list is totally going to have that. Like I'm not surprised.
That's me sighing at the album because I have.
No, but I'm not surprised at all because my list is clearly.
Okay, so this is I want you to go with me on this. Okay, so
I'm ready.
this is a movement. You go from 23 with the Velvet Underground
Mm-hmm.
to
Which makes sense.
22 with the Notorious B.I.G. Ready to Die.
Okay, that's one that I wouldn't be surprised is on your list.
No, but it's a very like
Yeah.
mood shift.
I've got a very obvious album for my list for 22. Robert Johnson, The Complete Recordings.
Oh God, yeah.
Of course, right? My list is totally going to have that because of course it will.
So, this is. I am surprised that it made my list as high as it did, but I am glad that it did.
Okay.
For 21, I get Bruce Springsteen's Born to Run.
First off, it's going to be Born to Run. You know that's the album. Like I expect it's going to be Born to Run rather than Born in the USA because of things, right? But okay. Yeah. I've got Chuck Berry, The Great 28 for my 21.
Ooh.
So this is our first rock and roller, right, from the rock and roll era.
Yeah.
Although the album's from 1982, but it's a compilation.
Mm-hmm.
Greatest hits album. Mm-hmm.
So for 20, I get my second Radiohead album.
That's
A.
it. Yeah. Okay, that's interesting. I don't have any Radiohead yet. These kind of like rockists, they do like Radiohead. I'm surprised I don't have any Radiohead yet, but it's all right. I have at 20 Michael Jackson's Thriller.
Interesting.
And I believe that Michael Jackson's Thriller is still the best-selling album of all time globally.
It makes the estate of Vincent Price more money than anything else.
And it's just interesting to me that like the best-selling global album of all time, I believe the best-selling US album of all time, I think is an Eagles album. I believe, but is 20. But go on. Wow.
Ooh. 19. I'm seeing a very interesting flip in who was involved in the writing of this list.
Mm-hmm.
Because what I'm going to say now is I'm pretty sure that the person who's writing this list, they've shifted a bunch of people, but 19 is Kendrick Lamar's To Pimp a Butterfly.
Oh, that's interesting. Uh-huh. Okay. That one got the Pulitzer, right?
I think so.
I believe that's what it got the Pulitzer. Interesting. Okay. I've got Van Morrison, Astral Weeks from 1968 for my 19.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Ooh, I have another Dylan album.
Like, we have very different lists is what I'm trying to tell you. Go on.
Got horribly different lists. This is also like a shift genre. We go
So
from
I haven't had any Dylan yet, by the way.
Ooh, I've had 2.
Yeah.
I have had but the 18 is my second Dylan. So it's Highway 61 revisited.
Yeah. By the way, this just means that I'm going to have all of my Dylan in the top 10 is what this means. Yeah. 18 is Bruce Springsteen's Born to Run. So my Springsteen's ranked higher than yours. Mm-hmm. Same album though.
Mm-hmm. Ooh.
Huh?
I don't like
17.
this album. I don't like this album. 17, they have Kanye West's My Beautiful Dark Twisted Fantasy.
Oh, interesting. That makes sense. I'm surprised it's not the College Dropout, but that one I think people are like, oh, that one's arty, so I get why that one's there. My 17 is the one they're like, okay, it makes sense it's this one. It's out of their wheelhouse, but they have to throw a bone to Gen Xers at some point in time, clearly. Nirvana's Nevermind, and of course it will be that one. So Nirvana, Nevermind, that's the one they're going to put there, of course.
16, we go from an album that I hate with Kanye West to an album that I love with The Clash's London Calling.
Mm-hmm. Of course, that will be there. By the way, we're still tied at 4-4 for women, right?
Yes. Mm-hmm. If we count
Fleetwood Mac.
We're counting Fleetwood Mac because Stevie Nicks.
Yeah.
And
my
it's
16
Rumors,
is my.
And really, it's the Rumors album, and it's basically, hi, found out you were cheating on me with another band member, and I'm going to force you, Bull, to record my songs bitching about how horrible you are, and it will be our greatest selling album ever.
Also, side note, you know who's never on these lists? And I saw a really great documentary about her, and who's also in the exact same time period as this wheelhouse. Blue Bayou.
Oh,
Linda Ronstadt.
yeah, Linda Ronstadt was lower on my list. There was a Linda Ronstadt in the top 500, in the 500 bottom. But like I was looking at the 500 and then we skipped straight to the top 50.
Ismini asks, why do people listen to the taste judges when everything is subjective? Because that's not how society works. You can say that everything's subjective, which is true, but people will tell you that things are not subjective, that there are objective categories. There were scientists who did a whole study to decide objectively what is the best music of all time through objective category. Surprise, it was Beethoven. I'm not surprised. And people want to say that people are, and also these things matter. Whether or not you can get a record contract as a woman, these things matter. Like in the 70s, it was really hard for women to get record contracts at all. Who gets paid more? Who gets awards? Who gets better venues? Like these things have impacts. I'm sure I did not bring this with me because I would not have brought this with me because that would have been irritating. And if I brought it, it was an accident. I hope I didn't. But sometimes accidents happen when you're moving. I do not think I have my history of rock and roll textbook. Here's why these things matter. You pick up a history of rock and roll textbook, of which there may be 2 or 3 major ones, and you just look to see who's in that textbook and who's not in that textbook. And I'll tell you what, it's a lot of what's on my list is in that textbook. And then when you teach people the history of rock and roll from these textbooks, then all of a sudden goth music is not in there, right? A bunch of things are not in there at all. And it tells us the history of what is important and who matters and who's important is based on the list that I'm talking about right now. And that really impacts people. It like, because some people have the power to make their subjective taste historical reality and historical fact. And that can be a problem.
Yep.
My 16 is Bob Dylan, but Blood on the Tracks, by the way. My first Dylan.
Good album, though. Oh, well, here we go. Oh, not the one that I would have been. Number 15, I get Public Enemy. But it's not Public Enemy. It's It Takes a Nation of Millions to Hold Us Back.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
But not the one that won the Pulitzer.
Yeah, that's interesting.
And not the one that's in the Library of Congress.
That's interesting too. My 15 is Jimi Hendrix. Are You Experienced? From 67. By the way, I think it's going to be
lower.
Yeah, I think my 15 on is going to be just all like 60s, 70s stuff is my guess, and maybe one thing that's not.
Ooh, I have another Stones. This is the second Stones.
Okay.
14, Exile on Main Street.
Okay, I bet mine's rated higher. My 14 is the Beatles' Abbey Road, which I'm surprised is ranked at 14 only, but okay.
I feel sorry to say this, and I've considered this an insult to her, but number 13 is Aretha Franklin, I Never Loved a Man the Way I Love You.
Okay. I'm going to guess that Aretha Franklin will be in the top 10 or near it, because they probably felt embarrassed. But again, that's a big album. Okay. My 13 is The Velvet Underground, and Nico, 67. Oh, and Gonzo, yeah, my argument certainly 100% applies to film as well. And you look at a film history textbook, and again, some things are in and some things are out, and there are a bunch of things that are out that were important at their time. Do you know what I mean? Like were important, but we don't talk about them, right?
But we'll finish this and we'll come back to that, because I have a point about that. We also are going to come back to a couple other things I've been taking.
Biopics.
Don't worry, guys. Biopics. I actually have notes. See? Notes.
Yes.
Number 12 is Michael Jackson's Thriller.
Oh, interesting. Okay. So your Thriller is ranked higher than mine. Okay.
Yeah, I have feelings about Thriller being higher than Aretha Franklin, but that's just me having feelings about.
Yeah, well, you know.
Yeah.
You know how this is.
I do.
My 12 is Miles Davis, Kind of Blue.
Ooh, good album. But for me, it was much lower.
Yeah.
Number 11 is my fourth Beatles album, The Revolver.
My 11, and I'm going to say this, I'm just going to say this. My 11 is Elvis Presley, The Sun Sessions. And people can have all sorts of feelings, and we can have a discussion about it, but There's like a lot of discussion to have, but Elvis is the king of rock and roll, right? We can have a discussion about Little Richard, Chuck Berry, and all these people are also important, but Elvis is the king of rock and roll. And this is the Rolling Stone magazine, and it is very telling that Elvis is not in their top 10. Like, they've got him at 11, but Elvis is not in their top 10. And it's none of his classic albums. It's not Elvis Gold 1, 2, or 3, which really it probably should be. It's the Sun Sessions, which is like, oh no, this is our underground, like real Elvis, like in this way that they get to sort of frame that is like it's just very clear. It's very clear. Like, yeah, Kanye's like, wait, they're going with old classic Elvis, not during his day, and also the thing that was not released during his time period, right? It's the one they're like, oh, I've got the cool underground Elvis album. That's when I'll put it at 11. I'm just like, you go ahead, Rolling Stone, go ahead, just do that, go ahead.
I have an interesting...
like this is. It just doesn't have this is the Sun Sessions, which means it doesn't have Jailhouse Rock. It doesn't have go on.
I also have a very interesting thing about my list. I have another woman.
Okay, so you beat me now.
No, I do.
Because you're at 6 and I'm still at 4.
Yeah. Lauryn Hill's The Miseducation of Lauryn Hill from 1998. Of those 6 women, only one is not a woman of color.
Oh, that's interesting. And of my 4, I've got Carole King, Joni Mitchell, Stevie Nicks, and Patti Smith. So I have no women of color.
Oh, that's not true. I have 2. Excuse me. I should actually be higher. I forgot to count. I have 2. I forgot. No, because it's 7. Okay. Hold on. It's
You're
Lauryn
at 7
Hill.
now?
Well, let me double check. Lauryn Hill, Aretha Franklin. I feel like I missed one. Carole King, Patti Smith.
Mm-hmm. I don't have a lot of people of color in general on my list to be
Beyonce,
to be
Amy
upfront,
Winehouse.
though.
Yeah, I have 7.
Yeah. Okay, I have 3.5.
I have 7, and the majority of them are women of color. Or I would also argue
within
Carole
a black
King
genre.
Wrote for music
She did.
of color.
Yeah, she did. She was a brill building. So boomers hate women. Yes.
Well, these boomers hate women.
Not all boomers, because there are also women who are boomers. Like, there are women who are boomers, right? Like, this particular subset.
I mean, like, I don't always agree with this statement. Okay. So, yeah. So, my number 10 is Lauryn Hill. I have 7 women total.
I have 3.5.
What's your 10?
Yeah. So, by the way, I just want to point out that when we talk about, like, to sort of note this, I'm talking very specifically about a particular kind of college rock group of dudes, right? Very specific college rock group of dudes who were very influential and have now dictated what we think our history is, right? So that's that's a thing. So my 10 is the Beatles' The White Album, right? Mm-hmm. Oh, my top 10. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Beatles' The White Album. Mm-hmm.
My number 9, Bob Dylan, Blood on the Tracks.
My number 9 is Bob Dylan, Blonde on Blonde, 66.
Number 8, Prince, Purple Rain.
Oh, I'm not going to have Prince in my top 50. Come on now. That's not going to happen with my list. My 8 is The Clash, London Calling, because boomers will give that one some props.
Yeah, that was much lower on my list.
Yeah.
Oh, look. Number 7, Fleetwood Mac's Rumors album.
Okay, now you're at 7.5 and I'm still at 3.5. First off, I feel like you're beating me on women and that's way unfair. Mm-hmm. Whatever. My 7 is the Rolling Stones, Exile on Main Street. 72.
Number 6, Nirvana's Nevermind.
Oh, wow. Okay. Little Gen X got higher for you. My 6 is Marvin Gaye's What's Going On, 71, which is the Motown album they like, because that's the arty one. Gonzo was like the pretentiousness, and I was like, oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. It's a good album, too, but I'm just saying. Go on.
Number 5, The Beatles, Abbey Road.
My number 5 is The Beatles, Rubber Soul. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Ooh, number 4, Stevie Wonder, Songs in the Key of Life.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. My number 4 is Bob Dylan, Highway 61 Revisited.
which was much lower on my list, but I did have.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, this is interesting. Number 8, number 3, my 8th woman. 8.5. Because we're counting. Joni Mitchell's Blue.
Okay. My number 3 is the Beatles, Revolver.
Yep, there we go.
Mm-hmm.
Number 2. I actually like this album. Beach Boys' Pet Sounds.
My number 2 is also Beach Boys' Pet Sounds because they love the Pet Sounds album. They think that album is like genius.
There are better, I think, other things, but I, do understand. Ooh, interesting. What number 1? Why don't you go first?
Yes.
I feel like the Beatles.
Yes.
I feel like Abbey Road.
Sgt. Pepper's.
Oh, Sgt. Pepper's. Ooh, interesting. Sgt. Pepper was one of the lowest of my. Number 1 for them is Marvin Gaye's "What's Going On."
Wow. So my top 50 has 3.5 women. None of them women of color. Aretha is not on my top 50. I'll just note. The Supremes are not on my top 50.
Mine is significantly more hip hop.
Yep, I have only 2 hip hop albums total.
Mm-hmm. I have 8 women on my list. Only 3, well, 8.5, and 3.5 are not women of color. Although Carole King writes mostly what would it be? We could term colored music.
And as is Amy Winehouse's retro soul.
Yeah.
No Diana Ross on this. No, no. Hawkeye. They would never put Diana Ross on this list because this group of people don't like Diana Ross, right? Because they don't think of Diana Ross as being authentic enough. So they're not going to put. They're not like the only Motown they're gonna have Marvin Gaye. That's what they're going to have for their Motown, and that's going to probably be it, at least on my list. And there's nothing that's related to Spanishness in here at all, right? So there's my top 10, just to point out, is the Beatles, the Beach Boys, the Beatles, Bob Dylan, the Beatles, Marvin Gaye, the Rolling Stones, the Clash, Bob Dylan, and the Beatles. That's my top 10.
Mine is actually much wider and interesting, but it's still very...
I've almost no women. Madonna's not on my top 50.
Interestingly, I'm going to say this. Mine is less boomer heavy, much more Gen X, early millennial, hip hop heavy, and very obviously male centered. Yes. And it's just a shift between, which is an interesting shift between in the 20 years between yours, the 2000 and the 2020 list, is the shift between, or 2021 list, well, whenever they updated it last, who's working for, it tells you a lot about who's working for Rolling Stone, that they're still predominantly male, that they are still very focused on a particular type of album, even if the genre is different. And that very particular, in very interesting treatments of individuals. Yeah, and I will say that, again, mine is far fewer people of color on my list. And what's interesting to me, and really almost no hip hop. And what's interesting to me is that 2 of the people of color are jazz artists. It's like Miles Davis and John Coltrane, which is like, well, that's kind of interesting, right? Okay, interesting. And again, there's like, mine is super boomer. Like mine is super it's very 1960s heavy. Yep.
And there are a bunch of people, and the thing that gets me, and this is the thing that's always bothered me about this, is that you're saying these are the greatest albums of all time, and like, why is like a Virgin by Madonna not in the top 50? That was a really significant album, right? In terms, especially her work, like video work. I know why she's not on there, because,
well, I mean, like we don't know what's in the 500 to 50, but
yeah. And the thing is, this is also reflected in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. The Rock and Roll Hall of Fame also has a bit of a problem when it comes
Look
to
who got passed over last year. Pat Benatar doesn't get admitted to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
Pat Benatar.
Pat Benatar. Now, excuse me, I love Whitney Houston, but there are many, many things about her, considering for genre, and the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame is actually much more limited in genre. There's a lot less pop music in there in general. But
sort of. But then they got embarrassed. They started adding it, and it was like really weird.
Yeah, it was like, they're like, well, we should be listening to all of this. It's like, it was actually just rock, and there was other Hall of Fames, and the two women who were nominated, Pat Benatar and Whitney Houston.
Yeah, but it's tricky, right?
And
yeah.
They picked who? Oh, it was the 2019.
But I will just note this for the record, though, that I'm really ticked off by the fact that they do it's the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, and they do this thing where they have early rock and roll artists, like people like Ruth, a bunch of people who were like in 1951, 1953, who are basically black artists who are doing what we're going to call rock and roll. They have them as influences, but not members. But they'll have Miles Davis in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Like it's just
okay.
The Rock and Roll Hall of Fame just makes me so angry. It just makes me so angry.
The 2020 Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. This is who's in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame who entered into the inductees in the class of 2020. Depeche Mode, the Doobie Brothers, John Landau, Whitney Houston, 9 Inch Nails, Biggie, and T-Rex all beat out Pat Benatar.
Which makes no sense to me. But what makes sense because they have a problem with gender. So how about this one? Are you ready for this one? Are you ready for this one? The Ronettes. So the Ronettes is the girl group that particular style of boomer really loves. They love the Ronettes. They're super into the Ronettes. They're like really obsessed with the Ronettes. The Ronettes will be in the rock and roll in the history of rock and roll textbook. They were blocked for years. For years, they didn't get into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Years, and nobody really understood why. And then Phil Spector was arrested for murder and was no longer on the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame board. And then they were in the very next year because he was married to Ronnie Spector and abused her terribly, and she left him, and he didn't like it. So he just didn't let her get into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame because he was one of the voting members, and he just wouldn't let it happen. And once he got put in jail for murdering a woman because he's a creeper, then they got put in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Like the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, like, yeah, Kai Hawk Baseball Hall of Fame too. Like, it's just like, ooh, also the Wrestling Hall of Fame was super sketch because the Wrestling Hall of Fame was basically kind of sponsored by the WWE. So if people, they were a little bit like iffy about who got in and who didn't based on their marketing. Yeah, no, it's just, yeah.
I think this is a good place for us to take a short break, 5 minutes-ish.
Oh, yep.
So, like, we can get some more water because we should stay hydrated. Get up, stretch, walk around, use the necessary, and we'll come back. We have notes. Don't forget, I have notes. We will come back to all these things. We're going to talk about biopics, particularly because there are a couple that are coming out in the next couple of weeks, and a whole bunch of other things that we're going to talk about, which will be great. So
yeah. Gonzo's like, wow, Halls of Fame, super sketch. Halls of Fame, all of these things, I will just say, all of these things are about power.
Yes.
Right? These are all about power in some way.
Exclusivity and prestige.
Yeah, it's about, like, and prestige is about power. It's about, like, because if you have the prestige, then, and the Grammys are about prestige and power. Like, who is and who isn't in the Oscars, right? Like, if you remember, and we're going to go, but if you remember, the Oscars floated that idea of having a new Best Picture category, which was like Best Popular Picture, and that would be where they put the Marvel movies, and people lost their mind because they're like, no, you don't get to do that.
Because Disney is now powerful enough to say, fuck you, Oscars. Because remember what happened? Beauty and the Beast won Best Picture. And they created a whole new genre, animated picture, so that Disney's Disney Renaissance films would never win Best Picture again. So when they started doing this popular film thing, Disney's like, oh, no, you screwed us that way once, we're not doing that again.
It was because they didn't want the Marvel movies, which is Disney, in the Best Picture category. right? Because they're like, oh, there have been some really good Marvel movies that are really, really good that probably should get Best Picture, but we don't really want them to. So if we put them in their own category, then we can give them like the pity Oscar. Like, it's just, anyway, we're gonna stretch our legs.
Yes, I have, and we'll be back and we'll talk about these things because we have things to know. It'll be good. We'll be back. All right. See you in a few minutes, guys.
Food.
everyone. We're back.
Hello. I hope you're all, like, I just went and I did some research and I wanted to share it with you all.
Yeah, well, like, you expected us not to be like this even when the cameras are off?
You know, I was like, oh, that's it, research.
Yes. So you must share your research.
It's about the 500 list, the greatest albums of all time, which, by the way, I don't think there are any musicals on there. So I'm just going to note that. Like, there's a bunch of things that are albums we could think about anyway. So Wikipedia has some analysis of these lists. And I will note that in each of the three versions, the 2003, the 2012 revision, and the 2020, the decade with the most representation is the 1970s. In 2003, it's 36.6%. In the 2012 edition, it goes up to 37.2%. And then the 2020, it goes down to 31%, 31.4. But if you combine the 60s and the 70s, which are the two big categories in 2003, they make up 62% of all the albums. The greatest albums of all time in all history are from the 60s and 70s. There are no albums before the 1950s. In the 2012 edition, that drops a little bit to 54%. And then in the 2020 edition, it drops to 45%. So there's like a big drop in those two decades having a stranglehold. But so you could be like, and also the number one decade in 2003 is the 70s. Number two is the 60s. That is the exact same in the 2012 edition. In the 2020 edition, the number one decade is the 70s. The number two decade is the 90s. So that's interesting. The 90s overtakes the 60s. But despite all this opening up of diversity that we noted, I'm just going to note which artists have the most albums of the entire 500.
Not where they are, but the number of them, the spread across.
The spread across. For 2003, 2012, the artist with the most albums in the top 500 albums, greatest albums of all time, Bob Dylan, with 11.
Okay.
2 in the top 10, right? And then the next group at 10 albums apiece on the top 500 of all time would be the Beatles and the Rolling Stones. With 8 albums, it's Bruce Springsteen. With 7, it's The Who. 6, it's David Bowie, Elton John, and Neil Young. And then with 5, we'll cut off at 5. That's Led Zeppelin, Bob Marley, Radiohead, and U2. I imagine if, while Prax is talking, I can probably do the math and figure out what percentage of the 500 greatest albums of all time belong to those 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 people. I bet it's a lot. Clearly, yeah, it's probably well over 10% at that point.
I would also like to point out a couple interesting things.
None of them are women?
None of them are women.
Mm-hmm.
Think about who also has some very prolific performers who are not on that list. What struck me is
just
that
one
means
person.
that there would have to be only one. There's only one person of color, and that there would have to be only one album for Billy Joel on that list, on the whole 500.
Yeah, I'm not seeing Billy Joel on their list of.
That means that
people had more than 3 or more albums on that list at all. So he would have to have like 1 or 2 albums. Billy Joel, at most.
But you stop and think about the number of albums. Okay, so that means that they didn't put a number of his albums on.
Mm-hmm.
Another very prolific performer. You don't have any of the Supremes more than once.
Basically, you don't have hardly any Motown.
We don't have any Motown.
Except for Marvin Gaye, because they like... Wait, no, actually, Marvin Gaye, hold on.
Only has 2?
3.
Has 3, okay. But there you go.
By the way, because I'm doing quick scans, of the 2003 and 2012 version, there is only one woman who has 3 or more albums on the list total. Only one.
Aretha or Carole King?
Madonna.
Oh, and the whole list? Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, for the entire 500 greatest albums of all time, there's only one woman who has more than 2 albums on the list, and that's Madonna at 3. And that is the only woman who has 3 or more albums on that list. And almost all of this is like 60s, 70s. So I'm going to just throw that out there. If we go to the 2020 revision, right, we remember there was like a big, huge difference in the top 50, right? Album with the artist with the most albums, The Beatles at 9. At 8, Bob Dylan. At 7, Neil Young. So our top are still...
Ooh, we've added Neil Young as opposed... But we've added 7... That means we've upped the number of Neil Young albums that they're on.
Yes, we have.
I don't need... Okay, go ahead and lurk, Sven.
Lurk.
Which means I don't... Which is interesting, because you upped the number of Neil Young albums. You didn't need to up the number of Neil Young albums.
No, we need 7 Neil Young albums, apparently.
No, we don't. Are they counting when he's performing with Crosby, Stills, and Nash?
One. Only one Crosby, Stills, and Nash.
Then we don't need that many Neil Young albums.
Apparently 2020 says 7 Neil Young albums. And then with 6, we get the Rolling Stones and Kanye. So Kanye jumps in there, who was not there before, which also makes sense because that Kanye is totally up their alley. 5, Led Zeppelin, Bruce Springsteen, David Bowie.
Sketsky, we're talking about comparing the two different versions of the Rolling Stones top 500 albums of all time from Rolling Stone magazine. We just went through the analytics of the top 50 for both the 2020 list and the 2000 with an update to 2013 list. Very interesting demographics spread in these two.
Rolling Stones, Skexy, yeah. And so then with 5, it's Led Zeppelin, Bruce Springsteen, David Bowie. So all that is still what you would imagine. But now when you get to 4 and 3, it's interesting because we're actually now getting more diversity in the 2020 version at 4 and 3. Aretha is actually on this list now because she was not before. I imagine it probably only had one album. It was I Never Loved a Man. Then you get Radiohead, The Who.
No, they're because I had one in the top 50.
Yeah, but
I'm doing the 200. Yes, yeah.
Radiohead, The Who, Joni Mitchell, Pink Floyd, Prince, Stevie Wonder, Velvet Underground at 4. So now this list has 2 women.
Ooh, notice who they've taken off. They've gotten rid of a U2 album.
Yes, they have. That's interesting. And then for the number of groups that have 3 is actually, we stopped at 5. Yeah, I stopped at 5. So that's, I just give you the 4. But basically, it's interesting to me that with the 2003, there's only 1 woman total. And like all the 5 uppers, like basically just mostly exactly what you think they'd be. And then with here, you have Aretha, Joni Mitchell, Beyonce, Fiona Apple, Janet Jackson, Madonna. So you have 6 women with more than 2 albums in their top 500 in the 2020, but only 1 in the 2003/2012. Hawkeye's like, I would have thought Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young would be their wheelhouse, right? You would think that. Like, I think they're not as big on what I would say is it seems to me they're not, with the exception of Joni Mitchell, not as big on that Southern California scene, which was like Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young, Linda Ronstadt, The Doors. Like, they will give Pet Sounds that album, and they'll give some Joni Mitchell some love, who's Canadian, but they don't seem to be really big into that particular SoCal scene, which is interesting. Maybe there's like some beef.
I don't know. It's intriguing, but we have a question we need to ask.
Yes.
Trooper.
Yes.
What is your opinion on musician biopics?
I answer this question as a person who teaches music history. Many of my students will watch a biopic and think that it is true.
Yeah.
And I remember we were watching, they were talking about there was like, I was doing the 60s and I was talking about the Temptations, and someone was like, oh yeah, I saw the biopic, and like, and they started all these things. And I was like, pause. The Temptations biopic. Let's talk about skills that you need when you're sort of engaging with texts or media, any kind. Did you note who produced that biopic of the Temptations? You didn't. I did. It was Motown. Interesting. Did you notice what book it was based off of and who wrote it? Oh, yes. It's the one who looks really good in the biopic, not the other one. Like, this is super biased. Do you know what I mean? Pardon me. I just thought about something and then I got upset. It goes even further than just biopics, which are clearly told from a particular point of view. Like, Berry Gordy cheated people hardcore real bad, and that is never in that film because he produced the movie, right? So skewed history's happening. And like, I feel like people should know better, but whatever. People take the musical Dreamgirls as if it is a historical, factual accounting of what happened to the Supremes, and that is not true. It is fictional. It vexes me to no end that there's
So to tie into this, if I was one day when I was scrolling through Twitter, I may have come across the ad the number of you have seen recently on probably on Twitter for Hulu's new production of Billie Holiday versus the United States. And I was like, wait, what? And I was like, hey, Trooper.
Thank you, Critch Twitch. Thank you, Critch Twitch. I need the hug because it was very vexing.
Yes.
It's very vexing.
Yes. And I was like, hey, Trooper. Because I couldn't figure out what Kate, because I'm a law student now, right? Yeah. So, of course, I'm like, okay, I can look these things up. And I was like, I couldn't figure out what case that they were attempting to discuss here. And I was like, hey, Trooper, what do you know about this? Trooper, what do you know about this?
And the thing is, actually, she was targeted by the governments, their various governments, right?
Yes. But most importantly, never against the United States here. I want to point this out. I have yet to find...
There's a lot of New York. Still have New York State is what it was.
Yeah, but it's a very important distinction.
Mm-hmm.
So when the title says, for legal people, when it says... blank versus U.S., that's a federal criminal case. Like, the FBI don't be involved, gonna be shooting your ass, right?
And the thing is, there was a lot going on that was about Billie Holiday and also some other artists, because at that time, like, the big deal, and this was not repealed, I believe, until like the 80s, I think, that like during Prohibition, they passed these cabaret laws, which is that you had to have a cabaret card in New York to be able to perform basically music in locales. And the cabaret card was given by the New York State, and they could rescind it. And if they took away your cabaret card, you could not perform in the state. No other places have that, right? But they did, and Billie Holiday had her cabaret card revoked, as did a couple other artists that pissed off the governor and whatever. And so, like, she was very clearly targeted. I mean, she was harassed, she was targeted. There's a lot going on with her, but the biopic seems to frame it as if it was all about the song Strange Fruit, that's the entire reason why she was being targeted. And that is a simplification that is not useful and is irritating.
Yeah, it's so our point would be the cases that exist against Billie Holiday are not federal.
Mm-hmm.
They're all most of them are New York State. I think there's one technically in Jersey that I could find. Which, by the way, there's this great thing for lawyers. It's called Westlaw. # not sponsored. And there's another one called Lexis. So there's Westlaw and Nexus, and these are the big research database. And I am pulling mine up right now. That if you are a lawyer, you need to have access to, basically. Because they also have full. They publish. They are the original. They are the official reporters, or public online reporters, and they actually are the print houses that print the official reporter of every court decision that will ever come out. So like if you see those giant binders of like, and in the United States they're broken up, hey Simon, they're broken up by region or by state, and you know things get put together. It's
some of these, by the way, some of these databases are currently free because of COVID. You have to check.
JSTOR is currently free because of COVID. Westlaw and Lexis are not because of their limitation, because of whatever. Most law firms will buy it, and then just your whatever. So
also, side note, by the way, those lists of most important things are almost all US and UK based. Just going to note that. Like, there was music made outside of the US and the UK, and it's interesting that basically nothing outside of the US and the UK is considered a greatest album of all time.
English language based.
And they're all English language based. Just noting that as well. Just noting it.
So the pulling up Westlaw.
Not the boy band, not the Irish boy band Westlife.
No.
That's different.
Yep. Hold on, there is I think I misspelled things. Okay. The first case that actually comes up is actually about Billie Holiday's estate. So that's not what we're looking for. We're looking for the Billie Holiday v. US, right?
Wait. Prax?
Yeah.
I just learned right now that you have access to every single court case that exists in the United States. Is that correct?
It was published with a published, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Through Westlife.
Westlaw,
can I ask you for a favor?
Ooh, you might, but there is actually, I found a case. There is a federal case. It is the US v. Billie Holiday. Or no, it's not. It's not Billie Holiday. It's not the right Billie Holiday. Sorry, it's a case from 2007. Not the right Billie Holiday.
Okay.
There is no case entitled that has anything to do with Billie Holiday as a federal court case, just that I can find. Yep. What do you need me to look up?
Not now, but later. There's an artist who I am writing a chapter on for my book, who was murdered, and so there's going to be a court case about that. And then also, I believe that he had some kind of legal thing about like royalties and whatnot sometime earlier. And so I believe that there are 2 court cases about this artist that I'm writing a chapter on. And I would really love if that murder case, if the documentation is there, if I could get it, I would be so excited. You
would like me to,
because I figured I'd have to go and like find out where that happened and then see if I could like request copies of that. But if it's online, then my life would be even better.
No, the only thing right now that I can find, aside from some like reports of the New York State, is actually a federal case involving Billie Holiday, but it's about her estate and the issues of funds to her estate and things, and it's an IP case. Why? Who do you? Because I have it open now.
Oh,
and we're talking, and it's not like our friends are gonna be upset that we possibly, So I guess I need to do this.
Hashtag not a lawyer?
No, well, I am hashtag not a lawyer yet, but I have a specific command for certain things.
Uh-oh.
There is a command that I just need to make sure it's turned on. Yeah, there's this command.
Oh yes, yes.
I
We
go
gotta
back and check the sources. Check your sources, everyone. So yes. So what do you need?
Okay,
who am I looking for?
There's going to be a bit of a problem with the first name spelling because there's more than one spelling, but the last name is Broadnax, Broadnax. First name Wilmer, which might have one or two L's depending. And Wilmer Broadnax was a super famous gospel singer in the 1950s and 60s, and also a trans man who was murdered.
Broadnax, he's the victim though?
Yeah, he's the victim. He was murdered by his girlfriend. Okay,
that's going to be slightly more complicated because it's a court case, so it's going to be listed by the defendants. Okay, so Broadnax, what's the first name you said?
Wilmer, sometimes spelled with two L's, sometimes spelled with one L.
Wilmur or MOR?
MER. And it might be two L's. The woman who killed him was Lavina Richardson. In 1992, and she was found guilty of involuntary manslaughter in 1993.
Okay, yeah. So what's her name?
Lavina Richardson. And so, Wilmer Broadnax was a...
What state it is in it?
I believe Pennsylvania.
Okay, Richardson v. PA.
I believe. 93.
Yeah, the thing is, you need to make sure that you're... So, Trooper, important things to discuss. When you are searching on a database, what is the most important thing that what's the most important thing when you're searching a database?
Really good keywords, like choosing good words, also filters.
Mm-hmm.
Creativity. By the way, I just did the math because we're multitasking. 16.8% of all of the albums and the Rolling Stones' greatest albums of all 500 greatest albums of all time from the 2003 edition were by those 12 people. Just cool. Like those 12 people had like 16% of all that.
Huh. Fun. Oh. Interesting. Probably not the case I want though, but interesting. Oh, it's Kings County, New York.
And I know that there's one other case with Wilmer Broadnax where I think they were suing for royalties or something. And the murder case is the one I really, really want, but the other one would be fine too, in addition. So, audience, Wilmer Broadnax was a gospel singer who was part of the golden age of gospel. So if you don't know, that gospel basically has two main traditions, only one of which is super big now. I mean, you could say three, but there's the solo artist, and then there's like the quartets, quintets. And the 50s and 60s was like the golden age of these quartets, quintets. They were really, really big, and now they're not as popular anymore. Now it's mostly a lot of solo artists or big choirs. And Wilmer Broadnax was one of these singers in one of these sort of all-male quartets, quintets. Pretty famous, like really big in the gospel realm, very influential, really important. And in 1992, he was stabbed to death by his girlfriend at the age of 75. He was 75, she was not. She was, I think, in her 40s. And she stabbed him to death. And then after he was stabbed to death, they found out that he was a trans man. And nobody knew that he was a trans man. They found it out because he was stabbed to death. They were doing an inquest on his body. And one of the things that's interesting is that I'm doing, the book is about, my book that I'm writing on, which is on trans voices, is two pairs of chapters that sort of, so like I've got two chapters in the 50s, two in the 70s, two in the 90s, two on the teens, and I might sneak in two in the 30s if I have the time. And I'm doing, the two chapters are paired and sort of contrast each other in interesting ways. And the two chapters I have for the 50s are on Wilmer Broadnax and Billy Tipton. And both Broadnax and Tipton were trans men who had their most important parts of their career in the 1950s. People did not find out that they were trans until they died. Tipton in like 89, Broadnax in 92. And everybody talks about Tipton, but nobody talks about Broadnax. And Tipton was not that famous. Like Billy Tipton was not really a famous musician at all. He put out two like independently produced albums and like was a regional, he like played at the Elks Club, that kind of a thing. He was not actually really famous, but Broadnax was pretty famous. And I'm sort of talking about like, what does it mean to be a black trans man in the 1950s versus a white trans man in the 1950s? What are they doing with their voices? How do they how they sort of sing differently or perform differently. What does that tell us about 1950s? What does it tell us about the sort of more current day that one person's more famous than the other? So anyway, I really, really, really want this court case, the murder case, because I feel like there'll be really important things in there that I'll need to know, because it's hard to actually find a lot of stuff about him. And I feel like this court case will be important. So if Prax, and like I thought I just have to, like, I don't know, go to Philadelphia and ask at the
No, I can get
state
it.
courthouse.
It's just finding the right terminology of what the case was called. And Lavina is not an uncommon name, neither is Richardson.
Oh.
Just throwing that out there. So it's what the court case is called, who it's focused by.
It says that she was found guilty of involuntary manslaughter February 4th, 1993. I don't know if that helps.
Actually, it might. And you said February 4th?
Yes, February 4th, 1993. Yeah.
Because the more is one of those, the more information that you have, that's easier it is. It's like any form of research, right? The more information that you have, the easier it is to focus down onto into, aha, here we go.
Leonard French. Thank you, Skexy.
Here's the other thing that you need to remember is that you need to also remember that fun things like, nope. Okay, that's good. So fun facts. Interesting things that you need to think about when you're thinking about law is things like the state of Philadelphia isn't technically a state, it's a commonwealth. Criminal court cases will therefore be listed as commonwealth versus, but...
Oh, interesting. Okay. Look, the thing is, there's going to be all sorts of discussion
Here we go. This
about
seems like it's promising.
Broadnax's like life and, you know.
Yeah. So, anyways, I will deep dive into this. It's not an uncommon name, which is the biggest problem here. So it would be involved.
I wish that was like JSTOR where you could actually search inside the text and just like look for Broadnax and it pulled up, but it looks like it's only pulling up case names, titles.
You can find all of the information that's available in the case, but they may not cite they may not, particularly in things like this. It's a lot of Westlaw and Lexis is also like the opinions of the court, like the statements of the court. So they may not have the you know, they might address it as the victim.
Right, I see. Yeah.
So the important thing here would be about
which means I'm going to have to go to Philadelphia and request the actual records, aren't I? I am, aren't I?
For the no, because I can anything that's the court has, like the trial court, anything that comes out of that.
Like the transcripts and all that.
The transcripts probably not, but it will have. It will include the. It will include the word in my head.
Verdict.
It will include the verdict and the facts of the case. But it won't include the trial. Like, if you want the transcript, you would have to apply directly to that particular court for it.
So I have to figure out where the court is and then apply there.
But like a lot of the the trial transcript will include the facts of the case. Like, they involved this level of, you know, somebody was murdered, who was the what was the revolts around that. It won't necessarily, the transcript is going to include the verbatim conversation. Yeah. The opinion of the court and the trial court and all of these things are going to include the, you know, discussions of admissions of evidence, what things are going to be happening. You don't necessarily have to go all the way to the particular court. You need to just call the county clerk.
Okay. Because I actually would be really interested to see how people are talking about Wilmer Broadnax in the testimony, like what they actually say about him, how they describe him.
Well, a lot of that will also show up in the facts and the opinion of the court. Because the opinion of the court is going to be a lot of
I've only seen the daily appellate summaries. I don't know what this would look like. Like because I don't know.
So if we're going to
court would like chat might want to know. What do these things look like?
So chat, what would you like? Okay, let me reach over here, and I'll pull one. I'll pull one from over here. Actually, I have one right here. I can pull one up easily. So let's.
The case was in '93. The murder was in '92.
Okay, so yeah, no, there was an actual case. So I know that there, even if there's a plea, she would it wouldn't necessarily have testimony about it, but it would still have a lot of the filings.
I think they probably accused her of murder, and she was found of involuntary manslaughter.
Yeah, which is a lesser charge. The question is like, so it really comes down to who is, what court it is, where what the trial is, all of these things, and so a particular. It's July. I need February. So, you know, if like you have the specific citation, it's a lot easier because you can just pull it right up. Or if you're keyword searching for like,
Engelbert Humperdinck.
Yeah.
Somebody with a less common name.
A less common name than Richardson. Particularly in a instance where hold on, I can change these filters. I can change the filters. So a court case is going to include jurisdiction, okay, date, specific date. You said, what is the date? February
4th, 1993.
1993. Continue.
Yeah, and nobody talks about Wilmer Broadnax. I've got recordings, of course, because that's what I do. But like,
criminal. Here we go.
He was murdered, so I want to know.
Apply.
Billy Tipton, by the way, was not murdered, but he died of untreated bleeding ulcers because he was internally bleeding but wouldn't go to the doctor because then that would be a problem because he was, you know, nobody knew that he was trans, and so he just died because he couldn't go to the doctor.
Huh. That's strange. According to this, there are no cases, which doesn't make any. Oh, ooh, hold on. Trial court orders. Nothing showing up, which means I would have a question of. I would have to do some more research, but so what this looks like, I can pull one up for you. Just a general. Actually, I might just share my screen with you all.
Oh,
I can
nice.
Do that.
It was reported in the Philadelphia newspaper.
Yeah, but okay. For example, I'm going to try and do this by doing a thing. So hold on a sec, guys. So keep talking.
I can tell you the name. Okay, so I just pulled up the newspaper article about it.
Yep.
Girlfriend guilty in stabbing. The judge had the perfect solution for a woman who killed the man she said had been tormenting her for several years. Stay away from men. That's what the judge says. I think she's a good.
You wouldn't happen to know who the judge was?
Yes, I do.
That would be useful.
I think she's a good woman. Common Pleas Judge Lisa Richette said
Ooh,
of leaving
common please. That's even more helpful. Here we go. Hold on a sec. So, this is, I'm going to show you. Ooh, hold on. That's not what I want.
That's her name.
I'm going to show you the thing in a second because I realized I screwed up a little bit. It's going to take over us a little bit, but
Sure,
I can show you all what this looks like. What a Westlaw case looks like. So common pleas. Okay.
Okay, so listen. So the judge says, I think she's a good woman, said Lisa Richette. At least the judge said of Levina Richardson, 42, who stabbed the 72-year-old Wilmer Broadnax to death last May. I don't think she's vicious. I think he drove her crazy. The judge suggested that Richardson stay away from older men. Stay away from men, period. I think you're a perfect candidate for victimization. Haka, yeah, the Golden Echoes, Little Axe and the Little Wings. Like, yeah, he was also in the Blind Boys of Mississippi for a while. He was in a number of really sort of important gospel groups.
So, I'm gonna cover myself in Leaf Trooper mostly because
well, that's nice.
I can do that.
Assistant,
okay.
I can give you another name. Assistant District Attorney David Augenbraun.
Well, here's the thing. See how these wonderful things show up? Okay, so we said common pleas, Judge Richette. So now we're looking for Richardson versus the Commonwealth, right? Probably, or common pleas.
And the Failed Third Four, yeah. He was like Hawkeye. He was in like really big bands. He was like not.
Apparently, this judge got into it with the Philadelphia Magazine. That's interesting.
Like really great stuff. The gospel work is really nice. And I'm giving you more names. Assistant District.
That won't
I don't know
matter.
if any of these things. Oh.
The way these are.
Wait.
The way
A
these.
feud with Charlton Heston?
Yeah, it's actually kind of interesting. I want to go into this much further. It's an ongoing feud with Charlton Heston. I want to know. Yeah, Skeksy's right. But that's not what we're looking for right now.
Well, that's interesting.
There you go.
I'm going to copy this link.
Thank you for the link in the middle.
Thank you, Skeksy. I'm pulling this up because this might, I don't know, it might be relevant. Wait, Charlton Heston's decades-old feud with a Philly judge led a court to overturn a murder conviction.
Yeah.
What? Well, this seems... What is going on? What? Murder, Charlton Heston, feuds, overturning convictions. What?
Yeah, it has to do with, it's a case involving bias.
Ah. Huh?
What are your... Westlaw, why are you being such a...
Huh.
Oh, you don't like this. Sorry.
So the ADA wanted voluntary manslaughter.
Yes.
And she got involuntary.
Second-degree murder.
Second degree. Yeah, but she got involuntary.
Mm-hmm. Which is
third?
is manslaughter, not murder. No.
People. So, side note, it's really interesting how a number of scholars, for example, people, will find information about things you wouldn't expect through court cases. So a friend of mine was looking up, was going through court records in the 19th century, I think. Oh yeah, I know what it was. There's some interesting work on male and female impersonators on the stage, right? So like vaudeville male and female impersonators, and some of the information that we have about their lives mostly comes from police reports, right? When they might be dressing off stage and then they get arrested for it.
Am I misspelling Richardson? Richardson?
Yes, Richardson.
Lavina.
Yes, Lavina. Oh, Gonzo, your entire job is reading court records right now? Really? What are you doing? What kind of court records? Don't break confidentiality, but like give us a thought, an overview. Like,
this
what are
is
you
not
doing?
breaking confidentiality, by the way, because this is all public
It's public.
records.
Yeah, but so apparently sometimes if you want to get some really interesting stuff about like medieval times. Oh, another one of my colleagues who does work on 18th century French moral music. She basically just did a lot of research on court records, like when people got arrested for singing immoral songs, like the idea of like which songs were moral or immoral. And she mostly was able to get a lot of her big information, not just from philosophers writing, but actually from court cases, because people got arrested, right, for singing the wrong kinds of songs. And so she did a lot of work going through like basically 18th century court records to find out references to music. And I think that's pretty cool. So Gons is a cartographer, geographer, and I work for the feds drawing up map allotments from old legal descriptions from surveyors. Oh, well, that's really interesting. Gonzo, like, how far back do you go? And have you seen anything really interesting? Because I can imagine there might be really interesting things from the times of homesteading or that kind of a thing. Like, I can imagine that there could be really neat things that I wouldn't even think about. 1870s. Gonzo, that sounds so cool. Gonzo, that sounds so cool. What is the coolest thing that you have discovered when going through these court records?
Now this is bothering me because it should come up so much easier. 93? We're talking in 93, correct?
Yep. Mm-hmm. February.
I'm giving them a date range because it's...
And I should, if I don't have this, I should probably also...
Judge. Hold on. You said, what's her name? Rochette.
Mm-hmm.
Lisa Rochette. Because her name is going to be on the court document. No documents found.
Well, that seems strange. Because she is a person. I'm seeing it in the newspaper right now.
And I also can find a whole bunch of other documents about it. So... But not with that date range. From February 1st to, you know... In February of 1993, there's nothing about this as a court document.
Well, maybe it started early, but then apparently the sentence came down.
No, it's the date that the decision comes down is the point at which the things...
Huh. Yeah, because this
and
is...
I can't find anything with Lavinia Richardson at all.
Lavina Richardson. Yeah. Lavina. People.
Lavina. Lavina. Okay, so Richardson.
I actually have played Phoenix Wright, Ice Bunny.
Lavina.
I wasn't able to finish it because it ended up glitching out on my mobile, but I played quite a bit of it. Gonzo says, let's see, a tiny unmarked family burial ground on one lot, a series of family letters and police reports about a family dispute, and a company exchanging land with the government about land in the most passive-aggressive terms. That seems really interesting. Oh, let's see.
Like, it's a criminal court case, so there should be a lot. But there's nothing, and usually it's not even pulling up as a name on
That's weird, right?
Well, name on a court document. So, like, you know, like, the last name becomes problematic because it's usually the first, you know, when it's listed in the reporter, it's listed by last name versus whatever. You know, see, like, Campbell versus U.S. The last name of this individual is Campbell. So, yeah, if it's not her legal name, then that's not going to be what it's listed under.
That's what they're reporting in the newspaper, though.
Yeah, but that might be the name that she's known by. So, like, if there's an alias that goes with it. So, like, for example, if we're looking here, you've got Lavina. It's pulling up, like, Lavina Small, because it's searching for Lavina. But it's not finding Lavina and Richardson, which is what it should be finding right away.
What is the Lavina Small case?
Small versus Small, that's 1887. Okay, so let's look at what a court case looks like. So here, Small versus Small. Number 87, September term, 1887. Married woman, action of wife against husband, plea and abatement of act, June 3rd, 1887. A wife may sue her husband in her own name upon his contract for the recovery of her separate property as an unmarried person under the provisions of the act of June 3rd, 1887. A plea and abatement is in such action alleging the relation of the parties is not sufficient in law and that the husband must defend as any other person. Demur to plea and abatement. And it lists, you know, like, this is even an old person, you know, old tertiation case, because it lists, like, the facts, who's being, you know, attorneys in law firms, and it's giving all of these things. Yeah, it's a lot of, and then you have the opinion, which is 2 sentences and is kind of going to piss you off. But, and now, September 13th, 1888, after argument upon the demurrer, it appears that to the court that the said plea by the said David W. Small pleaded in abatement is not sufficient in law. Therefore, it is considered that the said David W. Small do not answer further to the said declaration of the said Lavinia Small. Mm-hmm.
I feel like this isn't that odd, right? It's very
it's
strange.
very odd that it's not. And you're sure it's in Pennsylvania?
Yeah, I mean, it's Philadelphia. It's being reported in the Philadelphia newspapers.
Okay, because, like, it's still, like, here, Lavinia Worthington. It's finding the Lavinia and the Worthington, but it's not finding Lavinia Richardson anywhere. And you wouldn't,
Yeah. The Judge Rachette found Richardson of the Tasker Homes Project in South Philadelphia guilty of involuntary manslaughter.
Like, I can find articles, I can find documents by this particular judge. I found a lot of documents about this particular judge and what they've signed. But, like, for example, okay, like, for, if we were gonna look at,
That's so odd.
this is 1983, so that's much too late. 83,
Too early.
92...
The murder happened in 92, but the
reporter, this is the Supreme Court of 92. That's not what's going to happen. But, okay, for, like, example, Com v. Jones. This means Commonwealth versus Jones, 1995, right? I want the document. I want to stay on this document. Do not mess with me on this document. You have Commonwealth of Pennsylvania versus Appellee versus, and this is the appellate court, and they have a synopsis, and they list, when you get through all the head notes and you come down to attorneys, they list the attorneys and the firms, and then when you get into the opinion, they give you all this information. But, like, a trial court information, would it be just? It would be Richardson versus Commonwealth, and
I think this is so odd.
it's very strange. I'm usually much better at this, and it should just be popping up because I do this a lot every day.
And it's clearly not, like, secret or private because
it would be public information.
It's also in the newspaper, right? So that's weird.
Yeah, but here's the thing, Skexy. I can try with that, but the thing with the ADA is they're not the person. The district attorney is not the person who would be named on the case. It is the it would be, that is the state is the one who's prosecuting, right? So it would be, like, if I just put Lavinia Lavina Richardson, it doesn't pull those 2 words up together, ever. But now if I just, maybe if I clear all, and I just go all states, all federal, include related federal, save, let's see. Let's try again with the new filters.
Yeah, it's so strange to me. So strange to me.
Like, this is really strange to me because, like, I can, you know, so, like, for example, if it's, District Court of Appeals, Supreme Court, let's focus in.
Am I gonna just have to, like, call up Philadelphia somewhere?
Well, it would be the,
It's always weird, but you know, sometimes like people, yeah, I hate it. I hate it when people miscite things, where people cite a thing and you go to find the original thing, and also the reason why I really want to find this is because people are talking, like the thing is like, oh well, she stabbed him 3 times when he was 72 years old, and she was in her 40s, and she was hanging out with a 17-year-old dude. What? And like I was like, okay, but I want to know what the transcripts say, because clearly there's going to be more than one take on this matter, and I would like to know what people said. Like, did they have, like, did his brother testify? Did who testified about him? What did they say? Because what I'm getting in reporting is kind of sensationalist, and that's all that people are talking about. Like, there's really just not a lot on Wilmer Broadnex, and I really feel like getting the court cases.
Yeah, no, it's yeah. And Gonzo's looking in the inmate locator. So it would be the Pennsylvania Court of Common Pleas is, let's try the trial courts. So this tells you something. The trial courts of 1887, coverage begins in 1870. Lavina, Richard. Nope.
I just feel like it's so mysterious. I find that, yeah.
Let's search. We're searching Pennsylvania trial court cases, specifically where you should be able to find these. 32, 71, 90, 74, 15. Okay.
Ooh, I should do my stretches.
Filter by date. Let's give a specific, all dates after January 1st, 1992.
Right, that's
Actually,
good.
no, let's give it a specific range. January 1st, 1992.
And like January 1st, 1995?
Yeah.
Because like maybe that would be good.
January 1st, 1995. See, this is why research is important. Apply.
Research skills are good. You know, I started learning my research skills because of Dungeons and Dragons role-playing games. Because I was playing a Call of Cthulhu game from set in the 20s, and so I had to do a whole bunch of like research on who the vice president was under Hoover. Yeah, and I was a youngin', and I'm running around going to the library and looking up the microfiche because I was very interested in, you know.
Okay. So we know. Richardson does not show up. There's one for May 1993. December. No, nope. Wrong case. Wrong case. None of these. So the Court of Common Pleas is the trial court in the state of Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. There's nothing about a murder case involving a defendant Richardson from 1991 to 1995 in Philadelphia.
I don't understand. So where is that documentation? It must exist. Was it just not digitized? If not, why not?
Well, no, because
that
everything
seems weird.
1870 was.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, that would be weird, right?
So, all content. Richardson, comma, Lavina. Sorry.
It's fine.
So, it's finding the name, and it's not finding no idea. This is a no idea. Okay, I'm going to turn this off now so that you can see me. I will probably have to do a bigger deep dive when we're offline because
what do you think this is about? The mysteriousness.
Well, considering we have other cases that we found with this particular judge, we know that the Court of Common Pleas, she was a very, very active judge, and that therefore this exists. The thing that I can figure is that somebody didn't digitize this particular case, or it's mislabeled within the database.
Mm-hmm.
But considering we didn't find anything afterwards, I'm leading me to the things that wait, we missed a donation. We had a donation come in on our Tiltify and I missed it.
Ooh.
And it didn't tell me. And it didn't, why did it not pop on the, it was supposed to pop on, anyways, I will find out who that donation was from.
Does the Commonwealth, does that mean the English Queen is still the boss like in Canada? No. They're not the Commonwealth of the British Empire. They're
that was Anna. Thank you, Anna, for the donation to World Central Kitchen. I'm sorry that I missed it. Apparently my alert didn't go off.
Sometimes alerts are shenanigans.
Because we also didn't find, there was not an appeal.
Yeah.
So we would have found an appeal. Like that we would have found. That's the names are very particular. It's very straightforward. Appeals are very go to a higher level and therefore become much more complex. So the fact that we didn't find anything about it is I will have to sit down and do this research now because it's bothering me. You know how that works?
Yes, I do. And sometimes it's not what you need, but sometimes you're like, well, wait a minute, hold on. And then you just then you're on the internet and all of a sudden you're looking at
because look, when you find a case, it will give you all of this information, like facts about the case. You can infer a lot of things about how the way the judges write about the case, the way what information was used or allowed, and what evidence was not used or allowed. Any points of law are going to be discussed. All of those things become okay. So there's a difference between questions of law versus questions of fact, right? A question of fact is determined by the jury. In a jury case. In criminal cases, almost all criminal cases are jury trials. Yes,
you did
mute the alert.
Yes, that's what it was.
I muted the alert when they had the things come in. Thank you, Shinobi, that works. Because of the way criminal cases are...
Can I say something to Shinobi for a moment? It's a super digression. It's really a big side note.
Wow, we're going to digress on this channel.
It's just real short. Shinobi, there is a game that I own called Shinobi Clans, and it's super fun. It's for multiple people. I don't know what the minimum number of people who can play it. It's like a board game, I suppose. It's cards, right? And so what it is that you put out a number of targets for assassination, and with a there's cards, you put out 4 cards, and underneath the card you put a treasure, and you are an assassin or whatever, and each player chooses whether to defend or try to kill 2 of the 4 or 5 people who are up there, but you keep it hidden so nobody knows whether or not you're trying to kill someone or save someone, because you get certain amount of points if they live, certain amounts, right? And then you all play cards face down on around these people. And so someone's like, oh, you just put a card down on the defense side for that person. Are you trying to defend that person? But maybe you're just faking people out. And so you put all of your cards down till you're finished, and then you reveal all the cards and you find out whether that person was killed or saved. And then you get points, you get the treasure based on that. But it's really fun because it's a lot of psycho, are you actually going for this person or actually going for somebody else? And
yeah, it's a lot of gaming the system. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah,
And Ice Bunny, so in the United States, there are 3 states that achieved the title of Commonwealth when they were still colonies under the British Crown. It has to do with the way they're incorporated. Massachusetts, Pennsylvania, Virginia.
And Rhode Island is something weird, right?
The Rhode Island and Providence, what's the official title? It's not a Commonwealth. Rhode Island.
It is like Bangonzo, by the way.
They keep Providence Plantations. That's right. And people are like, we want to get rid of the title of plantation because it's evil. And I'm like, in this instance, it's has to do with how the state was designed and put together. Like, technically, Connecticut is a chartered state or a chartered colony versus a established colony.
Can I bring up a weird pet peeve that I have?
Yes.
It's super weird, but so I'm from California, which makes me a
West Coast Californian.
A Californian, right? You're from New York, which makes you a...
Well, I'm not. I live in Connecticut, and I'm close to New York, and I identify mostly as a New York, sometimes as a New Yorker, but sometimes I'm also a child of the federal government, so move on.
Yeah. So I would ask when I came to Massachusetts, what is the name of people from Massachusetts?
Masshole.
And that's what they would say. And I would say that is clearly not the official name of people from Massachusetts. That is not in the state charter, I'm certain. You know what I mean? I was like, I am certain.
They're massholes.
But I doubt that's in the state thing. And they're like, we're massholes. Like, that's nice, but what is the official name of people from Massachusetts? And they're like, Bostonian. I was like, no, Boston is not Massachusetts. What is the name? And like, nobody can tell me. And I was like, come on, Massachusettsians, Massachusettsers.
It's okay. Official titles for people from Connecticut are nutmeggers. So
are they really? So you're not Connecticuters?
No, it's the nutmeg state, so we're nutmeggers. Yeah. No, they're massholes. Move on. They can't drive. They're massholes.
I mean, that's true. They can't drive. It's very distressing. But still, I just want to know what the official name is. And nobody in Massachusetts can tell me. Also, everybody calls themselves a Bostonian, but you live 4 hours from Boston. That doesn't count.
Okay, if you're 4 hours from Boston, you're in Albany and you've crossed the border.
They're out Western Mass,
No. If you can drive from Boston across the entire state of Massachusetts in 2.5 hours.
Ooh. What do you call it about? There's the college. What's it called? Amherst.
Yeah.
Amherst. And do you have to mumble the M, right? I don't think so. Amherst. Yeah. So anyway, I'm always like sort of nonplussed by that. Because I was like, but there's got to be a name, and nobody can tell me. That's all.
Nope, there is nothing. They are just massholes. It's like there are some states that just don't have one. Like New Jersey.
New Jerseyans.
No, nobody calls them that.
But that might be their official name.
Nobody calls them that, and I've never heard that term in my entire life.
New Jerseyites? New Jerseyans.
No. Yeah, it might be 4 hours from P-Town to Lee. I mean, possibly, but you'd have to account Skeksis for Cape Cod traffic if you're going from P-Town to, Amherst. And now I have definitely switched, hey, Faye.
You rang. Faye, you're from Massachusetts, right?
No, Faye is from Jersey.
Oh, you're from Jersey. Okay, Faye, what's the official name of people from New Jersey? Like the official name. Are you New Jerseyans, New Jerseyites, New Jerseyans, New Jerseyans?
People who are unfortunately stuck in Jersey? We love you, Jersey. Sort of.
Even the sign that source that article still, you have to take a trip to Philly and dig around. Yeah, I might have to go to Philly to dig around, actually. No one says it, but I think it's typically New Jerseyan.
Faye.
New Jerseyan.
No. Oh my god. Speaking of things, random things that came up in my head. Yeah, I've never heard that, but yeah, no one's gonna use that. No one's gonna call anybody that. It's like...
What do you call people from New Jersey? So no, sorry, no, don't answer. Face on. What do you call people from New Jersey? As a person from New Jersey, what do you call yourself and fellow people from New Jersey? Old towners. Prax does not get to answer until Face on answers first, because Prax is going to answer in some kind of New York way, I imagine. So I want Face on people to like self-identify as a NJ, or I don't know how it happens first before the dunking happens. Bay Stater, Massachusettsan, and Masshole. Oh, that's interesting.
See? It's on Wikipedia. It's true.
You don't get to cite Wikipedia. Not a citation source.
You're citing... Yeah, there's never a collective noun for Jersey. It's just Jersey.
Okay. Face on, follow-up question. When you are outside of New Jersey, let's just not say New York State, you're somewhere else, and somebody says, where are you from? What do you say? And if you're in New Jersey and someone asks you, where are you from? What do you say? And actually, I would like everybody in chat to answer that question as well, because that's interesting to me, right? Like, because like when I'm outside of California, I say I'm a Californian, or I might say I'm from the Bay Area. And if I'm in California, I always say I'm from the Bay Area. If I'm in the Bay Area, I say I'm from the city.
No,
Depends.
you're on the wrong coast. There's only one city.
No.
Yeah, no, there's only one
No.
city.
No.
It's inherently capitalized.
No. No. Nope. Critwitch, I want you to know I've got to credit my company back because all this time I'm spending here. It's fair. That's fair.
That's fair. Yeah, the demonym, as in from the Greek word demos, which means place or location of the clan group.
Faison says, I say I'm from New Jersey, out of state. I usually say I'm from Central Jersey if I talk to someone in state. Okay, I'm leaving. Have a good one. Oh, I'll see you, Shinobi. Also, Shinobi, what did you say about yourself when you identify yourself? Yes. Sometimes I'm from NorCal.
See, I don't. I'm a child of, like, if it depends on where I'm residing.
I spent years saying I'm from New York and then having to point out that Manhattan was 4 hours away.
Ooh, yeah, all that upstate life.
Okay, about upstate New York, New Yorkers, but isn't, like, I mean, I feel like you call everything that's not New York City upstate New York, and that seems weird. Is there like a, I mean...
Well, there's technically everything that is not New York City is upstate New York, and then there's, when you're in upstate New York, there's Western New York and the Adirondacks.
Oh. Gonzo's like, I say I'm from California, and in California I say NorCal, or the capital. Gonzo, my grandmother was in Sacramento, and I would go visit, and Sacramento got real hot. Like, way hotter than San Francisco. San Francisco didn't tend to get really hot, but it was like the 70s, and you'd be in a car. I remember sitting in a car, and cars in the 70s had that kind of vinyl seating, and vinyl seating would just get really, really scalding, burn your flesh hot in like really hot weather, and I did not appreciate that. That's my story about Sacramento. And then in the inevitable conversation that upstate does not include an awful lot of New York. Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Tell me more. What does that mean? What is not being included? When I'm in Denmark, when I'm in Denmark, I'm German, and when I'm in Germany, I'm the Dane, and I'm just your crazy bunny. Argentinian, because I was born in Argentina. But when you're in Argentina, do you say something different? Like Shinobi, if you're in Argentina, do you say like, oh, I'm like a Buenos Airean, I'm from Buenos Aires, or like, because I'm always, because I have a number of friends who are from the Midwest who say they're from the Midwest rather than from the state they're from. Like, I've got a bunch of friends who are from Nebraska, and they say they're from the Midwest rather than they're from Nebraska. And I think that's interesting.
Also has to do with the size of the state, and also has to do with the... I mean, Yonkers, I will give you Skeksis. Yonkers is not upstate, but everything north of Dutchess County is. everything outside of Westchester County is.
What does Westchester County count as?
New York City light.
New York City. Uh-huh.
Okay, so like the thing is, a lot of people mark the end of the Harlem line and the Hudson River line, and basically the end of Metro North as the end of New York City.
Conta says, I'd say for the Midwest, I just treat it as a large mass because most people can't point out where each individual state is. Hey, do y'all know, okay, this was a thing that was all the rage it's a website, early aughts website, all the rage at the time, Sporkle.
I remember.
If you don't, see, Prax has got my back. Sporkle gives you quizzes that are in timed, and we would always do the geography quizzes because there's like a whole category for geography where they'd be like, okay, name all the states, you've got 3 minutes. Name all the countries in Europe, you've got 3 minutes, or like 5 minutes. And sometimes they give the map, and you'd have to like sort of like, oh, that's, Andorra. And I'll just say Europe is a little bit more tricky than you think because there is Andorra and then also San Marino, and like you might forget some of them, but I'm just saying that was Sporkle was very fun. I enjoyed the Sporkle. If you like to kill like 5 to 10 minutes worth of time. Oh.
Okay, I'm going to share this map online because yes, it is hilarious. This is New York. I don't always agree with all of this. I think your borderline should come down a little bit lower into oh hell no, you must be from New York City. It must be a little bit, actually I think it should be a little bit lower. I think it's a little high there because parts of Dutchess County are in there. And so then this is not upstate, this is Capital District, true. This is all upstate New York, this is central New York, and there's western New York. They don't even call it soda out here. Yeah. It's Rochester and Buffalo.
Hey, Son, I'm glad that I was able to give you some memories. And even this map is under question as Saratoga can be considered part of the Capital District.
Yeah, it could be Capital District, or I honestly think that Saratoga is truly upstate New York because it's all the way. It is in the Adirondacks and all of the day travel, all of those things. Oh look, and here is all of this thing we call Long Island. And it's
but like
not
part of
even
New
all
York
of it.
City's on Long Island, right?
No. Well, yes.
Is it one of the boroughs
no,
still
I mean, okay. So
Queens, right? Queens is on Long Island.
Queens and Brooklyn technically could be considered on the islands, but they do have to cross a body of water.
Do they?
A major river, actually. It's like, so there's like, technically the most western portion of Long Island is a compilation of marshlands and a bunch of small islands. And those are the boroughs of Queens and Brooklyn. But once you get out of the boroughs, you get into City Island and Ocean City, all of those things, you're into Long Island.
Okay, so can I bring up another thing that I think about sometimes?
Yes.
This is going to take kind of complicated thinking, and I would love you kind of do double thinking for this one, and I would love everybody else's thoughts as well. It occurred to me that I was like, oh, there are states where I think the average person not from that state can name multiple cities, and then there are states where they can't. And I was thinking, like, which are the states where people can name, the average person who's not from that state can name multiple cities? And certainly New York, right? Because you could name New York, Buffalo, Syracuse. I think your average person would name those three.
Your average person would be able to
Albany.
name maybe Albany if they knew that it was the capital and not New York City, but 90% of the world still thinks that New York City is the capital of New York.
Rochester.
They might, I think the average quote-unquote person would know Buffalo, New York City, and Syracuse because football and basketball.
Yeah. And so the question I have is, like, how many states do we think the average person could name 3 cities from or more? Hey, Renegade. And I don't think there are that many cities where that's the case. Like, I don't think the average person could name 3 cities in New Jersey. There's Jersey City.
Atlantic City.
Atlantic City, right?
I know more because of where I live.
Because you're from, like, I can't.
And also I've driven through them.
Well, the town where I live in Mendoza, and we are called, sorry for the Spanish word, Mendocino. Yeah. Also, the people who live in the Buenos Aires area are called Porteños due to living to the port. Oh, that's really cool, Shinobi. Yeah. I feel like Texas. People can name 3 cities in Texas.
Well, you
the
can
average
also,
person.
You can also, the average person would be able to name another city in Jersey.
Atlantic City, Jersey City.
Newark.
Oh, yeah, of course, Newark. Of course, right. Newark. Yes. I think the Jersey Shore is an area.
The Jersey Shore is an coast.
Yeah.
Specifically.
Texas, California, Florida. Skexy, I think Ohio, because I think Ohio has a lot of famous cities.
Yeah, they all start with C.
Yeah, like what, Columbus?
Columbus, Cincinnati.
Toledo.
Cleveland,
yeah, because of sports, right?
Yeah, sports.
Yeah,
everyone that has most people can name if there's more than one
Mendocinos.
If there's more than one
sports team
in that state, people will know it. Like,
yeah.
Can you name more than one city in Iowa?
No.
Des Moines and Iowa City.
Yeah, but the question is, can you name 3? I think, like, for me, I think the 3 is the cutoff, because I feel like with most states...
is that fair for states that don't technically have 3 cities?
Well, they might have small cities.
No, but like in corporations considered for cities. I'm just like not talking about size. I'm talking population size. I'm talking about things that are considered cities.
Right. And I'm thinking about because you might have the major city and the capital being separate. So a person might be able to name 2 if they learn their capitals, and then like the major city. But I think, like, can you get 3? But also, here's the thing. I feel like people might be able to name some towns if they're college towns that are famous as well. Yeah. Right. So like Wichita, right? Yeah. Like is like, I feel people would be like, oh, Wichita, right? So I think
that is one of the 2 cities in Kansas. And having my cousin who lives in Kansas will tell you that there are only 2 cities in Kansas. And it's like Oklahoma, you have Oklahoma City and Lincoln.
Yeah.
Well, not Lincoln.
But people would name Lincoln. No, that's
in Nebraska.
That's in Nebraska. Missouri, yeah.
I mean, like
Tennessee,
you have excuse me, you should be able to name 2 cities in Tennessee.
Memphis, of course, right?
And the other side of the state. Memphis is one genre of music, which is on the other side of the state.
Oh, Nashville, of course. But like, what else? Okay, so Mississippi, I can name Tupelo because Elvis is from there.
Are you gonna go to Jackson?
Maine. I don't know about Maine. Maine's hard.
There is technically 1 city in Maine. The rest don't really count, but I can name a whole bunch of them. But that's because I'm a coastie brat, so I know all the Coast Guard ports.
But I also think like cities or towns. I feel like cities or towns.
Cities or towns. Portland, Booth Bay, Harbor.
Georgia, people could name 3, right?
No, most people will name 2.
Savannah, Atlanta.
Give me 3.
Athens.
Okay. I don't. Okay.
Athens because of the music scene, right? So I feel like people would know.
No, most people aren't going to call it about the music scene. They're going to call it about UGA football.
Okay, but I was thinking like, REM.
Yeah, that's true.
What you don't think about Huachuca City? Oh, Arizona. I know Fort Huachuca. I know Fort Huachuca. Yeah. I would, but I feel like that cheats. I feel like me knowing Huachuca City is a cheat because of Fort Huachuca.
I mean, that's me sitting here going, I can name a whole bunch of towns along the eastern seaboard, A, because I've driven through so much of it, and B, because I grew up a coastie brat, so I know where all the Coast Guard stations are.
Yeah, I'm sure a lot of people can come up with a lot of small towns of select sports. I think that's true. So like, I feel like it could be a town if there's like a college town or a sports town might get you a space or like some kind of famous.
I mean, like Maine, there's Portland and Bangor, and that's it.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I can't think of anything besides those 2.
And I mean, like, I know a bunch of towns because I've driven through them and I visit.
Washington State would be Seattle and Tacoma.
Oh, come on. We all play TTRPGs. There's one more you can think of.
Well, I mean, if we go to Shadowrun, there's like all sorts of ridiculousness there.
Where is that company located?
Are they not in Seattle proper?
Mm-mm.
You're a Hollywood Marine if we are just spitting names. Oh. Huh. Wait. Microsoft is in there's a Redmond. Okay.
Yep. I mean, like, there's whole bunches of but then again, there are people like me who've literally driven every mile of I-95.
Oh, combat engineers are hardcore. Rock on, combat engineer. Just saying. Yeah, and I just kind of because I feel like there are a lot of places where people couldn't name spaces, right? Or like maybe you would know like, well, the Baseball Hall of Fame is here, right? You know what I mean? Like you might get sort of like random things.
I mean, most people. Here's the thing: is like a lot of people don't know a lot about other places. They know a lot about their state. I mean, like if I sit here and said, "Could you name me 3 cities in Connecticut?"
You could, right? Because
I could because I live here. But can anyone else here?
You've got all those banks, right? So,
can you name one?
Yes. Do you want me to do it right now?
Yeah.
Oh, Connecticut. Wait, I went to Connecticut to see a play. I went to go see Bronx Tale live. That was in Connecticut. Also, I played Game of Thrones in Connecticut. There's a small town where we would go. There's a game store there. In like an old factory, like an old kind of like turn of the century factory.
Cosmic. Well, there's a lot of that in this town, in the state, because we have
Hartford,
is
right?
The capital.
Because that's where all the insurance companies are.
Not all of them, but a large chunk of them.
Oh,
look, Fayno's the most important city.
New Haven.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh yeah, Yale, right?
Pizza.
Oh.
Like, yes, I mean, Yale is a big thing. A bunch of my relatives worked there, and my cousin does New Haven. But, the Hartford, New Haven, Bridgeport, Stamford.
Oh, Stamford, yeah, Stamford. I feel like with Europe, I only know those two because I've cataloged books most. I feel like with Europe, you're going to get people can name multiple cities from Germany, France, right? The question is, can you beat 2? If you can hit 3, like I feel like with Germany, Munich, Frankfurt, Berlin, people would probably say those. With France, they're going to get Paris. They'll get Marseille, probably.
Are we doing this other people?
Nice.
Okay, I'm going to keep my mouth shut then.
England, of course, would be pretty easy, I think, for the general populace who are not from England, right? Because you're going to get London, Manchester, Liverpool, probably. Right? There's more, but you can get 3. Mm-hmm. Switzerland, Geneva, Bern, Zurich, yeah. Mm-hmm. Italy would be, well, that is a little cheaty for me, but
Italy, everyone knows the cities. Nobody knows the towns.
Yeah. Where you're going to get Rome.
You're going to get Rome, Florence, Venice.
Yeah. But you'd also,
then if you're fashion-oriented, Milan.
Yes. Yeah, you'll get Milan, probably. Turin, maybe? Right? Dennis, you were in Iraq 7 to 9, then 8 to 9. Are you talking about 2007 to 2009? Wait, I need 97 to 99 and then 2008 to 2009. Dennis, give me more information. Dennis.
I mean, I can name you. When you get into the really tiny countries, it's hard because they only have one city. Luxembourg only has the city of Luxembourg, but has other small towns.
Spain, right? Seville.
Cadiz, Madrid, Seville, Barcelona.
Yes, of course. I think some of this will also be about when you follow football. 2000. Oh, I see. Oh, okay. Thank you, Dennis. Because I was like, I need to know what decade you were in the military because I was like trying to, I was in the 90s, so I was like 97. Portugal, I think that might be difficult. Lisbon. Porto, right?
Porto. Port Town. Not Gibraltar, although technically... Oh, now this is gonna bother me.
Oh, maybe Sweden people could do outside of Sweden. Stockholm, Oslo. I think I could probably say Harang because there's a swing dance thing that happens there, but I don't think that's general. I don't think most people would name that one. Russia you could do.
Oslo isn't in Sweden.
Oh no, it's in Norway.
Thank you. I'm like, it's the capital of a different country.
Yeah, no, it's Norway.
I mean,
Stockholm?
like, I can know a bunch of, yeah, Sea Void Smoker. I got him on it. Don't worry.
African country will be really hard because I think people may not even name African countries. Start with IKEA lines of furniture. Mm-hmm. Also, Africa's difficult because the names have changed quite a lot. If you're doing the Sporkle for Africa, that's hard.
Yeah, I mean, like, I can do the countries in Africa.
Oh, Göteborg and Malmo. Yes, that's right. Yeah, that's right. Ice Bernie.
I could do a lot of the countries in Africa. Some of the cities. My biggest problem when it comes to Africa is like I said earlier, for those of you who were here early, I have an actual learning disability. I have a sound symbol relationships problem, which means I cannot connect, my brain does not connect written symbols to auditory sounds unless I have them combined at the same time. So if I see something in a written text, I will not be able to just say it. And that's not me being white people, like, I don't know how to say anything. This is like a physical thing that I can't do. So when I would have students who were from non-English or Italian or French language, I have problems with even in English sometimes, because fuck English.
English is not a real language.
Yeah, it's whatever. I need them to say it over and over again so I can connect the visual cue to the auditory cue. But like, I mean, like, I can do the countries. And I can do a bunch of the individual cities in those countries, but a lot of the city names have changed, particularly various other things. I don't know enough of them.
Russia? Moscow, St. Petersburg, Kiev. No, that's where you came. It's hard because there's the Soviet Union. Like, Russia, Moscow, St. Petersburg, which was Leningrad.
Moscow, St. Petersburg, what's it's called over in Siberia? Kind of stuck. The one at the end of the train. At the end of the world. Starts with a K.
Vladivostok. Thank you, Skessy. That's a good one.
Vladivostok, yes, but there's one even further than Vladivostok. Technically, everyone stops at Vladivostok because that's where the train stops, but there is an actual town further east in that section of Russia, and I can't say it. I mean, like... I have to check. I'm going to the map. I'm sorry.
I don't judge. Readily, I can only... Oh, wait, because Gonzo, you're a geographer, right? I'm actually really impressed. Most geographers don't learn any of these names. But also some of us have to have kind of weird... regularly, I can only remember Johannesburg. And that's... with South Africa, there's there's Johannesburg, there's Cape Town. Those are the two big ones, like Cape Town and Joburg.
Are we only doing South Africa, or are we doing all of Africa?
No, just just South Africa. So there's the two main ones I can think of. There were some...
It's...
Johannesburg, Cape Town. There's a famous...
Yeah, I'm just trying to remember. It's out here and out on the west.
Report now. Second Marines, 4th Battalion. I was Army, not Marines.
It's Conrango. Ha! It's out on that peninsula that's basically you go to Alaska and turn left.
I was thinking of Kursk, actually, is what I was thinking of, but
Kursk
that's
is
not
another one.
Yeah,
And the island of Diomede.
So
Which is the point between Alaska, the Bering Land Bridge, and Russia.
Dennis, I can tell you my MOS, but it will probably not mean anything to you because they've done a renumbering system. I was a 98 Charlie, so signals intelligence analyst with some add-ons. So I was military intelligence doing communications intelligence.
Yeah, he was. See, that's the thing.
And yeah, it's so weird. I was thinking, oh, Kamchatka, but that's you're thinking.
But this is the whole peninsula, not the
yeah.
not this town at the end. But like, hey, you know, I mean, like, there are places that I bet. Like, here's the thing: could you name any of the Disney stands?
Disney stands?
Okay, so that's a UN term. Sorry. So when the Soviet Union fell apart, we ended up with Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Turkmenistan,
Oh yeah.
Kyrgyzstan, Afghanistan and Pakistan are separate.
I can, but for reasons.
Yes, but for reasons that you cannot talk about, I figure.
Yeah, you know, Kyrgyzstan, Uzbekistan, Tajikistan, Turkmenistan. Yeah. Also, one of my colleagues is an ethnomusicologist who studies the music of Uzbekistan, and that's the whole reason why I can name most of them. That is not true, but we're gonna just go with that story. It's weird. It's weird what kind of, I find, so geography is really interesting, right? And it makes me a little sad that, okay. Here's what I'm going to say. If you go to university or college university, it turns out that some things that maybe were not very cool when you were in elementary school, the only time you learned it, might end up being really, really cool now, right? And I feel like very often in primary school, right? Primary, secondary school, we get versions of these things that are not what they actually do in like when you sort of leave it, right? So I think about it's like, first off, if you take music in high school, you have no idea what musicology or ethnomusicology is like at all. So you have no idea of like what that is about, if you even get it. But geography, like geographers in universities do really cool things that are like really, really neat. And the only time you really take geography in American high schools, I found, was like in elementary school. And then you kind of don't actually, but you're like, 8 and you don't really do it. You kind of just are like, here are the states in the United States or whatever, right? You look at some maps, but like geographers do such cool stuff and you never know about it. And I think that there's so many disciplines that people don't know about at all. And that makes me sad because there's like, also the ways in which, for example, we tend to teach the hard sciences in K through 12 as if they are fixed and objective things. But if you talk to mathematicians in universities or physicists or chemists, they're like, oh no, stuff is wild. Who knows? It's like, wow. And you're like, really? Like we just teach things in ways in school that I think sometimes just don't do justice to them, because I don't know why. Sometimes you'll get it. Like sometimes you'll get like a teacher who really does really cool stuff. Like I had a history teacher who actually taught us how to analyze sources, which was really cool. And like we were looking at like John Smith's diaries and how contradictory they were, and how maybe he was perhaps not the most reliable narrator of his own story, because the whole Pocahontas thing happened multiple times to him in many different countries. Like he would go to a country and he'd get kidnapped by some hot woman's father multiple times. It was like, okay, John Smith, I see you, right? And so it's like there's so it was just interesting to me the ways in which sometimes the kinds of versions of a discipline we get in high school, middle school, sometimes don't actually highlight the things that I think people would actually find cool.
I mean, that's the thing, like, when you teach, like, for me, I taught history and Latin, which could have good days or bad days because of when things are going, but whatever. But when I was teaching history, it's like, my mother used to say, you never learn, she hated history in high school, she loved history in college because one of the things that, you know, she had a really great professor who was like, you never learn the really fun stuff in history class, right? Like, you never learned Louis XIII of Bavaria wore pink armor and drowned to death on a battlefield.
Drowned, like, there's some questions about Ludwig II of Bavaria, how that drowning might have happened.
Well,
I'm thinking of the second.
Yeah, I'm talking about Louis XIII of Bavaria.
Oh,
yeah. He did drown, and you're like, how do you drown on a battlefield? In shit and blood, literally.
Oh, Ludwig II drowned, but that's suspicious because his doctor took him out to the middle of the lake, and then he drowned, and the doctor came back, and you're like, interesting. All right.
No. This is he drowned. The Louis XIII of Bavaria wore pink armor, i.e., he was flamingly gay, and everybody knew it. And he drowned to death on the battlefield because he fell off of his horse and his armor was overrated the wrong way, and he is injured and he just fell forward and couldn't get up, and then drowned in the mud, in the muck, in a wet battlefield, which isn't a pleasant way to go. But, you know, I
also really like because this is gaming related, right? And that I have GM'd so far online all historicals except for Fate of Cthulhu, which is my first non-historical, although it does involve time travel, so that's kind of tricky. But and I know, like, I'm, you know, and people always say, you know, if you want to sell RPGs, don't do historicals because nobody buys historicals. They're not popular. They're not interesting. People want fantasy's the #1 genre. Then you can do sci-fi, and then you can do horror. But like, if you want to make money in the RPG industry, don't do historicals. And part of me is like, I don't think really hardly anyone makes money in the RPG industry. I'm going to do what I want. But
yeah,
right. You know what I mean? I was like, we're not gonna make money anyway. I'm gonna do what I want. But when I talk to people about like, why don't you want to do historicals? They always say, oh, because history's boring. And I say, but you'll do medieval fantasy, right? Like, I feel like maybe somebody hurt you. Like maybe somebody has not been doing history in a way that would be interesting. And it's usually two things. It's either history's boring or like, well, I don't know any history. So I was talking when I first did, I was pitching, I think Night Witches maybe. And I was like, this is like, you know, Russia, 1940s, World War II. And I was like pitching some people and they're like, oh yeah, but I don't know anything about the 1940s. It's like, you do. And it's okay. Like I'm not gonna quiz you. Like it's okay.
It's okay. It doesn't have to be particular. I mean, like, that was one thing that came up in our, you know, inside the RPer studio when I was talking after we finished the regiment, and a couple of people were like, "Yeah, I knew nothing about this period before Deirdre, you know, Prax said, hey, you want to come be on this with me?" And they're like, some of them got really into it. I will point to you at Jim.
Yes. But, and it's just interesting. And I thought about this, I don't know, this is part of like another, like Skeksis is really good. If you want to make money in the RPG industry, find another industry. It's the same, it's similar, but not disconnected from video games. Like if you're a programmer and you want to make a lot of money as a programmer, don't go into video games. Like you might, but generally speaking, they just underpay you because they're like, oh, you're in the video games industry because you love it, right? And if you love it, that means I don't have to pay you. So like, it's just, you can just make a lot more money if you just don't go. Like people will exploit the fact that you love something to just not pay you, because apparently you should only get paid if you hate your life. I don't know. It's very strange. But I think a lot about this idea that people are like, oh, and I think this is like one of my core things. There are people who are like, well, I don't want to play something that's historical because I want escapism. And it's like, what makes you think playing in the 1920s isn't escapism? Also, you can still do escapism in the 1990s. Like, you know what I mean? Like, this is, unless you're playing exactly yourself, but even then that might be escapism because you're probably playing a different version of yourself or a version of yourself that's doing other things. Like, that's weird. And then, this is also one is so interesting to me, right? People will say things like, well, why would I play a human? I'm a human every day. Like, and I was like,
it's about, do you play for the power fantasy or do you play for other reasons? What kind of games do you play for the other reasons? I mean, like,
but I don't feel like those things are I feel like those things are not necessarily the same. Like you could play a human in a super massive power fantasy action game where you're like basically Dolph Lundgren or something. And that's certainly a power fantasy. You're just not an elf. Do you know what I mean? Like if you were playing like a,
you know, the number of people who play human in D&D because, you know, play that variant human to get the extra
sure
feat it's starting.
Wild says, my thing is there aren't that many good POC historical games yet, and not many the ones there are. You know, Wild, it's so interesting because I think about this a lot, right? And I think about, I think about this a lot because it depends on how do I say this? When I ran, what does it mean to be a POC historical game would be the question. And I can think of that in a couple different ways in my mind. I could think of a game that is specifically about POC specifically, like, for example, Harlem Unbound, which is thematizing POC very explicitly, and it is explicitly thematized. I can think about games that are historical that basically erase all POC and often women as well. So what happens in those games, it's sort of like, this is a historical game, but like we don't talk about anybody but like these 4 people. But I find a lot of games are not explicit in many ways. So now some are, it depends on what the setting is. But like I was running a game in Renaissance Florence, and the setting book just gave you the information about Renaissance Florence, but Renaissance Florence was actually quite racially diverse. And so for me, even though the book itself was like, here's how Florence is set up, here are the main buildings, here's the stuff, right? I was like, okay, well, I'm going to put POC in Renaissance Florence because Renaissance Florence was a massive trading center and those people were there. So, right, like, I mean, Alessandro de' Medici was half black, right? So, I mean, for me, some of it has to do with not the game it's
not black.
No, he was from his mother had been formerly enslaved.
Yeah, but she wasn't. The only point I'm going to throw.
She wasn't a Moor, though.
She's North African, not.
I thought she was not North African. I thought
Alessandro de' Medici? Yeah, no, they're North African because there's an entire discussion about it. She's not sub-Saharan African.
I thought that she was from the western part, like
she's Moroccan, or not Moroccan. It's not West Africa, and it's not sub-Saharan. It's I thought she was Eritrean. But that's an important distinction that we sometimes forget that people.
Although Eritrea is tricky too, though, right? Because in
terms of skin color and what people delineate as black, she was definitely a woman of color.
Yeah.
But she was not what we would consider a Nubian princess.
No. So this is a question I have to figure out where exactly she was from. Yeah. There's a lot of discussion about it, but another point. The point being, there's actually quite a lot of racial diversity. The question is, do you as a GM incorporate it into your games, right?
Yeah. Do you take the time to do it, and how do you plan it? And I mean, that's one of the things we sat down and talked about when we did Regiment.
Yeah.
Because of specifically what we were looking at and how we were doing it, and we, and what we wanted, and how quote unquote historically accurate we wanted this particular group to be.
I just think the problem is very often people think historically accurate means that there's no diversity and also no women, but that's not historically accurate. Do you know what I mean? Like,
no, I'm agreeing with you.
I mean, I was saying that, like, I mean, it's like all of those Merchant Ivory films, right? About like England. And I was like, England is an empire at this point in time. People have traveled the globe. There are people from India in England at this moment, right? But you would never see them in these films, but they were there. Do you know what I mean? Like, so it's not historically inaccurate. So I would say it's historically inaccurate to portray London as an all-white space in soft focus lens where everybody's upper class, because that would not be that would not be historically accurate for London, right? Like, London was not, that's not what it was. Yeah.
I mean, like, there are some ways that are better than others. I have, like... Sorry. There was a tweet I saw yesterday in response to the Meghan Markle and Prince Harry.
I didn't get to see it.
I did not see the actual interview, but there was a tweet that popped up that was very... okay.
I didn't see the tweet.
Sometimes people forget that England colonized a lot of places.
Yeah, that's true.
And the first couple places that they colonized...
Well, Scotland, of course, Wales, and Ireland, like the Isles, right? Of course, and they also themselves were colonized, right, by other people as well.
The Romans and the Normans. I meant specifically the English imperialist identity and you know, God save England, all of that bullshit.
Thunderbirds.
And a couple people were like, well, you know, if you're white, you should be apologizing for the British monarchy. And I'm like, I'm sorry, wait, what? I will take a lot of bullshit that I think there needs to be a lot of things, but my family's from Ireland, yo. We fought their ass for a very long time. We did not prop them up. I like there are definitely people who, yes, in England, you should be aware of the fact that the British monarchy is your problem. Have fun with it. But not... Don't blame everybody for your problems.
Well, it's interesting, Skexy. Don't expect a rule book about playing a game taking place in ancient Rome to present a discourse on the population diversity. You might need to do that yourself. I would like that. I think that and I think not just that. I think there are a lot of things that we do not learn in school. We mostly learn about leaders, right? Generals, nobles, et cetera, We don't tend to learn about like regular people's lives. And I think if you're doing an RPG book, an RPG setting book, not a generic, which is different, but an RPG setting book, what you need to do to provide the GM and the players to be able to play in that book is often the exact opposite of what you learn in school, in the sense that school often does not, high school, right, does not teach you about the daily lives. And if you're going to play a character in an RPG, you kind of need to know things like, what did people wear? What was it like? They're kind of like daily...
Well, now, here's the thing. It depends what classes you took, because if you were in my Latin class...
Yes.
You do know that.
Yeah.
Because...
But we didn't even have Latin.
Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah. Or if you were in, you know, depending. Now, in ancient Rome, as a classics person, as a person who studies classics, and my degree is in classical languages and literatures with a concentration in ancient Greek, but hey, I taught high school Latin for 7 years. I would expect a discussion of population diversity because of the way the empire functioned. And the way in which the Roman Empire is designed, who had voting rights, who didn't have voting rights, who would eventually gain them based on the things moving. Also how, you know, how you work.
Wild says it's hard to self-insert a POC character in a historical game without closely vetting a gaming group, which makes it that much harder to even want to look for that kind of game. Wild, in my experience, you don't have to be historical to be sketchy. Like the most sketchiest things I've dealt with have been in fantasy settings. So I mean, I think that because fantasy settings end up being, stuff happens in those settings because people think they can, because it's not, some things happen, right? So I think about, I mean, just weird things like, oh no, all elves are white, and I was like, okay, except for the evil ones, and then they're black, and I was like, oh, well, why? Elves are not real. Like, you know what I mean? Like, what? Also, mermaids are blue. Like, what are we doing? Like, there's a way in which people end up using fantasy to be even more conservative than if they were being a historical, depending on how it is. And basically, I just feel like there are just a lot of groups that are super sketch, right? I mean, for example, there are people who will use historicity in their fantasy games. Like, how many fantasy games have I been next to which have been so sexist? Basically, well, if women can't do anything because historically women couldn't do anything. I was like, first off, there's magic. So if women can throw fireballs, I bet they're going to have a slightly different social standing than if they can't throw fireballs. And so, I mean, I just feel like maybe you don't get to oppress women as much if they can throw a fireball at you. Point A. Point B, this is not history. Also, point C, in history, women did do things, because the home work life split that comes from Victorianism is not present, right? The household is also the workspace. Like women, like there were not suburban housewives in the medieval era, right? Like there's like, we are projecting sort of false pasts, which most of the time came from the 19th century onto the medieval era. And this is not even the medieval era. Like it's like, and the thing, we already are totally fine with being super sketch. We're having like full on plate from like late medieval and like castles from a much later period with things that are from an earlier period. Nobody wants guns in their medieval fantasy, even though guns existed at the time. It's like, it's just like, you know, it's just this weird thing. I was like, I find that fantasy games are worse in some ways because you can't fact check them because they're so slippery.
For like, you can, and I can understand Wild. I mean, having to feel comfortable with the gaming group that you're playing with.
Yeah.
And having a group that, you know, it's easier. It's easier to hide some of their sketchy behavior in purely fictional fantasy universes.
Mm-hmm.
I have found it much harder to do so.
Mm-hmm. My first CO's character in the first had to sit in the car while the group investigated and couldn't enter because I was a black character. I know it's specific instance to me, left a big impression, and then you see a pushback. Yeah. And when you see pushback for POC stuff, it's general. Well, I mean, it's interesting. Like, I mean, I had a character who was almost lynched in a Wild West game, right? So like, I mean, I understand that. But
I would also say, don't know how that game turned out, Wild, but me as a GM sitting here reading that would be like, you didn't plan that well enough. As a GM, because there are definitely places that, like, yes, okay, if you have to bring up the fact that there were segregated institutions in your, as a GM in your game, there has to be ways that you have to interact with every player, not just the ones sitting, not just the ones inside, because if you have to make sure that things are, if they're separated out. And like, I can see definitely where that would be upsetting, and I am not in any way, shape, or form taking that back from you, or anything. But I would also say, like, that is a GM, I'm sitting here going, look, then I would like to point out that some of the most famous people for integration are the Rat Pack.
Mm-hmm.
Because Frankie wouldn't play anywhere that wouldn't let Sammy through the front door.
Mm-hmm.
And if you got turned down by Frank Sinatra, your club was shot.
Yeah, I mean, like, what I was thinking, because like, and I know while
I'm saying is like,
yeah, I know you're talking about like seeing the pushback for POC stuff, right? And the thing is, I will say, like, I want to go with two directions with this, and one is, I feel like there's a difference between thematizing racism or sexism or homophobia, and the party and the group of players at the table being racist, sexist, or homophobic, right? You can be in a world that has sexism without using that as an excuse to bully women at the table. And you could have a game that has no sexism in it and still be super sexist and bully women at the table, right? And vice versa. Like, there was somebody who tweeted about a woman of color who talked about how she was in a game that had as a line no racism in it. So there was no racism in the world, but the table was not good, right? And so I think that there's a way in which, and the thing is, I think what ends up happening quite a lot is that a number of POC are like, okay, since I cannot trust the table, I'll just be in a game where there's no race, i.e. where everybody is white, right? So a lot of times what ended up happening is that POC end up playing white elves, because then they don't have to deal with racism, except they get racism as being an elf or whatever, right? So what ends up happening is the way to get rid of racism is to force POC to basically play in a kind of an all-white fantasy past, right? Where that was like very 80s, right? Because like there were just no black elves, right? Except for evil ones, right? So basically everyone ends up being a white person, and then you don't get racist attacks on you. Or similarly, I knew a lot of women who just played male characters because they didn't want their characters being raped, which is what would happen. So, but that's not great because the people at the table are still problematic. Do you know what I mean? Like you're just sort of you're just being like, okay, well, I'm just gonna do this so that I don't have to. And and look, I have done it, right? I have played characters. I was like, I'm going to play this character because I know that the chances are much less that I'm going to get some kind of creepy harassment, but I'm still playing with creepy people, right? So somebody has to like, you have to like not play with creepy people, be really thoughtful about it. And the thing is, even if the game book, I will put it this way. I was at Gen Con and I played Bluebeard's Bride at Gen Con. And Bluebeard's Bride is very thoughtful about what it's doing. It's trying to be very explicit, right? You know, it was almost all male players. And that was not a great experience for me, because it doesn't matter how, and it was a woman who was GMing it. It doesn't matter how thoughtful she was. It doesn't matter how thoughtful the game book might've been. Those people were not a great group of people to play with, right? So like, even if the book itself, and that's the thing that's really tricky. Like you could have a book that's like, and then do something amazing with it, because RPGs exist at the table, really, right? And then you have a book that is really thoughtful and meaningful. Like somebody could probably take Harlem Bound and be super gross with it, and I would not want to play with those people, because they would take this thing that was not meant to be gross and they would just make it super gross. And so it's, I think we really have to not let the player base off the hook, and to really sort of think about how the player base makes the environment really uncomfortable and unwelcoming and hostile, right? Like you can have the most thoughtful game ever, but if people decide to turn it fascist, they can still do that, because the game is not a fixed. People can use your stuff outside of your intent, right? Once they take it to the table.
And I will say, like, there are, I'm hopeful.
Yeah.
So, who mentioned it earlier?
Something in Crow, which I have to kickstart.
Coyote and Crow.
Mm-hmm.
I'm really hopeful about that, but I'm hopeful about it because I think it's really cool and I think it's really positive. I've looked through the Kickstarter, and I think it'll be a really positive thing for the community. But at the same time, I'm also hesitant because I'm waiting for the first time that someone will say that you should not play this if you are white. Even though the book and the Kickstarter specifically says that this is supposed to be for everyone and we want to see everyone play this and da-da-da-da, but you will see the first comments come out of this. And now, I fully agree that there are games that are not for everybody and not for everybody should play them. And that you need,
for many different reasons.
For many different reasons. Not everything is for everyone, and sometimes that's a good thing. But I'm looking at this and the way this is going to go, and I'm pretty sure soon you're going to see some pushback from a certain demographic in the community who are of a particular type of person and a particular type of vocal activist who will say that if you're not white, you shouldn't play this game. If you are white, you should not play this game. Sorry. And I think that, yeah, I think a lot of people are I'm really excited for it. I think it'll be a really great thing, a really great tool and thing. Like, and I can totally get where Wild's coming from, that there are just sometimes when you're like, a bad experience will put you off playing a game or a type of game forever. I mean, I have that.
But I mean, for me, it's just that I just don't feel like I think the thing is that my thought is that all right, so I play a lot of streamed RPGs. And so I see a lot of lines and veil sheets from different places. And one thing that sort of crops up quite a lot is no fantasy racism. And the people saying this are white people. I'm gonna just note it. So like, they're like, no fantasy racism, that is the progressive thing to do. So if we don't have fantasy racism in our fantasy game, then this is a progressive game. But I would counter, that's not necessarily true. Like, saying that we're not gonna have fantasy racism does not necessarily mean that your game is not gonna be problematic. And what I see is a kind of a surface level, basically, let's erase race, right? There's like a whole bunch of like, let's just basically not talk about race. Let's erase race. Let's just get rid of it. And then everything is fine. It's like, it's like colorblind racism, or everything's fine for women now. Like, there's a way in which there is a move to just shut down any conversation about these things, and therefore that will make the game progressive and safe. But that's not necessarily true at all. And sometimes I think it makes it worse, because there can be problems, but now we're not allowed to talk about them. Do you know what I mean? And so I worry about the ways in which there's a particular kind of very surface level move towards progressiveness, which actually just erases struggle or difference or experience, and doesn't allow people to talk about their experiences or incorporate into their characters. And I don't think that's actually progressive. Now, and it doesn't actually stop people from being creepy, right? Yes. Because also, a lot of times bias is a lot more subtle than you think it is. And I was having this discussion with somebody about sexism, and that was about, like, there were these dudes who are not sexist, they would say, right? And they would never, but of course for them, sexism is very obvious, right? It's things like saying things like women can't do stuff because they're women, or blah, 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 like these very obvious things. But there are other things that are part of cultural sexism that are much more subtle, that because they'd never really done the work, and because we weren't talking about those things, these things would happen. Things like female characters almost always being described by their appearance and male characters not, right? Just like, or how hot the female character was always something that was brought up, but never how hot the male characters were. All these like little things that are all part of creating a sort of an uncomfortable environment, but because no obvious sexism, like somebody would say like, I hate women, wasn't happening, all these other things weren't discussed. And because the line is like, well, there's no sexism here, then all of a sudden these, like, I think it's tricky, right? If somebody's like, hey, I have been the victim of sexism, and I just don't want to play a game, I want to play a game where there's no sexism, rock on. Like, I feel like that's great. Sometimes people want to do that, sometimes they don't. But when somebody else is saying, we're not going to have this discussion because it's more progressive not to, and maybe you do want to have that discussion because it impacts you, I don't necessarily think that's progressive. And I think that sometimes it becomes a fig leaf to pretend like everything is fine, but it's not, And so I worry about it. And really, I just feel like we should maybe talk about how there are players and GMs who have got some problems, and they need to do work. They need, and it's, the book will not necessarily help you if you don't do the work yourself. And that's the thing that I sort of worry about.
And I agree. I think there are a lot of things that we need to be cognizant of in the TTRPG space and work towards. Speaking of historical games, I've written a few.
Mm-hmm.
You can actually find them here in the link in chat. And one of the games, and you've played in 2 of those games.
Mm-hmm.
Number 1, Among the Phoenicians, is a setting supplement for for Firebrands, which is and it's set just before the First Punic War in Sicily. And I make a point of giving information about, like, not all of the information. I could sit here and write an entire book just about the socioeconomic, cultural, what everything is going on in Sicily. It'd be just before this flash pan of of Carthage and Rome going at it over trade routes, effectively. Trade and control of the Mediterranean. Classic example of, like, and of course, what do we hear about, other people will say, no, we have to fight them because of this and moral reasons. No, it's because of trade. But I try and give people enough information that they will be intrigued by it and possibly want to do a little bit more research themselves to get a little bit of specifics. But I give them enough, in the setting of the book, I want to give them enough that it's relevant. It's a supplement. It's not long. It's like 10, 15 pages at most. So it's not, it gives them a little taste of something. And then I wrote What Price Glory, which is a Descended from the Queen game, set in Verdun, France, in World War One, and I give you a would you say I gave you a decent description if you didn't weren't like a major history buff?
Mm-hmm.
To see what the world of 1916 France was like. And I think there has to be intentionality in that when you are going to do a game. And I think that Wild's right, there needs to be intentionality to say, hey, there are these people who are there, who are existing. Perhaps not in the same ways as you're looking for them, but they're there. And you don't want to erase them because of things.
And I mean, I think it comes down, do you trust the group you're playing with? Like, if I really like, and it's tricky because when it comes to home games, oftentimes you don't have choice, right? I mean, your choice is either you don't play at all, or you play with people who might be problematic, right? And then you have to make choices. You're like, okay, well, in this case, I'm going to play a straight white guy who's very, very strong, and who is also, a human. So like give myself the most hegemonic position so that I know that kind of creepiness is not going to hit my character, but that's also not liberatory, right? That you might have to do that because the group you're with is hostile and gross. But if you do that, then you might be safe. And that's a bad scene. And that happens regardless of genre, really, right? Because that's a problem with the table. And that if you're doing historical, it could be worse. But like, is a historical game where there are no people of color better than a historical game where there are people of color? Is a historical game that erases, I think there's no one answer, because I will play differently with people I trust versus people I don't. I'll play differently with a one-shot versus things that are not one-shots. I'll play differently with something that's supposed to be funny versus something that's supposed to be serious. Like there's all sorts of different mechanics and tones. So all these things are very variable, but in the end, and again, this is where the table comes down, right? So Fate doesn't talk about anything, right? As a system, it's a generic. Most generics don't talk about, it depends on how crunchy the generic is. GURPS talks about class and race and gender because it's a very crunchy system, so they actually have systems for it. But a lot of the more generic ones, like Fate, Savage Worlds, I think, depending on which implementation, I think probably Hero System doesn't. A lot of them are just generics. They don't talk about those specifics. That's just up to you to put it in there or not. And you can have, you know what I mean? So it becomes like, what's the table experience going to be like? And I think so often a game can be super gross that I would never, ever, ever, ever want to be involved in. Like yep, I won't play a tiefling or dwarf around people I don't trust. Too much potential for anti-Semitic stereotypes. Yeah, right. So like if people you don't trust, you're like, but the problem is not dwarves and tieflings. The problem is that table, right? You know what I mean? And sometimes the problem is the game. Like Rahowa, Racial Holy War, that's just a problematic game from the beginning. That's just a problematic game. That's what that game is about.
Legend of the Five Rings.
Right? Like some things are just, they're there. There's not much you can do about that. I mean, you could do a lot of work, but maybe just do something different. But I just think it's one of those things that I think it's too easy to sort of put everything at the text and not realize that as a living thing, it's how that text is manifested. You know, that like, it could be the game, like you're running Blue Rose and it's lovely, but there are people that would never want to play Blue Rose with because they'd make it gross. You know what I mean? Like no matter what the book itself says, there are people who would make that really gross because they can make everything gross. And you know what I mean? Like, and I just think this is like, I think it's really tricky.
And I think that sometimes the direction of correction may actually be more damaging in some cases.
And the thing is, people have to do things to survive, right?
Yes.
Like, I mean, I did things to survive, which was that basically I just did not play marginalized people for years when I was stuck with these D&D groups in the 80s because it was just not safe. But that's not great. Do you know what I mean? Like, that's not a great thing. You know what I mean? Like, that's Yeah, we're gonna go pretty soon too, Face On. Like to have to basically erase all difference does not actually make it, doesn't stop the problem, you know? And I just think that's tricky. And like sometimes people just want to play like a fun superhero game that's very light, no one has to worry about it. And that's great too. But I worry about the ways in which I worry about projecting things onto some things so you don't have to deal with your own thing, right? So the idea of historicals being the racist ones, not my medieval fantasy game or my sci-fi game, is problematic because actually also still, right? Like there's still sexism in your future sci-fi game. Like I saw it, you know what I mean? And so the ways in which sometimes people will put ills on this thing so they don't have to look at their own thing. And it just worries me. Just worries me.
Well, I'm sorry that you're worried, but we do have to get going because both of us actually have real life things that we have to do this evening.
We've got a meeting and I should eat food.
Yes, you should eat.
Yeah. I think it's getting better, but I think we have to be careful. And I think we have to be mindful and intentional and know that even with our best intentions, people can take the things we create and do bad things.
That's not good.
Then some kids and the band teacher took us and, oh my gosh. Wow. 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 That is awful. And yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry that there were shitheads that should definitely have been criminally prosecuted and
criminally prosecuted. Criminally prosecuted.
And speaking as a high school teacher, fuck that shit.
Yeah. That's terrible. That's terrible.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. And so like it's one of the, and I feel like it's and here's the interesting thing, like we could talk about cultures that exist within band that might encourage or facilitate or enable things like that. Like there are certain kinds of band cultures or sports cultures that are very hierarchical, that are sort of based on certain kinds of attitudes that are encouraged, that make certain kinds of behavior more likely in those spaces than other spaces. But we can change that, right? And we also cannot say, well, you know, it's football's fault. It's like, also, the owner was like, let's not tell them about repeated head injury, right? Like, and let's hide that from them. And let's also, like, there are ways in which basically when we have to look at systems, but we also have to look at people within those systems because systems are made up of people.
And we can't consider each of the individuals in the system as being the same.
Yeah. Right? Like, yes, right? It's this thing where like they're intertwined, but they're not the same. And it's not useful to look only at people, but not at systems, or look only at systems and not at people, as if, you know, like as if they're separate. And we have to look at both of them. Like, okay, so that whoever did that teacher should be in prison. Mm-hmm. Right? But if that teacher has been doing that, nobody in the school knew about that. Nobody. Teachers didn't talk about it. Like it never came out anywhere. And I'm going to be pretty certain that like physically beating somebody up in front of other people and threatening people, that's a thing that I feel like is going to get somewhere. And then the system didn't do something about it. Okay, so then we have to look at, but the system not doing something about it doesn't mean that teacher is then absolved of their behavior. And
it doesn't mean that necessarily there are other individuals within the system who weren't attempting to do something.
That's right. That is correct. People might have been trying to do something, but then not be able to, right? Like there's so many levels. And I think that it's that kind of complexity of thinking, okay. And you know, maybe think about actually Drow. There's this woman of color, Gloss and Gadgets.
Wait,
and
he
she
still
was
works there? Go ahead and call the cops on him.
Oh my gosh, yes.
Call the cops. That's my answer.
Yeah, call the cops. I mean, I don't know if the statute of limitations is done, but
it doesn't matter. It wouldn't matter.
Really?
Hey, you want to know the fun thing? Hey, Dennis, what state are you from?
Ooh.
Because there's an entirely different thing.
For minors.
It's about minors.
California.
Oh, California? Oh.
Mandated reporting laws.
You want to get it? assault and battery, yes, good things to get him on, but mandated reporting laws would screw his life entirely and then would destroy the entire thing. Call the... I know people have a lot of bad things to say about police institutions and all of these things, but this is a case where you stand up and you say, look, call the cops and say, hi.
Yeah.
You're not a minor anymore, but it occurred when you were a minor, so you have until the time you were turned at 18 plus 8 years.
So if you're under 26. Yeah. So for me, I just think it's a complicated thing, right?
And was your sister older or younger? And did you have any other younger siblings? And did this, and there are lots of ways around this. Also, you can report the instance as a concerned citizen for the possibility of other future students. And if it's a concern, okay, this is me getting on a soapbox. Look, as a teacher, as a high school teacher, I am considered a mandated reporter. That means I have to sit there and take, and now I had to. I'm not currently teaching high school. I'm doing law school. Oh, she's under 26? Yeah, no. Call them now. Pick up the phone and call. I will tell you right now. Call them. Pick up the phone. Call your local sheriff's department, whatever and call, because as a mandated reporter, you are legally required, and I had to take all the classes to do it, as a teacher, you are legally required to report if you believe that a student is at harm from anyone, parent or teacher. So the fact is, and Skexy, the ACLU is fine, but that's not what you need at the moment. You need an actual representation of somebody who is in there. I recommend just finding like a family law or a small criminal law firm saying, hi, you want to do this, but you need to call. This is me blaring my horn. The number of times it is a felony crime for someone to fail mandated reporting, because that's a thing that's going to be a problem. And if you call them and you say, hey, go ahead, report them. This is and it's hard. I get that.
Yeah.
It will be hard.
Yeah.
But
also therapy if you can. Always have a good therapist. And usually if there's something like this, it'll be court mandated therapy for you after the fact as a victim. But individuals like this gain power because no one tells them to fuck off. And this event is a classic example of a bully who manipulated a bunch of people to support them, because they knew that if everyone actually knew what was going on, they wouldn't be supported. So, like... you're in law enforcement, Dennis. That's cool.
Yeah, okay, but if he's still at the school, call him.
Yeah, it's yeah. Yeah.
On an entirely different note, because we do actually have to go, because,
True, we do. We've got a meeting coming up.
So do I. But this is fun, because, we get to have these. Abusers don't stop being abusers just because their victim gets away.
Sometimes serial killers stop being serial killers because they get too old to serial kill. That's usually one of the only reasons why it happens, because they're no longer physically able to serial kill.
Or they're incarcerated for another crime.
Or they're incarcerated for another crime.
That's actually the big one that everyone's pretty sure the Zodiac killer got picked up for something else.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Thank you, Skexy.
The Child Helpline. Call them. They will help you. Child Helpline is a very useful service, and it is a thing. But in other things that are not totally downer, because now that we've encouraged people to actually be self-reported and supportive. Hey, Trooper.
Yes.
Who are you? Where can we find you? What you doing? What's your life like?
Who am I? Who knows?
Yeah, I got no answer for that one, but
yeah, I got no answer. You know, I'm Trooper SJP. I am a musicologist and historian who, and a gamer who wants our communities to have more spaces in them. And that's for lots of different people in lots of different ways. And just like, you know, my mom was a hippie, my dad was a beatnik, and I want us to be able to, like, I don't know, kumbaya a little bit and like give each other some cool space, do your thing. That's great. And try to sort of bring our own little bit of that, right? Bring our own little bit of humanity to the spaces we're in. You can find me on my channel, Trooper SJP. That's where I stream. Or Twitter at Academic Foxhole, where I don't tweet, and then I tweet really long threads that are probably like 80 thread tweets long. It's fine. And what am I up to? How am I doing? I'm doing well. I'm excited. What I don't know is what I'm going to eat, and that is the outstanding question, right? Like, do I want pasta? Do I want chow mein? It's unclear what I'm going to eat, but I'm going to eat something. But where can you find me? So today's Tuesday, so tomorrow at 8 p.m. over in Prax, the Smaphorius channel, which is this channel where we're at right now, Eastern, 8 p.m. Eastern. It will be Witcher Road's Home, episode 7 or 8? 9. All right. That's fine. Episode 9, where our characters are fine. Everything's great. Kässpätzle. Oh, I would love some Kässpätzle. Oh, did I bring my Spätzle hobo with me? I don't know if I have the ingredients. I certainly don't have the cheese. But I'm gonna make some Kässpätzle. So like our characters are fine right now. It's dawn, and there are bandits who are probably werewolves. We see 4, there are probably more. And I feel like there's going to be a werewolf attack, which is very different from a chicken attack. And because I don't think chickens have regeneration, it's gonna be a problem. It'll be fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. And then Thursday, which is Thursday at 6 p.m. Eastern over at my channel, I'll be playing Divinity Original Sin. And then Friday, so I'll just do 3 days. Friday at 1 p.m. Eastern at Laugh Love Lindy, I'll be doing Aether's Walkway, which is a sci-fi game, Cypher System. And then at 7 p.m. Eastern, I'll be doing City of Light and Shadow, which is a Fate French Resistance campaign. And those are like my next 3 days worth of streaming.
Okay. Well, I'll be here tomorrow, and we will still be
I hope so.
Yes, I will definitely be here tomorrow. And we will still be raising funds to support World Central Kitchen, Chef Andres' charity, to support, go into disaster areas and provide a meal and some support. Also works with local restaurateurs to provide meals for those in need during the COVID epidemic, which actually kept a lot of these local restaurants open during the work and with all their employees. You're going to find me here tomorrow because I need to be here to emotionally double tap my players at some point, and also because apparently there are whole ass caltrops. But what do you expect?
Hey, so there were these 4 bandits that were just bandits, regular bandits, and then I was like, oh no, this is bad. I'll just stay hidden in a sneaky way. And then one was like, wait, we hear something. Let's go and check it out. I was like, oh, they're getting closer. Oh, getting closer. Okay. I'm going to have to shoot them. And I shot them in an eye with an arrow. The 4 of them, shot one in the eye with an arrow. Brain goes, poof, right? And then I was like, let me now get on my horse and escape and make a ruckus. And then the 4 of them are chasing. And I was like, hold on a second.
Not 4 of them. One of them is chasing you,
and then 3 kept going.
Towards the house.
But that number is still 4. And that means that 1 got hit in the brain and fell down in a way that was like not particularly survivable by regular people. And then there were 3 up, and then there were still 4. and I'm just saying that I feel like they're not regular humans, and that may be bad. They're probably werewolves.
So that's tomorrow.
Yeah.
And then Friday, you can find me over on Wandering DM for some Cyberpunk Red, as I get to play Trins. And I have no clue what happened last week, because I couldn't make last week. It was sad. I was very upset. But we'll find out. No Void Smoker. There are no were chickens. There is, however, a were Wolverine who apparently likes to manacle his chickens.
Also, Gonzo, you just need to know my character is not a combatant. My character is not really a combatant, so that's exciting. But we're gonna it'll be great. Yeah. I don't have silver.
Is the one shot still up? Which one stop? Is the shot one still up? Well, there are 4 that he counted, so who knows? He fell, and then there was 4, so there were 4 and 4.
Yeah, so I feel like the one that I shot might have gotten back up again as I was getting on the horse and running away, and that's not a good sign. If the one that I shot in the eye for like 70 points of damage is up again, that's not good. That's bad. That's bad. It's not good. It's the opposite of that. It's the opposite.
And then Sunday, you will find me back here with Trooper for Romance of the Blue Rose, where things are interesting. You know, teleportation, mist.
Play a bird.
Things you're seeing in the dark.
Dennis, it is the Cypher system, and it's sort of a cyberpunk game. Or maybe transhumanist. It's kind of like that, you know, sort of like thinking about who we are as beings.
Aether's Walkway is transhumanist.
Yeah, I think so. I would call it transhumanist. I think other people call it cyberpunk, but I would call it transhumanist because of tone.
And we're particular about our genre classifications here.
We are. We
are those pedantic friends. It's fine.
I mean, I'm flexible, but also I'm like, hey, point of order. I'm not giving up the ghost just yet. That's all. That's all. Yeah, but the caltrops are not silver; they're iron, and.
I mean, they are also, 14 inches.
I'm just. Look, it's just. If you all want to, okay. Look, people here who are watching the show, don't listen. Like, Prax, don't listen. Look, people who are watching this right now, you should come to watch The Witcher tomorrow, at 8 p.m. on Prax's channel. And then, like, I don't know what the donation is. I think it's like $5. I don't know what it is, but give us like an advantage or something, because I don't know if we have any. And also, there might be werewolves. And
there are no donations for financial things. You can only get points of luck from the blessings of Nihilani, which are channel points.
Yes, you don't have to spend money. It's channel points. Just come and just give some channel points tomorrow night so that we have some luck. Because I'm not even worried about it. It's totally fine. It's just that those 4 probably werewolves made a whistle sound, which would be to signal other probable werewolves, which means that sounds like more than 4 probable werewolves. And if you wanted to spend your channel points, which are free, to give us luck, maybe we won't die. I'm just saying that I'm not even worried.
Unfortunately, that one doesn't count, Ice Bunny, but I'll hold on to it. Yeah, because they can only be redeemed on the day, but I feel like I need to activate this command, Trooper.
Yeah, I just Hudsoned all over this place is what I did. I just Hudsoned all over there. We're gonna die, man. We're all gonna die. And I'm just gonna note that some of the other players are not as concerned because they're Witchers, and like my sister's like whatever, and I was like, that's the like that. That's all. That's it. I wonder about the biophysics of a werewolf whistling. Well, they were in human form at the time, so we could not, we cannot confirm that they're werewolves. It just looks real bad. There have been rumors of werewolves, and it looks real bad. It's not good. That's it.
But I think everything's fine.
But here's the thing. Prax, don't listen. Chat, you have to help us. You have to help us not just in terms of like luck, but emotionally, because the werewolves, I am certain, is not going to be the biggest problem tomorrow night. There'll be a problem, but maybe death will be preferable to what kind of emotional torture that we have asked for explicitly to our GM that she will give us. I'm just saying that it might even be, who knows, like that.
I just sit here and enjoy this. I was also enjoying certain people's, other opinions, but we will find out. I think everything's fine. I don't know what people's problems are. You know, it's emotionally complicated, I guess. People didn't want to go into the very nice safe house where there was pie because, they were convinced there was a torture basement. There was no basement.
If I had a torture basement, I would have the entrance to that torture basement inside the house, not outside the house.
And nobody inside the house found the torture basement, so there's no torture basement.
Well, nobody came outside to tell me that, did they?
That one-armed weaponsmith. Yeah.
Might be made of abs. My people to help, maybe. Yeah.
You mean Talfrin?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So for those of you who don't know, I do actually create a document for all of my players with all of the face claims to help me describe the existence of NPCs. And it gives them all the little notes, and I share that goodness with all of you.
Everybody's really hot. Mm-hmm. It's just what it is. Even like Gran. She's hot in an old lady way.
We'll find out, but we'll see you tomorrow, everyone. Have yourself a wonderful day, and maybe next time. Bye-bye now.
Ciao, everybody.